Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new video, and in this video, we're back with a season review of a Survivor season, and it's actually been a while, actually been over a year now, somehow. But either way, I am here with my review of Survivor 50 in the hands of the fans. Obviously a highly anticipated season, very much hyped up by production, as one of the series' best, obviously having a very long preseason I was very knee-deep into, and the season itself is just kind of fine. It's very mid. A season with definitely some strong moments, especially from an emotional standpoint, though a season I felt like was very lacking from a gameplay perspective, which is very disappointing, especially from a returnee season. Though, again, I think the season's strengths really rely on the fact that it is a returning season, the fact that we do get players' returns, the fact that we get continuing storylines, and in that light, it felt like a season that really did add to the Survivor lexicon, yet in things outside of that, it just felt like kind of a very mid New Era season, still following a lot of the New Era tropes, and again, just not really being the most interesting season from a gameplay perspective. But obviously, I do have a lot to say about Survivor 50. I'll be running through the season from beginning to end, talking about my thoughts along the way. So we're obviously starting it off with the premiere, where I do think we had a pretty strong opening here. Shot of the Marooning from 50, only then rewind through Survivor history, culminating in them showing the Borneo opening, flashing through a lot of moments from Borneo, like Jenna getting voted out and Richard winning, and then going to Australia and Africa, and then Ozzy and Steph and Lacey and Amy O'Hara for some reason. Where I think this was a cool opening at first. I really like the passage through Survivor history. I do think once we got past Africa and we started just doing random seasons, I think that was kind of a missed opportunity for me. I would have liked this to be a very short form, retrospective of the series, maybe a short clip from every season in order, instead of just doing a random assortment of clips in the way they did. Also, I did find it very funny just how much this sequence highlighted players that aren't on 50. Actually, a decent amount of players that weren't even in the running for 50, to where I find that kind of a funny aspect of Survivor, the fact that they're willing to embrace characters like a Fair Play and a Russell Hantz, despite the fact that they're not willing to actually bring them back.
These guys are fucktards.
But again, this is a pretty fun opening, some good editing at points. Again, a funny edit for the moment where they cut to the burger, and we do get a Philip Shepard appearance. So again, I was right about him being on Survivor 50, but we do end up stopping down on Advantage Get-In, which is just kind of a shame that they look at this moment so highly, but obviously ends up being a great moment for Cirie, her getting voiceover here, including some audio that I don't believe was in the original airing during Game Changers, but again, using her speech to end up showing more of the more recent moments in Survivor history, which again, I thought this was a very nice moment. Again, showing Cirie as essentially this epitome of modern Survivor.
I've done it all.
And this eventually leads to them actually showing Jeff announcing 50's theme at the event in New York, which I thought was kind of a surprising choice there, where it reveals
the producers will not be in charge of the game design. You will.
I don't lie.
Oh, while we interject this with the players walking to a Fiji Airlines plane, and gotta mention Fiji Airlines, with our first new confessionals here, all in voiceover of Ozzy saying this twist is gonna open Pandora's box, and Aubrey talking about loving, not knowing what's gonna happen, the unknown is the equalizer. Which, what a good opening confessional from our future winner. But then we get to Coach's Magellan quote from the trailer.
I'll start with a quote from Magellan,
which was very weird in how they use this in this season. First, in the fact that obviously in the trailer, opens the trailer. Here, it's placed just kind of in the middle of this massive intro. I feel like it lost a lot of the gravitas because of that. Also, the fact that this is a quote from later in the season that they play again later in the season, where again, it's just weird they end up playing this quote twice. But anyway, we get the same plane shots from the trailer, which are, again, really cool from Survivor US in particular. I feel like these are kind of moments you expect more from an Australian Survivor or maybe a Traders. These very high res in-the-face shots for Cirie, Colby, and Jenna, which I feel like are the only three they did these shots for, which is very awkward. In retrospect, the fact that they just did it for these three when the other players on the cast were also on the plane. But it does lead to, again, another great editing moment here that I think will always be iconic in my mind. The fact that we end on the shot of Jenna in the plane, only to then abruptly cut back to the Marooning, which is such a great transition there. I like the fact that they're giving Jenna her due. I felt like with the trailer in particular that Jenna was a bit undersold in that. I felt like maybe they would put more precedent into Colby, or maybe even just go into the coach or Cirie of it all. I think the fact that they, again, are doing their due with the Survivor Borneo rep was nice to see here. But At this point, we obviously see the entire cast being ridden in on a kind of big boat to shore, which isn't the most grand opening for a massive returnee season like this. I remember when Redmond originally leaked that they were going to be rode the shore on a massive ship. I was kind of expecting more of this like epic battleship, not just kind of a plain looking one. I mean, we literally saw this style of intro being used for Australians for 2017, and it was kind of more epic in that season, where again, not really anything too special here, but again, still get the entire cast, a cast of 24, the largest cast in Survivor history, which again, if you're going to do that, it makes sense to do that for 50. Also makes sense to do it in a spot where you haven't had returnees in a very long time, to where, and having a bigger cast than normal, I think makes a lot of sense, even though, again, I was not expecting it coming into this, but still a strong cast, where, I mean, I've talked about the cast a lot in previous videos. I don't feel like I need to do a full deep dive on the quality of the cast here yet. It is a spot where I am fully content with this Survivor for the cast at this point. Yes, I would have picked other people personally. Yes, I do think there are some people that maybe could have been saved for future seasons. However, I do think this is a spot where the cast was still pretty solid. I mean, I think when, again, taking it more so on the cast that we got and not think about the cast that we could have got, I do think this is still a very solid cast. I think most people on this season at least brought something to the table, and the ones that didn't were probably good cast choices to begin with. But I do think there ends up being very few duds on the board here, and it's still a pretty high caliber cast. I mean, it's a cast that the lowest placing person on this cast is Tiffany at 8th place.
You're not obvious.
Outside that, the majority of this cast are people that made it to Final Tribal. Like, it's a pretty high caliber cast from a legacy perspective, though. Obviously, again, I know there's a lot of qualms about too much new era and too much 48 in particular, though, again, that was just kind of an inevitability. For a while, yes, I would have liked 20's representation and a few other people that got cut to be on. Ultimately, I feel like this is still a pretty solid cast and pretty much the caliber of cast I was expecting to get coming into the entire removal process. As they're being ridden to shore, we do get a few more shorter confessionals that really are just set up for the season. Nothing of true depth here. Again, Rick Devens talking about how he's going against icons, and Christian talking about how it's people from across 49 seasons, and Angelina saying this is the Super Bowl, and again, it's all just very generic. Oh, you then get like Colby talking about loving this game, which I'll say again, very refreshing to see this style of Colby on this season after what we got from Heroes of Villains.
I was watching Treasure Island.
We get Q talking about how this is his chance to be a legend, which, I mean,
Debatable.
if we took that opportunity. But we do end with Stephanie
My dad was a mailman.
saying it's gonna be a bloodbath. What a generic confessional. And why are we ending on Stephanie?
Fuck you.
Anyway, Jeff ends up doing his intro on the top of a rock, which did feel very like middle era coded of Jeff there. And again, just very funny to hear him say
In the hands of the fans.
in the way that he does. But anyway, again, a solid opening. Again, a few nitpicks here and there. It still has a few moments that will again linger in my mind, even as we move on from this season. And then we get to the actual marooning with our first proper confessional and not a voiceover from Stephanie.
My dad was a mailman.
Talking about being back after 30 seasons and wanting to prove that she's one of the greats and she'll win this time.
You're never gonna win.
Which generally was a very strong opening confessional there for Stephanie, which is kind of funny as Stephanie was the initial spoiled winner way back, to where in fact they end up starting with a pretty good opening for her, and her just in general getting a kind of strong premiere episode, actually looking more viable from an edit perspective than the actual winner contenders by this point in Aubrey and Cirie. Was again humorous, but again didn't really think Steph was going to win by this point.
Fuck you.
But again, bizarre to give her so much precedence early on here. But then we get to Mike White getting his reunion meeting
Massacre.
confessional, because they seem to really love that and played that, wrote the trailer and a lot of the commercials. So again, good for Mike White. Anyway, it leads into Jeff giving his speech, saying, welcome to Survivor 50, and that we have a record-breaking 24-person cast representing 25 years of Survivor, unless you come from the 20s, saying we have people from Season 1 and Season 49, which I guess is just their metric for representing all the seasons. Then we do get some fun moments here from Jenna, saying, we started this, and Savannah being like the only person cheering when Jeff says a player from 49. But this leads to Jeff giving his typical propaganda about having to play the game, and that the only thing we want from you is
Everything.
which I still laugh at. I thought this was very funny when we saw in the trailer, and it's still funny here, and it's even more ridiculous when we get to him saying,
We want your blood. We want your sweat. We want it all.
and I just love how like hyped up Jonathan and Colby end up being here. Again, Jonathan just out of the blue yelling.
Got it, Mr. Jeff.
Or even see us like seemingly scaring Christian in this spot. We get Colby yelling, yeah! Really being this pump man, really being this hype man throughout this entire marooning, which again was very humorous for me to see. But then we get to the catch up here, which again had some fun moments here. Obviously, Jeff talking talking to Jenna first, talking about the impact of Survivor Borneo, to which we cut to her talking about eating rat meat, which I find that funny. That's the most iconic moment of Jenna they could have played. But it does lead to Jenna talking about how she's learned more about herself from Survivor, which is all Jeff wants to hear, and playing into his propaganda. Oh, we then get to talk to Mike White, obviously, talking about the White Lotus and saying he has FOMO issues. And they knew it'd be an epic party, which, by the way, is the name of the episode because it obviously had to be named after Mike White. He does just openly say here that he didn't want to hear about it from Angelina and Christian, which is like a weird thing to just like openly say at the mat here, which obviously everyone knew the Dave vs. Goliath players were likely going to be close. Yet, again, the fact that you're just like openly saying that here was very strange. But then we get to Rick Devens, which I was kind of surprised got talked in the intro here. Rick Devens, someone that we end up learning was an alternate for this season, which is still insane. And while it was very clear they love Rick Devens, the fact that Rick Devens was an alternate made me think maybe they weren't looking at him as one of the bigger stars coming into the season. But again, he gets talked to here. Jeff asking him about idols, which they knew that would lead to the
In the hands of the fans!
talk, which is what they wanted. But and we get flashback to Rick finding a lot of idols, and we do get a funny moment here of Devin saying he voted for no idols, which obviously no one believes. And again, just fun banter here. But then we talk to Cirie, who talks about getting off the couch.
Yes, I'm back on the couch.
I can't believe it. Though he does end up giving this very emotional speech about how Survivor's home to her and talks about the courage the show gave to her, to which we cut to Ozzy crying. And this was a very emotional moment here, especially considering coming into this, we already knew that this was going to be Cirie's last season. This being a very fitting opening moment for her final hurrah here. Oh, we then go to Colby with Jeff talking about how he was so popular.
People named their dogs, people named their kids after you.
Which was a very fun callback there to their initial interaction here as villains, which I assume was intentional. That'll be very funny if it wasn't, but this ends up leading to some pretty great Colby content. And generally, I found the content that we got from Colby, especially when talking about his reflection on his experiences with Survivor, to be some of the most emotionally impactful of this season. Him about now being in his 50s and being a period of reflection. Half his life has transpired since he first played, and now he's taking the time to reflect and realize the gravity of it. And now he's honored to be here, which to me, Colby on this season ends up really being this perfect representation of like the passage of time in Survivor. And I can see him from his first appearance being this fairly young, like all-American hero type, and now being in his later years, knowing that this is his final season and not taking it for granted, again, really leads to this being a very impactful appearance from Colby for me. But this sequence does end up ending with Coach, with Jeff saying he needs a coachism, which he does say a lot throughout the season. But also, I found this to be kind of a lame coachism here. He gives kind of just an okay speech. That was cool to hear them play like classic Survivor music in the background as he's doing it. Though it does also end with him saying,
Let's go out and slay some dragons.
which, again, probably the best part of the entire speech. But this ends up leading into their tribe divisions, where I did like getting this little moment of Colby saying to Coach, good luck, brother, which, I mean, obviously they're on good terms either way, but considering the lasting impact of their dynamic is Coach dragging Colby to the mat. I feel like that was a nice little touch. But anyway, we end up getting the tribes, Vatu in purple, Kalo in teal, and Cila in orange. Is also here where we get the reveal of 2 fan votes. Or I guess to talk about the
In the hands of the fans.
theme. It is a theme, barely one, where obviously, again, there were fan votes that determine certain aspects of this season. Though genuinely, I don't know if a single one of these votes ended up being particularly impactful. I feel like most of them played out exactly how we thought they would. Essentially just exactly how production probably thought they would, especially with their leading wording of it all. And it's just overall a twist that really doesn't do much for me. It really just feels like them trying to feign fan input when the reality is they were just going to do these things anyway. But I did find this to be a pretty fun moment with Savannah pleading for them to start with rice. A fun reveal here from Jeff saying that the vote was close. It was 53-47, saying that the fans voted to give you, to which we cut to a lot of excited reactions, only of them to say,
Chance to show what badasses you are by earning your rights.
which again was a fun fake out here. I thought this was a great Jeff moment here. For a while it was kind of obvious it was coming. I feel like the playful nature of this entire scene really sold it here. But this does lead to Jeff revealing the second fan vote, which was the vote for supplies, with Jeff saying the results were the same, 60-40, which isn't the same. But what a shocker, they get no supplies. So yay, we get the fight for supplies. Though generally I feel like they probably just would have done that journey either way, just probably with a slightly different mechanic around it, especially considering journeys weren't part of the fan votes, where again I felt like journeys was probably their way of still interjecting like new era isms into the season outside of the fan vote nature of it all. But whatever, Fight for Supplies is back. Cool. With this, we do end up getting to the Marooning challenge, where they're competing for flint and a bonfire, I guess, because, again, they can't give them supplies. That's a pretty typical multi-stage course, with each player having to partake in at least one section, which I do like as a way to highlight each cast member. They're also lame to not get this, like, headbanger that we're typically used to start off the previous iconic returnee seasons, which, again, I get that they're very anti those sort of challenge nowadays, probably from a liability perspective. And also, again, Jeff says that that's not the type of show we are anymore. But again, would have been nice to see that back for this season, to see something like Sumo at Sea, or at least the Wrestling in the Water challenge. But during the challenge, we do get Jeff really hyping up how Stephanie hasn't lost a step, which, again, just more good Stephanie content here. Oh, we have Christian already being called Hubicki, so good for him getting last name treatment. Oh, we have Vatu in the lead the entire time, and while Rizzo and Genevieve of getting their flint stuck at the final stage, they'll end up pretty easily pulling off the win here. Which, thank God, Vatu won a bonfire. They'll surely be very relevant moving forward. This here where we now get the reveal of the fight for supplies, with each tribe having to send one player. Obviously, very typical of modern Survivor. Though, again, very funny how Vatu ends up not getting supplies for winning here. Where, again, they technically would have earned it by winning the challenge, but whatever. We do see no one from Kalo seemingly wanting to go until Tiffany volunteers Coach, who then instantly accepts, which feels like the most Coach thing to do. Like, it very much felt like Coach is waiting for someone to say his name. Oh, we then get in that moment Ozzy volunteering for Cila, which was a very fun callback here to South Pacific. Oh, we get Q going for Vatu, which is very funny, the fact that he ends up kind of being the third wheel here in a spot where I would have loved to see more Coach Q interactions. Yeah, obviously most of the sequence following this ends up focusing on Ozzy and Coach instead. But we end up ending this entire opening sequence with Rizzo,
My man.
giving a very generic confessional, saying that he's playing with people he idolizes and is living the Survivor superfan. I'm essentially living like a superfan's dream at this point. Ozzy playing 2 seasons back to back again just a few months ago. Even though he was going to be playing Survivor, now he's played 49 and is now on Survivor 50 with all these legends. Again, it is a pretty cool story, at least. So again, I think the fact that Rizzo is used to outro the sequence kind of just is a representation of the fact that I think they do look at him as the new face of the show, or the new generation. But with that, we then obviously start to transition to each individual tribe and eventually get the journey. I think we'll talk about the journey first here, just because it's easier structure to view that way. Anyway, the journey itself ends up obviously being Coach versus Ozzy versus Q, with Coach clearly being very happy in confessionals, which felt like a spoiler there, but he ends up really hyping up how he's facing off against 2 younger gentlemen, and one is his nemesis in Ozzy. Leading to a very cool conversation here, seeing Coach and Ozzy talk out what happened in South Pacific, both apologizing to each other, which felt very fake for the sake of the game. Though again, they come out of this conversation looking like they're going to be working together, or that will surely be what the storyline ends up becoming, with again talk about wanting to win in a fair and just way. Surely indication that their games have changed since the last time around. Anyway, we get to the actual challenge, which I do find it very weird that we got this like unhosted challenge to start off Survivor 50, which obviously, again, we've had this in previous returnee seasons, but again, Jeff couldn't just show up at Survivor 50. What a lazy bastard.
Do you like me at all?
And again, it's another one of these like lame style challenges in recent seasons of them doing a set of obstacles along a beach. Those ends up culminating in a slightly different way. That was a fun twist, and ending with Jailbreak, which we've obviously seen a billion times before, but instead of each player fighting for their own key, there's only one key. Ozzy allowing for a lot of fun interactions here, and the challenge plays out in pretty much the best way possible, with Ozzy getting a pretty massive lead, with him seeming to not lose a step in terms of climbing and swimming, though we instantly see him struggling to get the key itself, partially because of how ridiculously far away from the gate it is, which I assume that was intentional, though it does lead to Ozzy injuring his back, which also felt like a funny new development for Ozzy. Again, just showing the passage of time there, but ends up leading to us cutting forward 45 minutes, with them all not being able to get the key, though Ozzy ends up trying to get the others to promise that whoever knocks off the key gets it, only for Ozzy to then proceed to do so. And what a shocker, Coach and Q try to steal the key from him, which I do find it very funny how Q gets like none of the blowback for trying to steal the key here, and like he was also trying to do what Coach was doing, just failed at it. though Coach obviously gets at the last second with Ozzy pleading for him to not do so, which was a really great scene here. Really funny to see Coach just take in, saying, I'm sorry, man. And just instant payoff to this really fun dynamic between Coach and Ozzy, with Ozzy proceeding to be pissed, saying he thought that Coach would do what's right after a moment they just had for some reason, which is, again, funnily cut to Coach bragging about how he slayed the dragon that is Ozzy. Also calling him his hopefully former rival, which I don't know what gave you that impression here, but both Coach and Ozzy, again, get content here about how they're playing a different game from last time, with this really coming off contradictory for both of them, with Coach calling himself Coach 4.0. He's going to play cutthroat, but honorable, I guess, while Ozzy talks about playing a different game, despite still being outplayed in a situation like this. Well, Coach ends up obviously winning the supplies, where and it is funny just how much he's gloating as he's reading the notes. Well, they clearly pissed Ozzy right behind him, but again, once he leaves, Ozzy and Q have to open note of their own, with us getting a pretty fun reveal here, in the fact that we get to see their reactions to it first, before seeing what it is, again, seeing them laugh at the reveal that they're now on Exile Island, which is a cool callback to bring to season 50. Now, Exile Island's really not my favorite twist. It's one that just doesn't really have much of an impact, though, again, cool that they're bringing back an old twist for a season like this. So again, it doesn't really play much of a factor on the season. All it leads to is just Ozzy and Q spending the night there, which, to be fair, on a newbie season would have been pretty game ending for them, which is definitely unfair there, though, with the existence of pre-game alliances and pre-existing relationships and notions. It doesn't seem to play much of a factor in this spot. But again, we do end up getting a segment with Q and Ozzy struggling with bugs and wind, which who cares? Really, the only entry that comes from this is that when they leave, we end up getting another twist thrown in here with another dilemma in play, revealing that there's actually another set of supplies up for grabs, and that one of the two must give up their vote to get those supplies, while the other ends up getting an extra vote. Which, again, why are we still having people give up their votes? Outside that's a cool dilemma. Again, I think it's an interesting choice of, do you want an extra vote, do you want supplies? And one person's forced to do so. But again, the fact that also someone has to give up their vote for no reason seems dumb. But again, Ozzy ends up here talking about how he's changed his game from being a provider to now playing as Oscar, a quick talking negotiator, I guess, where he convinces Q to take the supplies, despite Q wanting to do that anyway, saying that he'd rather be a hero than a zero, to where, again, Ozzy ends up getting the extra vote here, which ends up being, again, a pretty crappy advantage, but it does later save Cirie, so thank you, Ozzy. Anyway, with that, now let's get into the individual tribes, starting off with Vatu. A very fun tribe here, probably my favorite group from the offset, from a character perspective at least, with fun characters like
Canceling Christmas Cube or that.
and Angelina. Mother Vive's here with her Bob.
Oh my God, Mother Vive! Mother Vive!
Rizzo, a man.
Is here. We have our resident average guy in Kyle.
Wait, Kyle, you just won a week ago.
We have Colby,
Oh my God, Colby!
who again was some cool old school rep alongside Stephanie.
Wait, Stephanie LaGrossa from Palau?
And then we have Aubrey, who seemed miserable.
That son of a bitch.
Anyway, we get an opening confessional here from Angelina, of all people, which is funny considering this is pretty much her only content in this entire episode. Her talking about how her wanting to show a new Angelina that doesn't steal jackets. Thank God we'll see that arc play out. But ultimately, again, Angelina ends up being not particularly relevant to what's going on in this tribe, her just being on the bottom the entire time, seemingly not making many inroads, where, again, it kind of makes sense that she's kind of under-edited here. Though we then get a lot of focus on the Steph-Colby relationship, with them talking about not seeing each other in 16 years, at least in person, because they've clearly seen each other not in person. But Steph ends up saying that's comforting, and they have an unspoken bond, almost as if they had an agreement from before the season. But we get into talk about wanting to work with Kalo and Genevieve, with them clearly being set up to be the majority alliance here. Later seeing Colby and Kyle talk, this alliance now becoming a reality, with me being kind of surprised to see Kyle end up being in such a good spot here, especially considering supposedly Kyle was not too involved in the pre-gaming of it all. He also seemingly wasn't even called for 50 until a tad later than the rest, to where, again, Kyle was someone that I thought coming this season would be pretty screwed. Again, literally being a winner they just saw, someone that played a very strong game, yet he ends up really making the most of this position here. Again, getting a strong intro, talking about building relationships first, then game around that. We see him pull in Genevieve into his alliance, which has him talking about her being the scariest person on this beach.
I'm a very scary person. Right.
But he's ready to play with Scary, just like he played with Camilla, which, I guess. But then we get focused on Genevieve. We do get some fun callbacks to her previous season with her saying that she now has a tight alliance, which is new to her, referring to her original storyline and how she was making
No friends out here.
and that now she's laying the foundation and making friends, which, I mean, she technically did at the start of 47 too. It's kind of how she ended up being in such a good spot at the very beginning of that game, but and again, it wasn't until like the middle that she isolated herself.
Who does that?
We do see her talking to Colby, with Colby telling her that his left ear is bad and that he'll have to turn his head to hear her better. Also talks about how his eyesight is bad, which was, again, all very funny to see. Seeing this former Superman, all-American hero, now just very clearly aged. Though, again, kind of in an endearing way. But again, we see this alliance of four being the ones to seemingly run things here, with Genevieve saying that things are going so well that she's just waiting for the shoe to drop. Only the cut to her talking to Aubrey, with Genevieve seemingly trying to pair up with her, which, to be fair, felt like a very fake deal even from the offset. But again, it is funny to see Aubrey just not even fake being interested here, calling out Genevieve for what type of game are you playing. Again, a very awkward conversation here, and one that definitely does not portray Aubrey in the best look. It very much has Aubrey looking very standoffish, and we see her talking about not trusting Genevieve and how she'll have to cut her throat before she cuts hers. So again, that clearly means Aubrey will be very important to Genevieve's downfall. Though again, this ends up being a storyline that was so prominent in the show early on, and it really felt like it was there just to give Aubrey something to do in a spot where she has had nothing going for her story-wise on this season, and just being on the bottom the entire time, not seemingly doing too much to get herself out of that in the early portions of the season, where this ends up being a really terrible start to Aubrey's edit, it being entirely revolved around Genevieve, and again, not even the best look here, Genevieve coming out looking better during the premiere, where I've seen a lot of people compare this to Erica's edit, but again, at least Erica was given a through line set up in the beginning, how she wants to go from a lamb to a lion, where Aubrey doesn't really even get that. Again, the only thing she gets here is a storyline that ends halfway through the season, and even then, she doesn't even get credit for Genevieve's elimination, where again, it's a truly bizarre start to a winner story, where while she ends up being a fairly consistent presence on this season, getting content in every episode, especially in spots where that content wasn't particularly relevant, the style of content she was getting and still isn't particularly consistent, and it's still a spot where it just feels like kind of a mess of a storyline. But anyway, we have Q eventually arriving from exile and ends up telling mostly the truth of what happened, though leaving out his loss of a vote, which doesn't end up mattering. Though definitely could have, as Q could have been very much screwed, again, being on exile for a day, and also just Q being Q'd, where again, I thought Q was screwed coming this season, only for him to end up actually being added to the majority alliance here, which was pretty surprising to see here. Again, him being pulled in by Kyle, with him seemingly being part of a trio with Kalo and Genevieve, which for sure seemed to have some pre-game ties there.
I love chaotic men.
Where we know at least Q and Genevieve met at a previous event, I likely met Q during a 48 event as well, where again, surely this alliance has ties to that, but still a fun grouping to see come together here, and again, might give you hope that Q might make a deep run, surely. We then get a pretty prominent subplot in this episode revolving around Colby and Rizzo, with Colby talking about how Rizzo's annoying as hell, saying that he likes to talk a lot and dodges work, calling him a liability. I was even seeing Rizzo trying to give Colby advice on how to play the modern game, which just felt very condescending there. Definitely not a great start for Rizzo's edit. Though a few segments later, we do cut to a fashion show at Vatu, which I'll be honest, I found very cringy.
It was cringe in person.
But we do end up seeing Rizzo emceeing it, with Colby saying that he changed his mind on Rizzo, saying he won him over because of a fashion show, I guess. Though again, a cool moment here to see this dynamic with Rizzo and Colby the embodiment of the old guard, and seeing him kind of pass the torch to Rizzo, this embodiment of the new era, and talking about how they were the same age when they first played, which is insane to think that Colby was the same age as Rizzo, which in general, again, insane just think about how old Rizzo is, where he just comes off so young, where just the notion that he's older than Sam Phelan is still so surreal to me. But we do end up seeing this emotional moment between the two, with Rizzo comparing him to his dad, with his dad actually being younger than Colby, which is also pretty surreal. But we have Colby talking about wanting to help Rizzo, not in this game, but as a person who's been around the sun more times, where again, very endearing content, nice content from an older Colby, that transitions to Rizzo talking a big game. Again, who would have guessed that from Rizzo? Saying he wants to be remembered as one of the great players to play this game. Really ending up becoming this recurring storyline for Rizzo that very much felt like a non-winning one to me. Very much felt like this kind of being the consolation prize for him not winning. The fact that he'll be remembered as a great player. Feeling like him being someone that probably comes short by the end.
You're never gonna win.
But with that, we then move over to Kalo. By far the least developed starting tribe here, and you can kind of see why from the offset, where really outside of Coach, this tribe doesn't really have many like landmark characters unlike the other tribes. Most of its content seems to revolve around Coach and Jonathan, and with Jonathan's content feeling like it was there because he clearly had longevity. Oh, Mike White is obviously a big name from outside the show and gets decent amount of content because of that, though he doesn't really do much here. And the rest, they're just pretty under-edited and don't really get much to do, conveniently including all the women of the tribe, which does play into this notion about how under-edited the women were early on in the season, with people like Tiffany and Camilla not getting much of substance here, Chrissy and Dee getting a bit more of substance, though still, again, pretty minimal content, even then, still set up as targets along the way, while Charlie is just there.
It's because he's normal. He comes across normal.
And none of the actual strategy of this group ends up being properly shown on the show, just showing loose connections here and concepts of who could have been in danger, but not really showing the greater layout of the tribe, which again made it feel very unlikely that the winner was going to come from this tribe. But the opening confession for this tribe does come from Dee, talking about being a survivor girl and is excited by seeing the leaves that they're going to wipe their asses with, which... Are you not aqua dumping?
Poopy the ocean!
But it does end up talking about being looked at as the most dominant winner of the new era and being cutthroat. Yet they don't know what's coming for Survivor 50, which is a great opening confessional here for Dee, setting up a semblance of a storyline, of her being even more cutthroat, with Dee also getting a consistent checkup every episode, with her getting just what felt like sufficient enough content to keep her in winner contention, despite the fact that she had a fairly under-edited edit early on. Along with this, Dee also gets to introduce the entire tribe, being excited by her tribe, and that they have Coach, who is old but has muscle on him, but obviously being more excited for Jonathan, where everyone is seemingly excited to have Jonathan on their starting tribe, as it feels like an auto win in pre-merge challenges.
Debatable.
Though again, very weird that Jonathan gets introduced here through SPV, with Charlie also being excited to have Jonathan, saying it's like they have 9 tribe members.
Jonathan, you're bigger than last time!
Though we then use that to transition to Mike White being ripped, which generally felt like a scene from a sitcom of, haha, look at this old nerd guy that has muscles, but generally good for Mike White. It seems like he took this seriously. But this ends up leading to Mike and Charlie having a talk, with Mike asking Charlie to be a strategist, which is all we get of the Mike-Charlie dynamic, where seemingly these two were ride or dies right from the offset, really in the center of their tribe, likely would have been the ones deciding who went home if they had gone to tribal, though again, none of that gets focused on the show, though to be fair, they're both early boots, so it kind of makes sense. And this is also kind of the spot I was expecting Charlie to fall into on this tribe anyway, him having a lot of pregame connections to both Dee and Coach, who end up being on opposing sides, so where again, it kind of perfectly situates him in the middle here. Though again, instead of that Mike-Charlie content, we get more focus on Mike as an individual here, because the White Lotus. But we do actually see him get emotional, talking about how much Survivor means to him and how amazing of an opportunity Survivor 50 is, which was nice to see, even though it probably was just Jeff Probst getting himself off in this moment.
Beat off!
We do see him also detailing a strategy here of voting out anyone who stresses him out.
Don't get on daddy's nerves, okay?
Which was a weird thing to say. But anyway, Coach ends up returning with the supplies, which we also get a big celebration for him. Them cheering. Go, go, go! Jonathan even doing that in confessional. Go, 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 go! Which was very weird. Also calling him
my main man,
Coach, which is very quick praise of Coach, almost as if they talked in the preseason. Now again, funny to see Jonathan instantly talking about wanting to work with the old school players, saying they play a similar game to him, being honest and genuine. Again, almost as if they're cut from the same cloth. Though again, also weird considering how he openly talks about needing to change up his game, where we really get this big segment about Jonathan needing to be Jonathan 2.0, talking about being the most dominant physical competitor, but now needs to play more flexible and be more strategic, with the show really giving him a lot of credit here for changing up his game in a spot where I feel like I'm being gaslit. Where, I mean, to be fair, I'm someone that I am much higher on Jonathan as a player coming out of 42 than most. Though, generally, I feel like he just played the same game. like maybe it was more intentional this time around, but I do generally just feel like he played the exact same style of game again. Yeah, again, he gets a lot of hype over how much he changed his game. But again, we do see Jonathan here ending up working with Chrissy and Coach. Really, this group shown to have influence here, despite the fact that we learned from Express that they were actually the minority. But this leads into content from Chrissy talking about loving strategy and gets a actually pretty strong opening confessional here, despite her ending up being one of the more underedited players of the entire season. Talking about needing to be adaptable and not take her foot off the gas, wanting to be diabolical and laugh while she does it, which feels in line with how production wants you to play. Again, only if she did any of this. But we do end up seeing Chrissy proceeding to make a deal with Coach that they surely didn't have from before the season. Again, almost as if they're cut from the same cloth. But we do see them instantly try to target D, which does make sense considering her reputation, but also kind of surprised to see Coach be on board with this, considering he at least had a semblance of a pregame connection to her through Ben Katzman. Though it also wouldn't shock me if that was just part of the pregame plan, with the Zoom Alliance just seeming to be pretty anti-D from the offset, where we do see Jonathan also pitching D's name, and it being shown to be effective, even though it seemingly wasn't. Though also on Kalo, we get a segment about Coach's toe rings, which I already knew about from Will Neff's streams.
Stop talking about the fucking toe rings.
But funny to see this actually come up on the show itself, what is leading to Charlie putting his toe ring on for some reason. Don't know why you would do that.
What are you doing, bro?
But the final relation we get set up on this tribe ends up being from Dee and Tiffany celebrating being together, which is funny as Tiffany seemed to be pretty anti-Dee in the preseason, but they end up coming off as a duo here, which to be fair I was expecting, and they end up adding in Camilla to their alliance, which ends up being the Purple Edit Alliance, I guess. Where again, funny that this is really the bulk of their content early on, and I get it as this alliance ends up being kind of superfluous as we move along in the season, though this kind of was the alliance that was in the initial power position on this tribe. But again, it leads to our only Tiffany and Camilla content in this entire episode, with Tiffany getting to narrate the formation of this alliance, so she at least has set up relationships in the edit, and that's something. Oh, we have Camilla getting a stronger opening confessional of her bringing this back to her previous season, saying that she played in a season of honor and integrity and is sick of it and wants to have fun and slaughter someone when they don't see it coming, which again, good confessional if it didn't feel like an afterthought beyond this. But again, literally being the last bit of content we get from the tribe here. But then we move on to Cila, probably my favorite tribe person by person on this season, obviously having Cirie Fields. Also Jenna, who is exciting to see back, all the way back from season 1. We have Christian and Emily, who I've watched a lot playing games like Blind the Clock Tower outside the show.
Putting my hands on the balls here.
We have Devin and Savannah, who are both fun personalities their first time around. We have Joe, who's my daddy.
Joe's my daddy. I don't know if you know that.
That's my daddy.
And then we have Ozzy, who is there.
For revenge, basically.
Technically not there just yet, but you get the point. But again, a really fun group with many of those that I was the most excited to see back here in this one starting tribe, and one that felt like a pretty soft landing spot for Cirie, with her having Ozzy as a former rival, but one that would clearly work with her in a post-Game Changers world, and also having this nerd trio that would all likely work with her as well, and having an easy target in Savannah on this tribe, where it really felt like a tribe prime for Cirie to succeed. But the opening confessional form of this tribe actually comes from Joe, talking about how much he loves his tribe and calls it a well-rounded crew, which is really the most Joe confessional of all time, and being overly positive here.
It's just what Joe does. That's what my daddy does.
Talking about Cirie as a legend, and says similar things about Jenna, despite not knowing who she was in the preseason press. Calling Emily and Christian brilliant, because they're nerds, I guess.
I'm a huge nerd.
Talking about loving Rick Devens, which maybe doesn't age well. All calling Savannah the unknown.
I just don't know you.
AKA the most negative thing Joe will say about a person. With the show taking the time to explain the timeline of filming here, with this obviously filming immediately after Survivor 49, and Savannah and Rizzo only having a 2-week break between seasons, and all that the players had seen of them was the 49 trailer, which Savannah wasn't particularly relevant in, outside of her saying,
I can easily pulverize all of these suckers.
Which, facts. But also there was obviously the rumors that Savannah had won 49.
I heard a rumor that she won season 49.
Leading to the really awkward moment of her revealing to her tribe that she had won, making them guess how she did, and then just like weirdly applauding when she reveals it, which again, most assume this anyway, where it was a pretty open secret with her taking Marianne's spot in the cast, and her also being on the only tribe without a known winner, to where, again, I think she had to do this, where I know it was debated if this was the right call or not, but I just feel like this was just such an open secret, to where we even heard about how some of the cast had been explicitly told that Savannah had won right before the season had started, to where I think being honest here and trying to gain some rapport from that was the right call for Savannah, though genuinely Savannah was in a pretty insurmountable position here either way, with no real reason for people to want to work with her, which actually makes it impressive as it is that she isn't talked about as an initial target on this tribe, though I think she had limited runway either way. But this ends up leading to Jenna giving her, this isn't
Gen Pop? This is death row.
confessional that she's been giving her entire preseason, leading to us seeing Jenna and Savannah strategizing, talking about targeting Cirie.
How stupid is that?
Which both had talked about in the preseason. So seeing this come to fruition wasn't that shocking. The problem is, can they get the numbers for it? Spoiler, they can't.
Take 2 of these.
But Jenna says here that you give her an inch and she'll take a mile, which kind of becomes true, though this really becomes this massive red flag for Cirie's edit, to where while I did feel better about Cirie's edit than Aubrey's for most of the season, this ends up being also a very strange aspect of Cirie's edit, that we hear a lot more people talk about her and prop her up as a player than we get from Cirie herself. And while they show her in danger at points and overcoming that, which to be fair is a trend of new era winner edits, it still was very strange how little content we got from Cirie herself, especially in a world where you think if she were to win Survivor 50, they would give her this massive coronation edit, which was definitely not what we were getting here. But again, this leads into Jenna talking about having not played in 21 years, and she's here to cut people. Seemingly playing very aggressive from the very beginning, which to be fair is exactly what Jeff cast her for, though probably wasn't the right play, where we do see her campaigning to Joe and Christian to take out Cirie, with Christian ending up spreading this around the camp, with this seemingly putting a bigger bullseye on Jenna's back, with her pretty much taking all the blame for targeting Cirie in this spot, where she generally probably could have just done nothing, and Savannah would have been the easy boot here. And we had a lot of people talking about wanting to work with Jenna in the preseason, even a lot of people on this tribe, to where the fact that she ends up essentially putting this massive bullseye on her back was pretty bad play. And I know Jenna in the post-show press talks about how this was exaggerated, and she wasn't the one to throw out Cirie's name, and that this was all pre-game alliance set up against her, which, again, I don't really believe. I mean, I do think there definitely were some pregame notions here that definitely disfavored her, though, again, the fact that she was booted in this spot definitely was not something that fundamentally screwed her. And the fact that, again, she ends up being blamed for the Cirie targeting is really the worst aspect of all this anyway. Anyway, we end up leading into a Christian Devin segment, with Devin just openly looking for an idol while walking in the woods with Christian, which was humorous, with them obviously using this to really hype up how they don't even know if there are idols out there, even though we clearly knew there were going to be. But Devin ends up talking about needing to build relationships this time around, in the case that there's no idols to play with, wanting to work with Christian, but wonders if he'll want to work with him, saying it feels like in middle school when you're passing a note and we get romantic music playing, only for Christian to say,
I love Rick Devens. Who doesn't love Rick Devens?
Again, it was a nice little moment here, fun editing. Now, again, very clearly they were friends from before the season, which played a factor into this. Though, again, a really cool duo to see here, clearly being an important relationship setup from the very beginning, with Christian comparing them to Spock and Kirk for cross-promotion.
You're a sellout, bro.
But we do end up seeing Devin talk about pulling Emily into their trio, with him being shown to do the legwork in doing so, which was very weird, as Emily and Christian are very close outside the show, to where, if anything, it was Christian's relationship with Emily that created this trio. But again, we get more focus on the Devin side of it, which I guess, to be fair, based on how the season plays out, makes a bit more sense, but still kind of strange from an outside the show perspective. But it does lead to Emily talking about how she was prepared to be on the bottom, but now actually has people wanting to work with her, which she didn't have last time, which and sets up a decent arc for her on this season. Though, again, it came fairly late into the sequence and in a spot where it did feel like just other people had better openings than her. But eventually, Ozzy ends up coming back from exile with nothing, leaving the tribe demoralized, which was not a great look for Ozzy in contrast to Q. Though we end up getting this pretty big segment here with Christian and ending up making the fire for the tribe with his glasses, which I would typically find boring, though, one, it involves Christian Hubicki, and two, it's a cool scene to have for something like Survivor 50, to go back to its, like, survivalist roots. This ends up leading to Christian revealing a big secret that he's keeping from everyone else, the fact that
My baby boy was born
6 weeks ago, and no one knows, and that's his secret weapon, which it definitely felt like him keeping for potential, like, Jeremy Collins' baby reveal for Final Tribal, though from a storyline perspective, I did like this as a recurring element of his edit. The fact that he is kind of doing what he's doing on the season as a like future message / lesson for his son, which again, I thought was a cool plot thread, a very touching one there.
Someday my son will see this. Someday he will.
Anyway, we finally get Cirie being added to the story, again, very late into this entire process, with Devins telling Cirie that Jenna is targeting her, to where it is very likely that Cirie was already in the alliance with the nerd trio by this point, though it's not really shown in the show, probably because they just wanted to make it look like Cirie was in more danger than what she really was. And we see Cirie being shocked, where it does seem like she actually thought she had a pregame connection with Jenna, based on the fact that Cirie had pregame with Colby, who was close to Jenna, and through that thought that extended to Jenna, though that ends up kind of shattering those pregame notions, and does lead to a great confessional here from Cirie, saying that Jenna thinks she's the queen, and
I can't help it if I give off queen vibes.
Ending it with a playful laugh, which is such a classic Cirie moment. But it is here where we get the focus on the Cirie-Ozzy relationship, being set up as them being ride or dies on the offset. So again, weirdly being portrayed from Ozzy's perspective here. Ozzy saying he needs to play a different game and needs someone to help him out. And boy, is that last statement true. But again, this was an alliance I saw coming a mile away. I really did feel like this is kind of an apparent ride or die duo from the beginning. I know a lot of people had doubts because of the rocky relationship before this, but I did feel like they left Game Changers on good terms. I did feel like this is the outcome we were set up for here. To really see Ozzy saying he trusts her with his life and immediately tells her about his extra vote. Again, what a different game Ozzy's playing. Though I will say, very strange the fact that it doesn't seem like a lot of this cast clocked this Cirie and Ozzy relationship very early on. Like we see from like the nerd trio that they thought they had Cirie. It feels like the honesty loyalty group thought they had Cirie more than Ozzy. Like it is kind of strange how very obviously close Cirie and Ozzy were going to be. Yeah, it didn't seem like that was a commonly assumed thing here. But either way, we finally get to the immunity challenge on day 3. Which is surprising that we're getting a 3-day cycle on a 26-day season with 24 people, especially with this being a single elimination round with the first 2 tribes getting immunity. It really makes you question, like, how are they going to narrow down the cast so quickly? Hopefully they don't do some sort of triple elimination. Anyway, we get the reveal of the immunity idol, which is a phoenix, which technically was revealed from the fan vote that the phoenix was the motif for the season, to which Jonathan calls it Rooster, because it's Jonathan.
Stupid Jonathan.
But again, this ends up being a typical modern immunity challenge, which was pretty lame. And just a big obstacle course. We get the typical mud birthing you into the game. We get the typical Cirie sucking at a challenge. Losing a lot of time for a try, but the monkey's paw of it all. With Jeff yelling at her,
Let's go, Cirie! Find it!
Which I found very ridiculous. But anyway, Kalo and Vatu end up pretty easily winning here, with Cirie getting the blame for Cila's loss. Though more notably from this challenge, we did also get a lot of hype around Mike White for hitting up the White Lotus gym.
Don't get on daddy's nerves.
Yeah, obviously I'm talking about caused injury, which seemed like a freak accident here of him just landing a bit awkwardly to where we had the challenge stopped and Dr. Joe coming out. Though we do see them weirdly resuming the challenge following this, despite Kyle not being able to walk. Though his tribe still having to get him up the ramp, which was very awkward. But either way, I wonder if this cow injury will come back later on. Anyway, we get back to camp with Cila, with Christian being the one to give his tribe a pep talk, which was not who I would have expected to give the pep talk. This does lead to Cirie being very quiet and confessional, being upset over letting her tribe down, which, I don't know, Cirie should have been kind of expecting this by this point. But anyway, we get Ozzy then proceeding to campaign for her to others, saying she has other skills, which genuinely I would like to know what those are in terms of things that would help out the entire tribe. Though again, this should expose how close Ozzy and Cirie were. Yeah, for some reason, some people didn't fully see it, but we do see Jenna kind of doing so by proceeding to campaign against Cirie to Ozzy, which was weird to do, considering she was already kind of using the fact that Cirie and Ozzy were close as a thing to use against Cirie. So now for her to go to Ozzy and try to get him to vote out Cirie just felt kind of ridiculous. And we obviously see Ozzy just not give her a direct answer here, with Jenna ending up saying, I can't trust you, Cirie, which again just felt like very sloppy play, like obviously. Well, yeah, and leads to Ozzy campaigning against Jenna, with Jenna already seeming to be the boot by this point, with the consensus talk being about how she played too hard, with Christian seemingly pushing that agenda, with him again seemingly being the one to run the strategy of this tribe. Though it does lead to the red herring of the episode, with focus around Joe being annoyed about Jenna being the target as he doesn't want to lose challenges. And we do see him seemingly being close to Savannah as the outsiders here, which, again, weird to see Joe on the outside of an OG tribe here. Though, to be fair, I think this was a pretty bad starting spot for him. And we do get talk about how Cirie and Ozzy remind him of Kalo and Camilla, and that he still has baggage about them giving him a wedgie on national TV, which I felt like was the start of a storyline that maybe this was going to happen to him again, though it ends up not. And really, this ends up being a storyline that kind of gets forgotten about as we move along in the season. But again, Joe seems to want Cirie or Ozzy out in this spot, though ends up backing down as
that's just what Joe does. That's what my daddy does.
But this leading to the other red herring of the episode, in that Emily also wants to keep Jenna around and talks about wanting to push the vote onto Ozzy instead, which I do get from her perspective, where she probably has more in common with Jenna than Ozzy.
And that's only because he's such a weirdo.
Taking out Ozzy can loosen up Cirie, also keeps up Jenna and Cirie in the game from the go after each other. Again, I get what she's thinking about here, though I don't really think it's worth spending social capital on this, especially with Ozzy being someone that seems to want to work with Emily moving forward. So I get her mindset, though I don't think it's a move that's actually worth doing. Which, to be fair, she ultimately doesn't do it. Though again, not great for her that the edit is using her as the one to lead this plan that doesn't go through, where in general, that really feels like how they utilize Emily for the early portion of the season, where for almost every pre-merge episode, she ends up wanting someone gone that ends up not going home. And again, it ultimately feels like the vote ends up staying on Jenna here because of Christian's influence, where it did seem like people were considering this plan with Devin seemingly getting on board. And then if they had just picked up Jenna, Savannah, and Joe, they could have flipped the vote onto Ozzy, but again, it doesn't work out. And for Emily to pull off a move that big right away, especially where like Christian's pushing back against it, it doesn't really make sense to make the move here. Where do you think Christian's rationale saying that it's a dirty vote and that pisses more people off than just staying with the easy vote is sound strategy in this spot? But we do weirdly get Rick Devens getting the final say before Tribal, doing his newscaster shtick, which again, I find funny that he's still doing this despite not being a newscaster anymore. But we do get the Tribal, where we do get a really cool looking set here, this massive set of temples, pretty insane in scale. Oh, we also have OG music playing throughout the first Tribal here, which was all very nostalgic. We get Jenna getting to talk about the gong that they used in Survivor Borneo, which I'm surprised they called back to. Though really outside that, just kind of boring talk at Tribal here about the unknown and about Cirie sucking at challenges. Though eventually it is time to vote, where we again get a great remix of OG music playing as they do so, with Jenna and Cirie obviously voting for each other, which to be honest should have made it fairly obvious that Jenna was going home at that point, as it did seem like the Ozzy plan was the more viable one than the Cirie plan at this point, and you would think if Jenna were to be not going home here, they would have told Jenna the plan. But either way, it ultimately ends up being a 7-1 Jenna vote.
You're never gonna win.
Saying first one, first out, which I will say is pretty lame to lose Jenna from the offset. I mean, Jenna was spoiled as the first boot, not until fairly late though, largely because really didn't want to happen. Again, it was very disappointing to know that Jenna, who had finally come back after 21 years, just ends up getting taken out right away. Generally, if I was on the season, I would actually actively want to keep Jenna around for at least one vote, just so that wasn't the case. But either way, we see Ozzy get up to hug her, which felt very coach of him, only for her to ignore him, which I do generally think she probably just didn't see him, though it is funnier to think that she really just negged him in that spot. And she ends up leaving with a standing ovation and the OG snuff music playing as she leaves, with all this being, again, a great callback there. But again, losing Jenna was definitely a gut punch here. I really was disappointed to see Jenna go out first. I was very excited to see how she would adapt to the modern game. And to be fair, again, we see her playing very hard from the very beginning, though again, just kind of too hard, too fast, and didn't really have the connections to really back her up. I was kind of disappointed this is the showing that we got from Jenna, where I am personally still holding out hope that we potentially get another Jenna return in the near future. It very much feels like she's susceptible to being this kind of like Jeff Varner pick of someone that they brought back after many years, had a big flame out early on in the season, but want to give them another shot. Again, I'm kind of hoping that's the trajectory you see for Jenna, though not 100% sure we'll get that. But anyway, that's not the end of the episode just yet, because we have a 3-hour episode. So we have another hour left, which was definitely a much weaker hour of the episode, where generally I think the premiere up to this point had been very strong. Yes, I have nitpicks here and there, but I think it's pretty much as good as I would have expected Survivor 50 to be. The problem is that we then proceed to get an hour of the typical new era tropes, and it just not being particularly interesting, though we do end up getting a lot of content here from Vatu, with Steph and Genevieve looking for an idol, with it being very bizarre that, again, Stephanie's narrating the scene, where I don't get why Stephanie's getting all this content.
Fuck You.
But it is Genevieve that ends up finding the idol here. Mothervieve! Which again, good for Genevieve. Finding the first idol of the season. Also a spot where she didn't find anything the last time around. And I do find it kind of humorous how she finds it with Steph, though doesn't seemingly show Steph right away. Instead goes to Kyle and shows him, where she opens it and reads it and finds out it's an idol from Billie Eilish. This being the first of the celeb cameos on this season, kind of, because Billie Eilish doesn't really
Show up and show out.
and it's just mentioned in a note. And very funny how Billie Eilish proceeds to do pretty much nothing for the actual show itself, where I would not be shocked this is just part of a deal to later promote her movie she had coming out mid-50 airing. And we know Billie Eilish had previously talked about Survivor, so she's at least like a extremely casual fan. So that's something. But either way, we get the reveal here that 80% of fans voted for idols, which isn't shocking. Though I definitely don't think 80% of fans voted for the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
which is what we get here, where I find it very lame that this season ends up finishing void of just a normal idol. Again, fans voted for idols in the game, and for us to not get a single normal idol on the season is pretty ridiculous. But obviously, this ends up being the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
where she has to send it to a player on an opposing tribe. But if they get voted out with it in their pocket, she gets the idol back, which I think is an interesting concept on paper. The problem is that in actuality, I just think it's really bad, especially on a returning player season. I mean, this is essentially just a thing telling you to, hey, give it to your pregame alliance, which is very funny as it's literally the opposite of what production wants you to do, where we heard from Jeff in the preseason about how they formatted 50 to counter pregame alliances, which I really don't know what he even meant by that, because I can't even think of a single thing that really does that outside of just swaps. And even a spot where you have no pregame alliances to give this to, it's still going to be a decision made on pregame notions, based on players' reputations, to where, again, it's weird that they really just opened up this game mechanic that ends up including decisions that are based around things that aren't on the show. But again, there is some interesting strategy involved here of giving it to someone that you think will get blindsided the idol so you can get it back. And again, you can use previous seasons as an indication of who's potentially going to do so. Though, generally, I think the better way to use this idol is just to almost always give it to someone that you actually want to work with. As again, it's so situational that you'll get the idol back. I think it's better to use it to build up social capital. And again, worst comes to worst, down the road, you could potentially blindside them with the idol in their pocket. But again, I don't think that should be the expectation here, just because, again, it's very tough to actually pull that off. And with that said, again, I do actually like the concept of there being a bounty in the game of Survivor. Like, I've seen it done in orgs. I think it's an interesting wrinkle to add to the game of giving a player, like, more incentive to push a certain agenda. And this feels like them kind of dabbling their feet into that, though I think you could definitely question the fairness of that. And either way, I think the execution on this season wasn't done in a particularly good way. As, again, I very much preferred it to not involve anything involving you having to give away an idol to another player. But in this spot, Genevieve obviously ends up telling her alliance members, as that's another kind of lame aspect of this, is that these idols are essentially guaranteed to turn into public idols, where, especially because you don't get the idol yourself, you are incentivized to tell others about it to gain at least some social capital within, to also later plan to potentially get it back if you were to do so, to where it ends up really lessening the secrecy of the idols on this season, which, to be fair, is a criticism of the New Era in general, though still lame aspect of this style of idol. And it is pretty funny that we proceed to see people's reactions to Billie Eilish being involved in Survivor 50, which has Stephanie talking about how cool this is.
You're a sellout, bro.
Even though it felt pretty ridiculous. And I generally wonder like how many people actually thought this was a cool concept when they heard about it. But either way, we do end up getting lots of setup here of who is Genevieve going to give the idol to. Them bringing up numerous options. Though it did seem like Genevieve already had it in her head of her wanting to give it to someone that had already been voted off an idol in their pocket, with Tiffany and Ozzy being two of the major options here, with her landing on Ozzy. There again, he was voted off an idol in the past. Could happen to him again. She wasn't wrong. Though again, generally this was not the approach that I would have taken here. I would have given it to someone that I could more see myself working with, though to be fair, considering Genevieve didn't come into this with many pregame connections, it isn't the worst choice in the world either. And with this, we end up cutting over to Cila with Ozzy getting his idol, not being told who he got the idol from, which I do think is an interesting wrinkle in this, in that there's essentially a bounty on his head that he doesn't know about, which I guess makes it a little bit easier to blindside them, because they won't know about the added benefit of taking them out with the idol, at least yet. Again, they'll eventually find that out. Also, here we do get the reveal that the person that gets the idol can only play it on themselves, which I get it in the fact that, again, it plays into the boomerang dynamic and forcing that idol to remain in the hands of the player you gave it to. But again, just very lame, especially because most of the idols on this season are boomerang idols. It really just limits the gameplay here, where some of the greatest moments in history show come from people giving idols to their allies, to where the fact that that's not even allowed on this season just ends up being very lame to see here. And also this ends up leading to very strange Ozzy content, with him talking about all of his advantages and how much power he has, and all he has to do is not do something stupid, which Ozzy would surely never do. But it is weirdly contrasted by Devon's talking about how Ozzy's still playing an old school game and thinks he's this provider, when he's actually dispensable, which I can't tell what the intention of the edit here was, if this was meant to make Devon's look bad because we're meant to be believing that Ozzy's playing a different game, or if this is just bad on Ozzy, that Ozzy has a bad read on his game. Either way, doesn't really play well for either of the players involved in this spot. But is here where we then get a boat arriving at each of the camps with the reveal of a journey, which was the worst part of this entire premiere, where, again, this journey really does nothing for the show. Very funny, as, again, it seemed like a baked-in aspect of this premiere, as it felt like they were always going to have journeys on this season. It's funny that ends up being a thing that was the worst part of the episode, where we do have seeing Mike and Savannah win their way to the journey, while Colby ends up just volunteering for it, with Mike and Colby talking a lot about why not, and just have fun, which perfectly plays into Jeff's philosophy. And again, just very funny how, like, these three players could be picked here in a spot where this pays literally no dividends moving forward. They literally never interact again after this moment, all of which being pre-jury boots as well. But anyway, the journey ends up being kind of lame here, where one person ends up getting randomly sent back home right away, with that ending up being Mike White, which is funny as he was narrating the scene coming into it. But again, he goes back to camp, nothing happens to him. All of the other two compete in a stacking competition, where whoever's the one that dropped the stack loses their vote, and this was so boring. And again, why are we still having people lose their votes? There's not even an advantage teased in this, where, again, there's just no stakes here. I don't care. And generally, I thought that was the case because they weren't willing to tell players that advantages were in the game, because that would spoil the fan vote result, only to then remember they literally already did this with Ozzy and Q about the extra vote. So, again, why couldn't they just tease the advantage here? Either way, Savannah ends up winning after they really try to set her up as, like, such an underdog when, I mean, come on, it's a stacking competition. Either way, Colby loses his vote, which is funny that this is actually happening here in a spot where there was a lot of joking in the preseason. That wouldn't be very funny if this kind of aloof Colby, not knowing anything about the new era, ends up losing his vote and ends up being outraged by it, though obviously it turns out Colby did do his research, and also turns out Colby is just kind of unfazed by it. And instead of being funny, this ends up just kind of being sad, as just giving Colby just no room to maneuver. But Colby does say that the silver lining in all this is that he built this relationship with Savannah that will surely matter and will come up again. Though it does lead to a pretty nice moment with Savannah telling Colby about how she grew up watching him and he brought joy to her family, which, again, it is really moments like this that embrace the history of the show that really does make up the strong suits of this season, even though it's coming from a journey. After Colby leaves, we do have Savannah getting a secret note, a secret advantage, revealing that the fans voted for dynamic advantages. Whatever the fuck that means. Her getting the most dynamic advantage of them all. A secret block of vote, which is so useless. Though finally it was something used against Savannah to no avail in Survivor 49, where thank God Savannah now has the chance to reverse the curse and make some use out of this shitty advantage, which she ends up getting a great start by lying to her tribe about it and them instantly sussing her out, which ultimately, again, I think Savannah was screwed either way, but I do think she should have just told the truth in this spot. Again, it would have been very difficult for her to get this advantage to play out anyway, and I would have rather just used it to build social capital, and people are going to be sus of you anyway. You might as well just tell them the truth. Again, I just think this was kind of a misplay, but it doesn't really matter that much. And really, most of the actual intrigue that comes from the journey actually comes from the conversation they had before the challenge, where talk revolved around the Ozzy coach dynamic, with them talking about how upset Ozzy is that coach isn't playing with honesty and integrity, leading to Mike retelling this to Coach, with Coach being pissed that his character is being called into question, which felt very much like old school Coach, despite the fact that he's talking about playing a more cutthroat game, only from not really being able to own up to playing a cutthroat game here. But again, really re-sparks this South Pacific feud, with Coach saying, "If you want beef, I'll give you some beef," and then proceeds to relay a MLK quote to Jonathan, which was very weird. Either way, the episode does end with some final content on Vatu, revolving around Kyle's leg. Talk about how he's still better than others on just one leg and how he's playing the perfect game right now. That surely won't be cut short, only for Jeff and Dr. Joe to arrive in the middle of a Q and Angelina argument about blackjack, which was weird. But obviously they end up knowing where this is leading to, where Jeff and Dr. Joe would not be randomly showing up at camp unless they were poised to medevac him. But we do see them testing out Kyle's leg, and we do get a lot of medical jargon that eventually does lead to Kyle being medevaced from the game.
You've been disbarred.
Due to him having a ruptured Achilles, which does really suck to see here for really anyone, but obviously the fact that Kyle was playing such a strong game up to this point and we don't get to see that play out is a shame. Now, again, for Kyle himself, I'm sure he's fine. Again, he's just won $1 million.
Wait, Kyle, you just won a week ago!
In real life, he just had a kid. I'm sure he's doing perfectly fine for himself, but again, just kind of a sad ending to the 50 premiere here, and one that you could argue if this was even necessary, where in the past we did see James Clement have a similar injury in Here's Villains and was allowed to say, though again, it doesn't shock me that they're more cautious of things like this in the modern day, and to be fair, that was probably a questionable choice at the time anyway, to where, again, I get why he's medevac, though it is definitely a bummer here. And obviously we see his entire tribe being bummed to lose Kyle in this way, though very weird that this scene ends up being initially narrated by Aubrey, who we haven't seen talk to Kyle a single time in this entire episode. Again, a very strange choice, though in retrospect continuing a trend with recent medevacs that the eventual winner of the season is getting major focus during it, like Jam Jam during Bruce and even Matthew's medevacs, Marianne during Jackson's, to where this does follow that trend, so at least Aubrey has one thing pointing to her being a potential winner of the season. All that and Kyle saying as he leaves that one of you better win, where again, he was clearly intending that for Aubrey, the person he's never talked to. But anyway, this ends up being obviously terrible luck for the Majority Alliance, with Kyle seemingly in the center of everything on this tribe, having Genevieve as a ride or die duo, now her losing her number one, and again, with her also having to give away an idol, just continuing her unlucky run, but also putting this Majority Alliance in a precarious spot now with Kyle gone and Q and Colby both having lost their votes, and now at least this former Majority Alliance of 5 only having 2 votes coming out of this premiere, which is insane. So again, the minority of this tribe could theoretically come together and had the numbers to take out someone from the majority, which would have been pretty messed up to see here, though, to be fair, it seems like by this point they already did have Rizzo on board, to where it doesn't seem like it would have played out in that way, or likely it still would have been Aubrey or Angelina going home, and they were clearly on the bottom, but again, just a series of unfortunate events for the Vatu majority that doesn't get much better beyond this. But again, kind of a lacking ending to the episode. Everything up to the Jenna vote was very strong in this premiere, though I think everything after that ended up being kind of middling to just straight up boring content. Again, losing Kyle here definitely was a bit of a shame. I mean, Kyle's someone that I was never particularly high on as a character. I found him kind of dull on 48, and generally I think Kyle is actually a much better personality outside the show, being kind of a very trollish figure than he is on the show. And while, again, he was definitely someone I did not need to see on Survivor 50, he was definitely someone that I would have recast, and losing him wasn't really a major blow to the entertainment of the season. I do think losing him here was definitely a shame from a legacy perspective, where generally Kyle was in such a good spot on this season, definitely had the potential to make a deep run on this season, to where, again, there definitely could have been a conversation that Kyle's one of the best to ever play had we seen his game play out on this season. Again, I think it would have been very unlikely to see him go on to win this season, but I could have seen him make a run to at least like the mid-merge phase of this season, and had that been the case, he definitely would be up there with the elites of the show. Again, he is a very well-rounded player seemingly, and came into this season seemingly in a bad spot and came out of that to where, again, I think Kyle comes out as looking very impressive as a player. So I wouldn't be opposed that a third appearance from him at some point, I don't need it right away, but again, at some point to get a fuller grasp on his abilities as a player, though this season really just feels like a whole bunch of untapped potential from him. And with that, we then move on to episode 2. Another fairly strong episode, probably a more consistently strong episode, especially considering the back half of episode 1 was kind of bad. But this was overall just a really fun episode, especially from a character perspective. Though to start off on Vatu, with us getting the repeat of Kyle leaving once again, did you get a lot of sad Genevieve content, which, how dare you make Mother Vive sad? But we end up getting more focus around Q, Then talking about having to start over, repeating the line that Kyle said that one of us has to win, where I wonder if that's foreshadowing. But does talk about that they need a plan now that they're down in numbers, to which we do see Q and Colby pulling in Rizzo to replace Kyle, with Colby literally telling him, "We need you now more than ever," which...
That's a weird thing to say.
And I think that's kind of just blatantly telling Rizzo that, yeah, we really need you now that Kyle's gone, but supposedly they had been already putting in the work to pull in Rizzo before Kyle had left. Again, probably not the greatest tack there, but either way, Q gets a lot of the credit here for pulling in Rizzo into the alliance, even though, again, it felt like Rizzo was already there anyway. This does lead to some decent Rizzo content, him talking about how he was hyper and rubbed people the wrong way, needs to course correct, and now is inching his way to the top, saying if he can get a group of returnees to turn around on him this quick, he has a long stay in this game. Which, again, just further supports the notion that I think it's clear that Rizzo is set up for a deep run this season, but not likely to win. Or even in this moment, it's not really even talk about him winning the game. It's more so just about how he's going to have a long stay in the game. Again, it felt like that was the kind of trajectory we were seeing for Rizzo here. Now, beyond that, we do get a nice little character moment of the tribe eating coconuts together. Someone mentioning liking the sour ones. And we see Colby trying in, making a disgusted face. And we get the reveal that it's just a rotten coconut. And again, this is a nice little moment, though obviously not one that adds much depth here, but it does lead to Aubrey talking about how she's in the middle of a whole bunch of lunatic, with, again, Aubrey just really seeming miserable on this tribe. This does lead to our proper introduction to Aubrey on this season. In episode 2, her talking about having a dysfunctional relationship with Survivor, talking about her trauma with the show, flashing back to her panic attack and Co Wrong. And obviously this is a clear setup to her whole storyline on the season, but again, I just don't really get why this wasn't in episode 1. Or yeah, I know Aubrey later gets a even bigger moment to fully start her storyline in this episode, where again, maybe it was intentional choice to make episode 2 the start of her story, but to me it's still a pretty baffling one to make Aubrey look fairly unlikable early on in this season. Again, I think she looked pretty unlikable in episode 1. Even here, it's clearly just not having fun out there, and then them expecting us to really just turn around her through some really over-the-top editing. And I just think the start point of Aubrey's story here feels very lacking to me. But it does end with Aubrey saying that she's in a weird spot, but Survivor changes on a dime, aka she's waiting to get lucky, which boy will she. This does lead to more of the Genevieve-Aubrey feud, talking about how there's something strange about Aubrey, and notices that Aubrey's being very precautious with her bag, suspecting that someone might have given her a boomerang eye from the other tribe, to which we get this sequence here of the Majority Alliance ending up looking through her bag. We're seeing each player play their role, Steph distracting her, Q being the lookout, while Genevieve and Rizzo do the digging. Again, the show kind of making a big deal of this, about how this is bad outside the show, but rules are out on Survivor. Once again, like, who cares? We've seen this so many times in previous seasons. Like, I don't get why the show still tries to really hype up moments like this. And what do you know? They don't find anything. Which gets played as ironic as later we obviously see Aubrey get an idol. Though it does seem like this footage likely came from after the point where Aubrey had her idol, and it's just a spot where she didn't hide it in her bag, because it would be very obvious if she hid it in her bag. But this does lead to Q finally talking about how dangerous Aubrey is, which I find it funny how, like, a major talking point coming into this season was, how is this Aubrey-Q dynamic going to play out after Q had targeted Mariah for being Aubrey? And while Q definitely seemed to be targeting Aubrey,
I have to send Aubrey home for being Aubrey.
We never actually get this dynamic portrayed on the show, which was very underwhelming, and definitely was a seemingly bad sign for both their edits from the offset, though obviously that doesn't really matter. But following that, we then get another Rizzo is lazy segment, to where again, he started off this episode with pretty strong content, and then to end this episode with pretty negative content. It definitely felt like this kind of like reverse Gabler, where I feel like Gabler in 43 actually had the opposite of like starting off with bad content at the beginning of the episode and ending with good content. I felt like Rizzo was getting the polar opposite of that, with us seeing Q and Rizzo going fishing, only for Rizzo to slightly cut his hand, I guess. It didn't seem like anything that major, but he ends up heading back to camp to disinfect it, and then proceeds to just never come back, with Q being annoyed at how lazy he is, saying that he hopes he at least starts the fire when he's at camp, which, I mean, this is Rizzo. Again, don't even think he could start the fire even if he wanted to where, and he's just sitting around at camp, talking to Angelina, with Q coming back, being annoyed, saying everyone has to do something, to which we then proceed to get B-roll of Colby coaching Rizzo on how to make fire. Rizzo struggling with it, which I wonder if that's foreshadowing. But this finally ends up transitioning from an anti-Rizzo segment to an anti-Angelina segment, with Q now proceeding to complain about Angelina.
That girl lazy. She like a statue. She'll stand there and just look and watch.
Saying that could be the difference between going or staying. Leading to Rizzo saying he didn't come to play camp. He came to cut throats and win $1 million, which obviously feels like a very misguided approach to the game from Rizzo, where, I mean, obviously working hard around camp, or at least the perception that you're working hard around camp, does play into your social capital, which does play into your ability to cut throats. So as much as I personally don't put much weight into the camp life aspect of the game, ultimately if you're with people that do, then that still plays a major factor into the game. There's definitely felt like a spot where Rizzo is coming off fairly ignorant here. Anyway, beyond that, we also get a reward challenge in this episode, it being the jump to the key challenge, followed by balance beam, with Cirie conveniently getting to not do the balance beam.
Yes, I'm back on the couch.
Because she surely would have done better this time around. Though it is very weird that we get a reward challenge here in episode 2. It very much feels like this was meant to be an immunity challenge, and the Kalo medevac changes into a reward challenge, though I don't 100% know if that was the case. But again, if it was, that would mean that with Vatu losing this, you could argue that Aubrey potentially got saved by a Kalo medevac. Again, it's kind of pure speculation, but either way, the challenge itself was kind of boring outside of Aubrey completely flopping her jump to the key.
Goes Aubrey!
And also more focus on Mike White's abs. Though we do end up actually seeing Cila win this challenge, only was one that mattered. But the main intrigue here really comes from the talk before the challenge, with us seeing reactions to the Kalo medevac, which I'll say kind of lame to not really see many reactions from the Jenna vote off because of this. But either way, we do get a big reaction obviously from Camilla, where we actually see this pretty vulnerable side of Camilla for one of the very few times as Survivor, they're typically coming off as a troll. But this does end up late transitioning to the Ozzy coach dynamic, with them being asked about this, which I wonder why you would ask these two, with Ozzy bringing up injuring his back during the fight for supplies, leading to Coach wanting to set the record straight, saying that he wants to have a shred of dignity, saying that he's the same coach.
I'm playing this game like I've always played it for 101 freaking days.
With Ozzy getting a pretty fun dig here, saying
I think he is playing the game like he's always played it. At least the last time I played it with him.
Again, nice to see some old-fashioned drama on Survivor, especially with it calling back to previous seasons. And this ends in a very coach way, with him claiming
Every single word that I said was intentional.
And that-
Yesterday's adversary is tomorrow's enemy. Today's enemy is tomorrow's adversary.
which means the same thing. Again, this just felt like something that Michael Scott would say on The Office, to where overall, again, just kind of a ridiculous segment there. But anyway, on Kalo, we do end up getting only one sequence from them in this episode, with them continuing to be fairly underdeveloped. Most of the content from this tribe, again, coming from the Coach Jonathan dynamic, with us getting more Jonathan 2.0 content. It felt pretty good for him edit-wise, but largely it was just a repeat of him last episode, talking about how he isn't one-dimensional and loyal. This time he's going to play different, leading to him going fishing with his main man, Coach, who almost dies, seemingly cramping up in the middle of the ocean, to where Jonathan saves his life, aka production picked him up in a boat. Which, again, very funny to have Coach, like, still claiming in confessional that Jonathan saved him, where it really makes me think that Coach didn't think that they would show the reality in this spot, to where, and kind of leads to a bit of a dodo edit here for Coach, with Mike mocking that he was only gone for minutes, and Dee once again calling him out for being old. But this does lead to Chrissy massaging Coach, leading to our anti-Chrissy content, where, and after last episode, which focused a lot more on Dee as a target, this episode ends up doing the same for Chrissy, but this one being a bit more real, to where we do see her being edited as to mothering.
Why am I mothering?
And shouldn't have some awkward interactions. Though nothing here seemed to be that bad, but we do see Charlie here talking about leaning towards voting her out, talking about her not being a bad person, but she can be a bit too much, saying he's a sucker for older women, but people are miffed by her. So again, it does seem like Charlie was siding towards voting her out in this spot, where Charlie and Mike were to swing votes in this round. It does seem like Chrissy would have been likely dead to rights had they gone to tribal, though again, we never see that play out. But the majority of the content for this episode does come from the Cila tribe. First, with Christian and Joe tending to the fire, only for Christian to freeze up and start walking away, with Joe ending up narrating this scene, saying he thought Christian threw out his back and froze like a statue, aka like Angelina.
Stand there and just look and watch.
Until he saw his pants were wet. With the reveal now that Christian had
Severe gastrointestinal distress.
which I could have gone without seeing that, though it does lead to some fun content of Joe laughing confessional, which again, funny to see this more playful version of Joe. And we get him like telling Emily that he shit his pants and them ending up laughing together back at camp, with again, this is really being played up as this comedic moment with Christian saying to the camera,
You're not going to want to see this.
and saying that
I have entered the pantheon of people whose pants came unexpectedly colored.
saying
I'm dead. My wife is going to divorce me.
so again, parts of this humorous, parts of this disgusting, ultimately land on the fact that I didn't really need this on my TV screen, though it definitely made a notable moment here. But as for the strategy, we do see a lot of people still not believing Savannah's story about her advantage with Savannah. Talk about not finding her people yet on this season. She surely will eventually find her people on this season. But we do get a really random grouping coming together here of Ozzy trying to make an alliance with Savannah and Devins with the intention to also pull in Joe. Which, I mean, to be fair, this is essentially just the people outside of the core alliance plus Devins, though again, definitely feels like a random group here. But by the way that Ozzy ends up talking here, it does seem like Ozzy thought that Joe was kind of his duo at this point in the season, at least his public one, which is again weird as we never see them talk about their dynamic. And also from what we were sold the previous episodes, it seemed like Joe was willing to take Ozzy out, to where again, it does seem like they were kind of underdeveloping this Joe-Ozzy dynamic, which seemed to be in play for a lot of this season. But this ends up being an alliance that Devins is clearly not on board with, as his real alliance is obviously with Christian and Emily, technically Cirie, but that's not shown in the show yet. Though I think he could have done a better job at faking he wanted to go through this plan, where I think he ultimately ends up fumbling the ball with this situation. But this does lead to talk about how Ozzy is currently on the bottom, but Rick actually wants to get Joe out of this game to free up his game, talking about how Joe is about honor and integrity and isn't fun to play with, and you have to play around him, which largely seems to be based around pregame notions about Joe, as we actually never see Joe himself talk about how he's playing this season with honor and integrity, and even says himself that he's trying to play this game more about trust, which again, to me seems perfectly reasonable. Though I do think these pregame notions from 48 about how he's this honesty, integrity style of player is something that kind of helped and harmed him on this, and again, helped him make it deeper into the game as people aren't really worried about him as this honor and integrity style of player, but it also makes it a lot harder for him to garner respect to people just assuming that again, he's this honesty integrity player. But again, we do see here Joe noticing that Devins and Savannah are whispering to each other, with Savannah actually wanting Devins to Joe into their alliance, leading to a very awkward Joe and Devins conversation, where Joe asks him what they were talking about, only for Rick to lie to him for some reason, which I guess is really just for the sake of him not being an active participant in the alliance. But again, clearly Joe is asking you this because he realizes that something's going on, so you just lying to him feels so misguided here. It really just openly tanks his relationship with Joe for like no reason, though it does feel like a spot where the show ultimately sides with Rick, with him getting to rant about the way that Joe plays the game and how it sucks and that it's boring and restricting, which again, I've always thought that the way that Joe plays the game feels opposed to the way that production wants you to play the game. It seemed like they really loved Joe, and despite that gameplay style, it feels like here they kind of went back to course correcting and propping up the way that Rick plays the game and diminishing the way that Joe plays the game. Though again, in this spot, I actually do kind of side with Joe.
Joe's my daddy.
I do feel like Joe did nothing wrong here. I feel like Joe is again being perceptive and actually realizing that he's not in a really good spot in his tribe and just wanting answers, and for again Rick to just lie to him for no reason here when they're theoretically supposed to be in alliance together. Again, I get why Joe was upset in this spot, but again, it does lead to a segment about Joe management with Cirie and Christian talking about having to create
A jotation.
to babysit Joe, as they have to be careful around him and can't leave him out of the vote, with Christian saying that Joe isn't going to become like Johnny Fairplay, which true statement. You. And again, we have heard from post-show that Joe was acting very paranoid around camp, and he was maybe worse than what the edit shows, though again, this did feel very extreme, as ultimately, it's Joe. What is Joe really going to do? Especially as we get further into the season, like we see Joe back down at every single turn.
That's what my daddy does.
Like, I don't think this like worry about Joe upsetting your plans was actually anything of substance, though obviously becomes a major plot thread on this season. This does lead to Christian talking about the Joe and Rick dynamic as he's walking down a trail on his own, only from the then find an idol mid-sentence, which I don't know if this was retaped or what, but again, this was very strange. But we do get a funny reaction to Christian seeing Billie Eilish's name on the idol, with this obviously ending up being the exact same
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
I do find it funny that the trailer faked this out into thinking that Devins was going to find the idol, only for it to be Christian instead. But again, not shocking that Christian can't find an idol. He obviously found one this previous season. And this does seem to be a choice for him between Angelina and Aubrey, with him ultimately landing on Aubrey, where we do know coming into the season he was a bit apprehensive about Angelina and the Dave vs. Goliath grouping as a whole, to where I do get this notion of giving it to Aubrey, someone from a similar era to him, a similar style of player and personality to him. Also not someone that's instantly connected to him, also someone that got voted off an idol in the past, to where, again, I do think the Aubrey pick here makes sense, though this obviously ends up being this big moment for Aubrey, us cutting to Vatu, with Aubrey finding the idol in her bag, getting this really emotional music swelling up, with her saying that she needed a sign that things would go differently, and now a mysterious person's helping her out and giving her an idol, and it's just the ally she needs, because surely this is a sign that Christian wants to work with her in lockstep moving forward, and Shirley has no other alternative motives in this spot. But it does lead to this great moment that I thought was really well edited, of Christian saying,
"Godspeed, Aubrey Bracco. Safe travels."
Only for the music to play out as she's walking down the trail. I think this is a very well edited scene, and again, is clearly meant to be the start of Aubrey's winning trajectory, even though it's still a very lacking one. Where again, for me, this felt very over the top. It felt like really trying to put a lot of the emphasis on this moment, despite it being one that doesn't really matter. Like, ultimately, this idol doesn't lead to anything. Ultimately, this relationship with Christian doesn't lead to anything. Ultimately, again, I think that's the bizarre thing about Aubrey's edit, is that it's a tough game to really edit for, because Aubrey doesn't really do much to show why she wins. She's just kind of there. And I know there had been some talk about how Aubrey was under-edited on this season. I actually feel like the opposite. I feel like Aubrey was over-edited on this, where I think Aubrey is someone that is pretty irrelevant to the season outside the fact that she wins. And I feel like it's moments like this that really feel like them trying to over-glorify the minute moments that they can have with Aubrey, just because there's really not much of substance from Aubrey on this season. But anyway, we then get to the immunity challenge. The challenge where they have to carry a giant snake through a course, followed by a table maze, with still only one player going home here. Again, definitely feeling like a slow-paced start to the season. So through the challenge itself, we do get a lot of hype for Jonathan ending up pulling the snake alongside Camilla. Oh, we also get a lot of hype for Colby, with him and Steph making up some time. Though, I was like, I did feel like the edit of this felt very manipulative, where it is portrayed as if like Christian Devins had a massive lead coming into the final obstacle, and that they passed them, when I think the reality is that that isn't the case, where we never see the two groupings in the same shot, and by the time we get to the next duo coming back with their snake, the placements just all of a sudden change to where, again, I do suspect this was edited in a way to make Colby look better, but either way, Cila still ends up losing the challenge here, with them being pretty dysfunctional at the maze, though initially the target is set up to be Ozzy, which I doubt was ever going to happen, as we do see it really quickly switching onto Savannah. Though it is kind of funny that we do see the nerd trio each having a different target in mind, with Devin still being annoyed at Joe, wanting Joe out, all while Christian ends up being the one to seemingly lead the Savannah vote, all while Emily still wants Ozzy out and proceeds to tell Cirie this.
How stupid is that?
Though we do see Cirie doing some pretty good work to get Emily back on track, running through the pros and cons, kind of one of her typical tactics there, of like subtly pushing her agenda, saying that Ozzy's social game sucks, while Savannah might have an advantage that would bite them. Where, again, I do think Savannah would have gone anyway, but her hiding what the advantage was certainly didn't help the spot. But can't believe it that Cirie saves Ozzy. This surely won't be a common occurrence on this season, but it does lead to Ozzy saying that Cirie is magic at strategy while he's average, which I will say Cirie is magic at strategy. I would actually say her superpower is more so in the social game than strategy, but also for Ozzy to say he's average at strategy, I think is also fairly generous. But he ends up saying that he isn't magic and that he needs her as his number one, to which, to solidify that, he decides to give her his extra vote, which I actually don't think is a terrible play here. I mean, extra vote in itself is a fairly situational power, and I do think it's a spot where Cirie would know what to do with it better than Ozzy would. And again, it is a sign of trust. Now, I personally probably wouldn't have given it to her until the post-merge, as again, who knows if you'll need it after the swap. Who knows if Cirie maybe gets voted out with it in the post-swap phase, where, again, I would have probably waited a tad bit to give it to her, though I think the actual play itself is actually pretty decent, and it is funny that this leads to Cirie having her first official advantage in her Survivor career, which took a while, but this eventually leads to Savannah talking to Joe about the 4-person alliance that they were supposed to be a part of, with Joe now obviously getting confirmation that Devins was lying to him, and talking about how it gives him PTSD from the Kyle and Camilla situation, leading to another Joe and Devins argument, saying, why didn't you just tell me about an alliance I'm in? And doesn't doesn't get how that's bad. It doesn't make sense, which again, I do side with Joe in this spot. I do think this is Devins just completely misplaying the situation, but again, it has Devins once again getting to talk about loving Joe as a human, but hates him as a Survivor player, saying we're meant to backstab in Survivor, which I don't agree with this notion, like, especially when this is someone you're meant to be working with. Again, Joe talks about how he wants to play trust, and this is obviously Devin showing that he doesn't trust him. But we do end up ending this with Joe saying that he wants to be the bigger person, and while emotionally he wants Devins out, he needs to vote for the team, which is ultimately how Joe plays a lot of this season.
That's what my daddy does.
So again, despite all this talk about how Joe's this emotional player and you need to babysit him, he ultimately ends up just voting with the majority anyway, almost all the time. So I think this entire notion around him was very overblown, but it does lead to Rick complaining to Cirie about Joe once again, with Cirie being happy it puts the target off of Ozzy's back, even though it doesn't really, as again, this Joe plan doesn't really go anywhere, despite us seeing Cirie and Emily talk about the potential of voting out Joe and pulling in Savannah, only for Savannah not go along with this, and instead call out the fact that Cirie is pushing to save Ozzy and actually wants to vote out Ozzy even more now, with her seemingly pulling Emily back into considering that once again, with again Emily being used as just the red herring in this spot. Though again, it just felt pretty obvious that Savannah was going home. It never felt like core group ever flipped away from Savannah. It just felt like all these other things were slight nudges, though never gained any real traction. This does lead to probably one of my favorite scenes in the entire season, probably in all of Survivor, of Joe talking to Christian, with Christian essentially being the mediator between Joe and Rick, kind of calming Joe down in this spot, telling him that they were cautious to tell him things, as they didn't want to cause a situation, being worried he had a relationship with Savannah, again, Christian calling himself a therapy carousel, conveniently named the episode. Though again, he ends up trying to calm Joe down from targeting Devins, proceeding to rock Joe in the hammock like a baby in a cradle. So funny from multiple perspectives. First, the fact that Christian is obviously a new father. Again, I guess this is showing how good of a father he'll be. But also, just very funny that he's cradling a 45-year-old Joe Hunter who's just kind of moping in a hammock. Or again, this is quite possibly one of my favorite visuals in Survivor history. But we do end up seeing Christian and Devins reconvene, just openly talking about how Savannah's going home, where again, clearly it's just the plan the entire time. Though it does lead to Christian saying that he knows that Savannah doesn't have the idol because he does, revealing to Devins that he has the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
Leading to the reaction from Devins that we saw in the trailer. Also, very funny to see them like thanking Billie Eilish in what's a very sarcastic way, only for the show to play this straight, with Rick saying like one of my favorites too, and clearly not meaning that. But we do see Rick proceeding to say that he wants to have a lot of fun with this, asking for the idol wrappings from Christian, with him revealing his plan to create a fake idol at Tribal in the case of emergency, which was clearly a plan he created in the preseason that he wanted to execute, though again, a very fun plan here. Now, obviously Jeff did previously say that they would never hide an idol at Tribal, as they don't want players messing with the sets, though how many of these players know that and would be thinking about that when this sprung up on them at the last second, to where again, I think this is a very fun, innovative play from Devins, again, the type of play that production typically loves, where again, it really just feeling like Devins is kind of this vessel for production to get people to play the way that they want them to where ultimately this was a fun play made for good TV, though one that probably doesn't actually impact the game too much. But either way, we do get to Tribal with, again, a lot of talk about the Joe and Devins dynamic, and talk from Savannah about how she's being herself and hopes they'll carry her in this game. Spoiler, it won't. To where we obviously end up with a unanimous Savannah vote, with her not playing her advantage, though Too Fair is not for it anyway.
You're never gonna win.
And once again, I did really like the usage of remixed music throughout the Tribal here, with this episode's mostly stemming from the middle era of the show, where again, nice to see them using older tracks, but Savannah ends up being very emotional. She's thanking Jeff for one of the best experiences of her life, which is again, a nice moment here considering how much again, Savannah's life changed over just a few months here. Again, a very short period of time. She goes from winning Survivor 49 to then getting to be on Survivor 50, and this, at this point, being kind of the end of her Survivor journey for now, where again, I ultimately thought that this was a pretty nice moment from her, though the episode doesn't end just yet. As they start to leave, we Rick pull out the fake idol, with Christian being the first to get up, only to then trip, with this obviously being a distraction for Rick being able to hide the idol near the fire. A fun little heist sequence to end the episode here. Again, a fun character moment as well for Christian, and ultimately just kind of a fun closer to this episode, leading to just a lot of intrigue for down the road of how this idol is eventually going to come into play. But anyway, with that, we obviously do end the episode losing Savannah. And Savannah's someone that on this season was just kind of fine. I mean, she ultimately doesn't really get much to do. She's kind of on the bottom the entire time. I think she was a nice representation of the modern game of Survivor here, where we do get content from her. Again, I'm so thankful grateful for the experience, and we see her talking to Colby, thanking him for the joy he brought to her family. Again, I think those are nicer moments from Savannah in the season. Outside of that, she doesn't really have much to do, but I think that really is a consequence of just her not having much runway in this season, where I think she's kind of screwed coming into it. That being said, I do really like Savannah as a personality. I mean, when I eventually make my Survivor 49 review, I'll talk about how much I did really love Savannah on that season, and I do think she's a very strong, like, modern villain for the show. Though I don't feel like 50, we got to see that much of that, but I don't really fault Savannah for that. I just felt like, again, kind of an insurmountable position here. But then we move on to episode 3, another solid episode, maybe not as strong as the first two, with not as many standout moments, so still pretty consistent ride. Though it does start off with the reaction to the heist sequence with Rick saying that he pulled it off and he feels like Frank Ocean, which is not the correct Ocean.
Your puzzle's wrong!
Oh, we do get Christian talking about how someday his son will see his dad could pull off a heist and would want to do that someday, which is a fun callback to that storyline, though. It is here in episode 3 where we do finally get the intro to the season, during which they spoil that Coach makes the merge. They're using this shot of him doing Coach Chi under this rock, which is an incredible shot, though it is one where you can very clearly see the merge buff on him. So again, that's kind of funny. Anyway, we do see Cila getting tree mail. It being pretty well assumed that it's going to lead to a tribe swap, with Christian now saying that he needs to loop in his 4-person alliance to the fact that Aubrey has the idol, which with that, this is our first proper mention of the 4-person alliance that's running Cila. That again was clearly there from the beginning, has just been talked around, where the edit just really focused on the nerd trio, and obviously Cirie was with them the entire time. Though we do see Christian Devins concocting a plan to have Devins pretend like he was the one that found the idol, which is an interesting play here from Christian to put more of the target onto Rick, with it fully playing into Rick's perception anyway. So it would make sense that he would be the one that found an idol and also be the one to send it to Aubrey, concerning their pregame connection, to where I did like this play from Christian. And it was pretty funny to see Christian like pretend to hear about this idol for the first time alongside Cirie. When again, obviously he was the one to actually find it. But we do see Cirie being very appreciative of this, seemingly locking in this Cirie-Devins relationship, only for this to not matter at all, though. And finding that despite this, again, seeming like a bad move for Devins to really take the heat for finding this idol, it actually does kind of benefit him in this spot, at least in terms of securing this relationship with Cirie. But we do see the group planning to tell Emily, only to not be able to get her alone before the swap. One of the few times the show has really highlighted the time constraints involved in the game. Also, I don't know why you wouldn't just interrupt her conversation and pull over anyway, but either way. We do get to the swap, with us swapping into 3 tribes of 7 by random draw, because we still need 3 tribes, because it's dangerous fun.
Fun.
And obviously I will break down the tribe dynamics as we get to each tribe, but as for the actual scene itself, we do get an incredible moment here from Jeff telling the players to snap their fingers, to which he starts rapping.
This season's in the hands of the fan.
Leading to some humorous and very cringe reactions. Or again, just another insane sequence that exists on Survivor. Kind of like the sequel to Fried Chicken and Waffles.
Fried Chicken and Waffles.
Just not as funny.
They're what you want.
Though generally I do still actually find this scene funny. Yes, it's cringe, and yes, it feels like this representation of this downfall of modern Survivor and how Jeff feels about the show. Though it's also funny that it got this bad. Where I literally had my dad telling me that he finally watched an episode of Survivor for the first time in years, only to find out it was this episode, an episode with Jeff rapping, which is embarrassing that this is the show I dedicate my life to covering, but again, also funny. Though this obviously ends up being this way that Jeff announces,
Time to drop your ball.
Though again, it was pretty obvious that we were getting a swap here. I don't know why the fans would have voted for not giving us a swap, where while I would have liked to see more of the OG tribe dynamics play out, to which I would have probably preferred a bit of a later swap, it being this early isn't particularly shocking, as this is clearly the way that Jeff planned to counter pregame alliances, doing a swap that everyone expected. Anyway, in this moment we do see Christian panicking, saying that it's his last chance to tell Emily about the idol, to which we do see him whispering to her as Jeff is speaking, with Emily being annoyed at why are you telling me this now, which and is upset that her alliance didn't give her the full information. It's like, they are now? Like Christian literally says in this moment that he just found out also, to where And obviously he's lying. I do think the way that Emily took this was very rash here and being, again, seemingly angry at Christian for telling her in this moment. And again, it's funny because it turns out to be unnecessary as Emily ends up on the same tribe as Christian anyway, and without Aubrey anyway. Also here we do get another humorous interaction here from Charlie, talking about
Every single thing the fans have voted for so far is kind of pissing me off.
won't be the only thing that pisses Charlie off.
And that pissed me off.
Again, we have Charlie being upset at a swap, only for Christian to finally ask him,
Did you vote for swap?
which he says,
Yeah.
which is again a great interaction there. But as for the tribes themselves, we'll start off with the new Kalo tribe, where we do get a breakdown of 3 Kalo, 3 Vatu, 1 Cila, with Joe being alone on this tribe, though seemingly being put into a good spot, it being a tribe filled with the honesty, integrity sort of players that he typically would work with. We do get 3 Kalos here in Coach and Chrissy, who are from the same cloth, while Tiffany gets swapped away from all of her allies, and we get 3 Vatus here with Colby and Genevieve now being a duo, and also clearly just working with the honesty integrity group, which is fine that Genevieve gets looped into that, but them also being there with Aubrey, so we can get more of this Aubrey-Genevieve feud.
You're a bitch. You're fat.
Though, once again, putting Aubrey in a pretty tough position here, where it really turns into Aubrey and Tiffany being on the bottom due to them not being part of this honesty integrity group, with that group really having a stranglehold on the numbers in this spot. But we do first get content on this tribe from Joe being excited about this swap. Once again, getting to give this initial breakdown of the tribe, mainly because Joe's like the ultimate hype man.
That's what my daddy does.
But we do see him being excited to work with Coach and Colby, with him and kind of being lumped into this Zoom alliance that we've heard about, honesty integrity players, despite the fact that it does seem like Joe is actually pretty anti-pre-gaming and didn't really do much in the lead up to the season, where instead this is just a spot where he just has an instant connection with them just due to the fact that they're similar style of players, where he does talk about wanting to work with Coach and Colby as they have good core values and thinks that they can help each other out, which is the closest thing we get to him mentioning honesty integrity so far this season. But also we do get focus around Colby, talking about his relationship with Coach, calling back the heroes as villains, saying that they were pinned against each other, which we flash back to
Coach, now dragging Colby!
saying he never had an issue with Coach, to which they clearly bond right away, almost as if they're cut from the same cloth, where again, they clearly talked in their pregame. We even heard about Coach trying to pass messages to Colby at Ponderosa, where again, they were always going to clearly work together here. Though this was pretty strong content for Colby's edit, that we do continue to get these check-ins from him and seeing his position in the game, to where again, he definitely had one of the stronger edits at this point. Coach gets really excited to be with Joe, and thanks Joe for bringing honor and integrity back to Survivor.
Debatable.
Saying he's one of the reasons he's here. But again, Coach does say that Joe believes in the Warriors code. Again, continuing people just assuming that Joe is preaching this honesty, integrity style of game, when again, he doesn't really say that here. He just is kind of nodding along to this. But we do see Coach pulling Chrissy into their group because they're cut from the same cloth. And they obviously got, again, a pregame alliance with Colby. That, along with Joe, now becomes the clear majority on this tribe, with Coach calling it the best swap in history, aka the only swap that Coach has ever been involved in, which is kind of insane to think about across his 4 seasons. But also here we do get content from Coach saying that Chrissy would have been the first boot from Kalo, but he didn't want that, saying that he needs her to stay in the game for his game, which ends up not being false, but does proceed to say that he needs to coach her, which is very humorous to think of Coach giving advice to Chrissy here, him telling her to calm down and saying that the other tribe was annoyed by her. Again, very funny of Coach saying these things. Chrissy's surprised by this and starts crying in confessional, which I will say kind of strange in the fact that if she did have this pregame alliance with Coach and Jonathan, they didn't really tell her these things while they were on the original Kalo, but either way. We do get pretty strong content here from Chrissy, talking about last time she played, she wasn't well liked, and she doesn't know why she puts herself through this. Again, great callback to previous seasons, along for also getting personal content now, talking about having previously had cancer and talking about all the surgeries she had to go through to get that sorted now, and it never getting her down, but this day's hitting her like a brick, and it's the perfect time to change her game, which again, great content for Chrissy, definitely could have been the start of a winning trajectory for her. Again, this definitely feeling more in line with like an Erica style of edit. She at least had a foundation to premiere, has this big moment that has personal content and recognition of her position in the game and her wanting to turn around. Again, it feels like a perfect setup for an Erica style edit that doesn't end up going anywhere. Mosley then proceeds to get content from Genevieve, who's happy to be in the majority alliance this time around, and says that it's because she's hitting the ground running, which felt like production propaganda. But this does lead to her securing her relationships with the Honesty Integrity Alliance, with her saying that she has a new and improved social game. and us seeing her bond with Chrissy, Joe, and Coach, and also plotting with Colby to still target Aubrey, leading to a montage of her telling the new majority, one by one, the same story around their feud with Aubrey, with Joe giving some fun reactions as he typically does, but this really setting Aubrey up to be the target for this tribe had they gone to tribal, with Aubrey just clearly being at the bottom here. And again, some pretty strong play here from Genevieve to get herself into this Honesty and Integrity Alliance, despite coming out of 47, being looked at as a pretty cutthroat player, and again, getting them to target her mortal enemy. The problem is that this isn't portrayed necessarily positively, especially as we then proceed to cut to her telling Tiffany the Aubrey story, with Tiffany not getting on board, saying that she loves Aubrey and wants to work with her, and proceeds to tell Aubrey about Genevieve coming for her, saying,
"This is a huge wake-up call moment for me. Screw them all."
And now they're targeting Genevieve, saying that her top ally now is Tiffany, who's
my survivor angel. She has my loyalty as far as it can go.
And clearly, Tiffany and Aubrey will be these ride or dies, working as a duo in the post-merge and running the game and lead to the Genevieve downfall.
Goes Aubrey!
Though again, just very funny that the edit tries to portray this as like Aubrey and Tiffany are about to win today when they very clearly were just on the bottom of this tribe and had no power to take out Genevieve anyway. Or likely had this tribe gone to tribal, the majority would have just split the votes between Aubrey and Tiffany likely goes home with Aubrey playing her idol. Though again, funny to make it seem like they had any semblance of influence in this spot. But with that, we then cut to Cila, a tribe with a pretty clear-cut dynamic here, a very blatant Kalo majority, having 4 from the Kalo tribe here in Charlie, D, Camilla, and Jonathan, though considering most of them came from different factions, they aren't guaranteed to be working together, though at least have incentive to in this spot. Oh, we do see Cirie and Devon's being swapped together, what a shocker. Though again, are on the bottom here alongside Rizzo.
My man.
With Rizzo being in a spot where he should have been dead to rights. Again, the fact that he was swapped away from the only people that knew him at this point in the season and was in a minority, a sense of being a spot where I find it very impressive he ends up getting out of this. But we actually do end up getting a lot of focus here around Camilla, her initially being very upset by this swap and landing on the tribe without Flint, only for her to end up being happy with how it played out. And being happy to have Jonathan still on her tribe, because I don't know if you know this, but he's a challenge beast. But also being pleasantly surprised to see the camp have fire and also being a majority. So thank God Camilla got her pity content for this episode. But this is when we didn't get more focus around Cirie, talking about all the work that she had put into her original tribe is now out the window, breaking down the tribe, saying that there's 4 Kalos, her and Devon's, and then
Riz God. Okay.
Again, very funny how dismissive she is of Rizzo in this spot, despite him obviously becoming one of her closest allies following this. And we do get a humorous moment from Rizzo talking about meeting Cirie when he was 18 at a casting call, with Cirie just clearly not remembering. And we do see Rick and Cirie talk about trying to not seem close, to where they do seem to take this like divide and conquer approach on this tribe, though that doesn't really get focused on in the edit, though Cirie does end up spending time bonding with Dee and Camilla and Rizzo, while Rick seems to bond with Charlie and Jonathan, which again seems like an intentional choice, though none that ends up being focused on. But we do end up getting some focus here around Dee talking about loving Cirie to Jonathan, with Jonathan saying that that's a bad thing and that she's dangerous, leading to Dee talking about how her best friend before the show told her to get out Cirie, which is like, what's with people's friends before returning seasons telling them to get rid of Cirie? And why not just let her win?
Not a chance in the world.
But they end up talking about having to get her out as everyone loves her, and if she makes their merge, they're in trouble, which I was like, felt very winnery here from Cirie, it feeling this forced pre-merge adversity that New Era winners typically get, and felt like this very foreboding content, how Cirie will get to her merge and she'll run the show, which again, I guess is true, though again, it felt like a spot where it would eventually backfire on Jonathan and Dee, which it never really does, especially Jonathan, who ends up outlasting Cirie by the end, where again, it felt like the setup kind of went nowhere. But I did not feel like this was great content for Dee and Jonathan, or again, it feeling like both of them kind of setting up Cirie as the bigger threat than them that they were not going to be able to beat. With this being, again, a very lacking Jonathan episode in particular after 2 pretty strong episodes before this, to where, again, a bit of a dip for him edit-wise for me. But anyway, then we get a lot more focus on Rizzo, with him obviously recognizing that he might be screwed as this unknown quantity, and him essentially having to start fresh, saying that he's a free agent, but has info to tell, and needs to know who the right person to tell is. Cut to Charlie, who
and that pissed me off.
Probably wasn't the right person to tell, but we do see him right away coming off as this like kind of annoying superfan, asking too many questions, ending up asking Charlie about his relationship with Maria.
The fire in this woman's eyes.
Which obviously not on great terms, being this very awkward interaction here, but for some reason Rizzo decides that Charlie's still the person that he needs to tell about the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
Where I'm assuming Charlie must have been fuming that it wasn't Taylor Swift.
Anyone who's obsessed with Taylor, I'm just like, there's something wrong with you.
But again, it's funny how Rizzo does talk about Charlie as if he understands his mindset, saying that he's playing for redemption from the Maria situation and is going to use this to his advantage, only to just have a complete misread in a spot where none of this is gaining any traction with Charlie, starting a really funny subplot on this season with us getting a flashback to Rizzo telling his tribe about his jury vote in 49, revealing that he had voted for Savannah despite keeping up the lie that his closest ally was not Savannah and was actually Sophie B. Where I assume this is part of their pregame plan to make them not seem as close, though obviously by this point Savannah's gone, so it doesn't really matter. But I guess they already started this plan. I guess they're going to keep up appearances, but it is funny that this ends up backfiring as
Matt pissed me off.
That he didn't vote for his number one, with Charlie saying that it's his baggage that wants him to send him home, and he doesn't want him in a jury seat, where, again, just a very fun subplot here of this, like, one-sided Charlie-Rizzo feud that, again, calls back to previous seasons, giving a lot of depth to Charlie here, who I always found to be a pretty shallow character in Survivor 46, but again, this coming off as, again, pretty fun, just petty drama. Though I do think the reality of the situation is that I think Charlie was just very clearly playing this up for the show, where the reality is that Rizzo was just kind of an obvious target for him anyway, and being this unknown quantity outside of his majority alliance, where again, Rizzo was just the easy target here, though again, him bringing up this trauma from Maria ends up making this a fun storyline for the show at least. But with that, we then cut to Vatu, probably the tribe with the most interesting inherent dynamics here. Another tribe that ends up having one player isolated from the rest of their previous tribe mates, that being Mike White here, being the only Kalo member. All of the other two tribes have 3 players each, where from Cila, we have Christian, Emily, and Ozzy, where obviously Christian and Emily were aligned, while Ozzy isn't as close to them, though they have the connection through Cirie, and there isn't any bad blood between them, to where, again, you would assume that they would work together here. Oh, well, we do have 3 Vatu members, with that including Q and Staff, who are obviously working lockstep in that majority alliance, though alongside Angelina, who is clearly on the outs of Vatu. So again, them being the most fractured of these groupings here definitely made them feel the most vulnerable to be taken out. Though probably the most interesting dynamic in play from this tribe swap is the fact that we do somehow get all 3 David vs. Goliath players on the same tribe, which is pretty insane it played out in that way, though it does lead to some interesting ramifications in that it does give incentive for the non-David vs. Goliath players to gang up on David vs. Goliath players, as again, if they are able to get through one vote, that means that they're half the tribe at that point, which is a pretty precarious spot. But beyond that, dynamics even within David vs. Goliath players are interesting, with Angelina and Mike being besties and also having a somewhat dysfunctional relationship with Christian, who did openly talk about how they tried to vote him out 4 times last time around and is clearly the third wheel in this trio and also didn't seem to even want to work with this trio. Again, being worried about the target that they would have on their backs as a group, though also seemingly not fully trusting their intentions, though it ends up being an interesting dynamic here to see play out. But we do start the content on this tribe from Mike White getting the first confessional, calling out how he was swapped alone, though despite that, it's actually on a tribe that he has a lot of previous connections with. Obviously having his David vs. Goliath trio, but also having a connection to Ozzy, because Ozzy used to manage a restaurant in LA that Mike frequented, which is very random. But again, Mike does seem to come into this swap in a fairly good position, while Q talks about not being in a great position because he doesn't have a vote still, where again, very bad spot here to be without a vote on a tribe that has a trio in a group of 7, where by that point the stragglers can at best just tie the votes here, which again is a very rough position to be in, though we see Q trying to work with Ozzy here, Ozzy having spent some time on exile, and ends up revealing to him that they sent the idol to him, though also ends up explaining the boomerang idol of it all, which does have some pros and cons to it. Ultimately probably still the right decision considering he's going to find out about it eventually anyway. Though if I was Ozzy, I would feel a bit more loose with playing this idol, considering it could obviously backfire on him, as it obviously should make him a bigger target down the road. But either way, the plan here is to pull in Emily to create a majority. Again, the problem is that even if they do so, they still don't have the numbers, or even this wouldn't be enough. Now, I don't know if Q thought that Ozzy still had the extra vote, and obviously with the extra vote, they could at least win the day here, though ultimately this felt like a plan that was just set up for failure because they just didn't really have the votes locked in here. So again, that puts Q in a pretty rough spot here. But anyway, we do end up getting a lot of focus in this episode around Emily's POV, with her really being the major swing, her talking about not being close to Ozzy, but wants to get closer to him, which is weird as she's been targeting him for the last couple episodes. But
that's only because he's such a weirdo.
Also talks about how she wants to work with Q, which kind of comes out of nowhere, but it's stemming from her still being upset over Christian dropping the info on her, and she now doesn't trust him for some reason, saying that she doesn't want to play Christian's game, so she decides to just reveal all of Christian's info to Q, revealing to him that Aubrey had the idol, which, to be fair, they were expected to begin with, and ultimately this is something that doesn't really have that much of a chance of backfiring on her, where, well, obviously it is very sloppy play here for Emily to be revealing her closest ally's info to who is essentially a stranger, also proceeding to tell him to not tell Ozzy, which that also seems misguided, but as again, why trust Q more than Ozzy? But either way, it's actually a spot where, well, yes, it does lead to Christian being a tad annoyed, it ultimately doesn't end up affecting Emily's game too much, where that ends up being kind of the epitome of her run on this season, where again, she is still a very messy player, makes some questionable decisions, though more times than not, it actually doesn't end up affecting her personally, and if anything, actually, this ends up further convincing Q that he has Emily on board, as, again, why would she tell him this otherwise? So, while that was completely unintentional from Emily here, it funnily does actually kind of benefit her game by the end. Again, making Q feel confident Angelina is lined up to go. I'll say, I don't know if Angelina was necessarily the correct target for Q himself in this spot, where it seemed like he really wanted her out due to personal reasons.
That girl lazy.
Though, the reality is that Angelina probably is still the easiest person to get out, where the other options would be, again, Mike White, who has a connection to Ozzy, Christian, who has a connection to Emily. It does feel like Angelina is probably the person that's the easiest to get the votes on, but again, I don't know if that's exactly the logic that Q is using here, but it does lead to Q saying the line,
They can cancel Christmas if they think their game will continue.
At least we got one of those on this season, where, I'll be honest, I really expected Q to go really overboard with these sort of things, and maybe he was, and they just weren't showing the show, but either way, in this moment, it felt very clear that this was meant to be a bit ironic by the end, where I don't think there was any point in this episode where you can watch this and actually think that Q's plans are actually going to go through. But and even by the end of this scene, we do have Emily just being annoyed at how Q is driving the conversation, doesn't know if he's being genuine, when it's like, does he have any other options? But anyway, Emily ends up then decides to talk to Angelina and expose everything Q told her, with Angelina seemingly being blindsided by this, thinking that it had been Rizzo and Genevieve being lined up to go home instead of her and Aubrey. Or again, that's definitely not a great indication of her game ability, but it does click to her now that she was probably going to go home, to where she's happy that she finally connected with someone that's being straight with her, where clearly Angelina and Emily will be this relationship, very important for down the road.
That's bullshit.
Though again, Emily does do good work here in using this info against Q. Cure this relationship with Angelina, though again, I don't know how intentional that was from Emily to begin with. But we do get the funny moment of Emily revealing to Christian that she made a mistake and says that you're going to hate me, where I find it very funny how Christian just instantly knows what she's talking about, asking her who she told, only for her to say them, where we see this very visceral reaction from Christian. That was so funny to see him being very upset and confessional, saying, why?
Why would you do this?
But also that he can salvage the situation, aka there ends up being, again, absolutely no blowback on Emily for all this. Whereas actually by the end of the sequence, it's very clear this Davis Goliath trio is essentially just working with Emily to form a majority that is essentially going to decide the vote by the end. But that does end up leading us into the immunity challenge, the blindfold challenge, with us still only getting a single elimination. Again, still surprise coming in this season that we still haven't gotten a double yet. And along with that, we also get a reward of chickens. Damn! Which they say looks just like the immunity idol.
Rooster.
I guess.
Stupid Jonathan.
But again, it ends up being a weird challenge here, where there's like a portion of it where blindfolded, you have to throw rings in the air, with it being very prone to land on your head, which just felt very dangerous. And also we do see Colby like banging his head really hard on a log along the way, with Jeff really hyping this up as,
This is Survivor! You're gonna get a little bloody!
Which is kind of an insane thing to say, especially considering how anti-violence Jeff is in modern day. But I did find it to be a cool touch that when this moment happens, we do get the usage of Australian Outback music playing. But
Colby takes a big hit!
Either way, this ends up being a pretty clean win for Cila, while Kalo gets second, with Vatu ending up being pretty far behind, and Christian taking a lot of the blame as being the caller, though that doesn't really end up affecting him in the game itself. Though this does end up meaning that Christian, Emily, and Ozzy end up going through tribals in a row, ultimately end up going to 5 tribals in a row by the end, which is kind of insane for them, with us also getting a lot of focus around Ozzy's losing streak throughout all this, which is again kind of humorous. But again, I feel like coming into this scramble, it wasn't too big of a surprise of who was in danger here. Though we do initially get some focus around Stephanie, with her being nervous that even with Emily, they won't have the majority. Though we do see her and Q telling Christian to vote Angelina, with him pretending to be on board, with Steph seemingly thinking that they do have the votes, though clearly still being a bit unsure if it'll play out. But it is funny how in this moment we do have Mike White just openly admitting to the fact that he won't be voting for a Dave vs. Goliath player, and does just openly tell Stephanie that he's going to vote for her.
Fuck you.
With her being insulted, saying it shouldn't even be a choice between me and Angelina to keep the tribe strong. Which again, it's almost as if they don't care about keeping the tribe strong. Which again, when we see this, I did feel like this was a misguided play from Mike, only for it to be revealed that this was all a ploy, where Mike doesn't want to vote for Steph, and instead actually wants to vote for Q instead, as he's this dominating force that's unpredictable. There again, it felt pretty obvious that Q was set up for the fall at this point, though it is in the middle of all this that we do get a random confessional from Angelina, talking about how Mike White is the only person that she's solid with because she had a cameo in The White Lotus, with us getting that scene actually shown on the show, which was very surreal, and also doesn't lead to anything. It really just felt like it was there just to gloat about how they got Mike White, the creator of White Lotus, to be on Survivor again. But anyway, we do get a lot of hype here around how Emily is the wild card, and who knows where she'll go, leading to us seeing a conversation between her and Ozzy, where Ozzy clearly does want to vote out Angelina, wants to break up Dave vs. Goliath, which again is the very logical thing to do here. And again, it is very funny that we do see like Ozzy and Emily being portrayed as a duo here, despite Emily seeming having this like one-way beef with him before the swap, but where Ozzy has been nothing but willing to work with her the entire time. It's just that she didn't really take him seriously until after the swap here. Though we do eventually see Mike and Q talking, with Q talking about wanting to protect Stephanie now, as she's his number one, I guess, telling Mike to vote for him, saying it's all part of a plan to protect Stephanie, which, fair. I mean, he is trying to create plurality vote in this spot, seemingly thinking that he had Steph, Emily, and Ozzy on board to where they could have 3 votes there, to where, again, if they get Mike to vote away from the other Dave vs. Goliath players, they're able to take out Angelina even without Christian here. I get his logic in this spot, to where, again, the show portrays this as kind of a ridiculous move from Q, though I kind of get what he was going for here, and ultimately it doesn't really matter, as Mike was voting for Q anyway. Though I did find it to be an interesting play that Q then proceeds to also lie about having an extra vote that he's going to use, saying that he went from the guy with no voice to the guy with the biggest voice. Though I felt like this was a bit much. I mean, I guess in this world, it kind of does 2 things. One, I think by saying you have the extra vote, it can imply to Mike the fact that the votes are going on Angelina anyway, so why even try to stop it? That would maybe convince him to still split the vote. Though I could also see a world where Q having more votes makes Mike feel, well, we definitely need to keep the votes together from the Dave vs. Goliath trio. Where, again, I don't think this is necessarily a good or bad play, which is kind of an insane thing that Q does. Though it does seem to lead to negative ramifications from Emily being sketched out by this extra vote plan, saying that Q is acting in Q fashion, which, true, Q does like to tell people to vote him out.
Only person that's going home tonight is me.
Though it does seem to further push her towards voting out Q by the end of this, where we see her telling Ozzy that we get out Q and then Angelina next, where I did find it very funny to see Ozzy just saying that this is crazy, him clearly not agreeing with this plan, only for Emily to say, but it could be fun. And again, it feeling like Ozzy just backing down by the end. Though, to be fair, it's not like Ozzy had the numbers to do anything about this anyway, to where obviously this is not an ideal plan for Ozzy to give the Dave vs. Goliath players the majority and to let go of Q, someone that he was working with from exile, though ultimately I don't know how much of a say he really had here. I mean, maybe he could have pushed the votes onto Steph instead of Q, but I don't think that's that big of a difference by the end. So we do end up getting to Tribal, where in the lead up to it, we do get some B-roll of Q putting on the Q skirt.
Oh man, are you doing the Q skirt? There it is.
So at least we didn't end the season without checking that off the list. The Tribal itself ends up having this very weird dynamic of Mike getting a lot of focus here from Jeff, getting a lot of time to talk, only for Christian to interject at a point with his own metaphor, only for Jeff to call him out for having interrupted one of the greatest storytellers around, which was a very strange interaction there. Also weird to see Jeff just kind of trolling the players by bringing up all these foods and just trying to annoy Mike White with it, which was, again, very strange. But anyway, we get to the vote, where we do see Steph voting for Angelina, while Q obviously doesn't have a vote, and the rest of the votes ending up on Q, with Mike saying, "You told me to," and Christian really getting shown to be like searching the voting booth that doesn't lead to anything. But again, it's a clear, near unanimous Q vote.
You're never gonna win.
With him seemingly being blindsided in this spot, where I don't know how he didn't really see this coming, though we also see Steph being devastated alongside that. And we get Q asking Ozzy as he left, "Was this you?" with Ozzy saying yes, which was kind of a weird interaction because he trolled this vote and led this vote, though obviously he did vote for Q by the end, where, again, I get it, but it's kind of a weird impression to give on Q as he leaves, though it doesn't really matter because he's not in the jury. But anyway, with that, we end up losing Q, and Q is still an incredible character on this season. Obviously, he doesn't really have the mean highlights that he had on 46, where he just has a bevy of character moments on that season. He doesn't have that on this season, but he was still a fun presence on this season. He still played the game hard. He still came up with some pretty ridiculous plans at points. He still is a great confessionalist, where Q is someone that, again, was incredible TV here. It's a shame that we only got 3 episodes of him, but I do feel very confident we'll see Q again down the road. Again, Jeff talked about Q very positively in the lead up to 50. For a while, I know there were some worries about Q leaving Ponderosa early and when that burned his relationship production. It doesn't seem like that's the case, where I think Q going out early here is really just kind of setting him up pretty well for a future returnee season, to where I'm excited when we eventually get it.
Because Q is going to show up and show out.
But then we move on to episode 4, a bizarre episode. Very notably a bizarre episode. This obviously being the
I see Zac Brown on Survivor
episode, which literally ends up encompassing a good third of the entire episode's runtime. Because who didn't watch Survivor 51's Zac Brown cameo?
And a little bit of chicken fried.
Though what makes it so strange that outside that, it actually is a pretty decent episode. It does have probably one of the best vote-offs of the season, though again, it's just a shame that the episode itself is tainted by the Zac Brown of it all. Though the episode does obviously start with the reaction to the Q vote, with Steph being upset at being left out of the vote, though actually does seemingly take it pretty well here.
Because I love everybody.
Not really lashing out in any way.
Nobody bothers me.
Though we do get her talking about how she's worried that they're going to try to blindside her, when it's like, really be a blindside at this point? But
I'm done.
this is a decent start for the episode for Steph, in a spot where, considering this could have been this big like turnaround episode for her in the aftermath of one of her closest allies going home, it does feel like it's a bit lackluster from that point of view.
Keep your shit up, bitch.
And that's because we need to transition our focus to Ozzy, with him talking about taking out Q because he was the biggest threat.
Debatable.
But now being worried about Angelina and Mike, saying that there's no way he's not going to be voting out Angelina, wanting Angelina out seemingly more so as a way to become Mike's new closest ally, and to get that White Lotus cameo, where I'm sure that'll go well for him.
Oh, get on daddy's nerves.
Though also ends up proceeding to bond with Steph, which I guess is an added benefit of getting Q out in this spot, which I don't know if that was part of the calculus coming into it. It might have been, but either way, I'm sure that will work out for him too.
I don't care who I identify. Bye.
But with that, we then cut to Cila, where we get a talent show with Camilla narrating it to give her typical pity content, where I do generally feel like sequences like this are being narrated by someone like Camilla, particularly due to the fact that she's going to be going out soon, and they want to try to balance out the edit to some degree, to while she's not particularly relevant to the goings on at this current point. It felt like they picked her confessionals here simply because of those that aren't relevant, she is the one that's going to be going home the soonest. But again, the talent show itself was fine. I mean, Rick ends up juggling.
It was cringe in person.
We got Jonathan and Charlie fake wrestling, which was funnily used in the promo, seriously. And we do get this really humorous visual of Jonathan just shaking Charlie like a rag doll, all while we get Rizzo doing a Mickey Mouse impersonation.
It's gonna be gold, pal.
That supposedly he did a lot on 49, to the point where it was annoying his entire tribe, and Sophie B had to tell him to stop it.
You fucked up the game, man.
But here it works to his favor as he wins the talent show. And that
makes me so pissed off.
This obviously being a funny continuation of their one-sided rivalry, with him being upset to lose to Rizzo in particular, saying,
I feel like Liz Wilcox, I'm pissed.
To them literally using the clip of Liz. Which, I'll say, again, all this felt kind of hammy, like Charlie trying to play this up, but again, still fun content either way.
You sit up there in your ivory tower.
But then we cut to Kalo tribe with Genevieve braiding Coach's hair, which was strange. Didn't think I'd ever see that.
That's community.
But beyond that, we do have her noticing that Aubrey is gone, with Aubrey having gone to look for an idol, with Genevieve deciding to follow her, calling out to Aubrey while looking for
Aubrey, Aubrey.
With Aubrey being annoyed, saying,
Genevieve, get the hell out of here. Like, give me a break. Leave me alone.
All this again just continues this like very miserable Aubrey content here, where it really just feels like she was not having fun in the slightest.
Get dysentery and die.
Though we do get a lot of awkwardness from Genevieve catching up to her, saying, I thought you weren't feeling well, where it was just like very obvious that both knew what each other were doing in this spot. Again, that ends up being our weekly dose of Aubrey content. That's followed by Genevieve actually finding the idol herself.
Mother-Vieve! Mother-Vieve!
Her second idol find of the season, to which she does a pose for some reason. But even though she's found 2 idols now, she gets to keep none of them, as this ends up being another
Billie Eilish boomerang idol
that she proceeds to keep to herself, this time giving it to Rizzo.
My man.
With no real dispense of who else she would give it to, saying that he's someone that would trust her, but also someone that she can blindside later.
I don't generally get along well with men who add God to their name.
Where supposedly Rizzo and Genevieve were very close out on the island, though we don't really see that on the show. But anyway, we do see Rizzo getting the idol and gloating about how he played with the idol in 49 and doesn't know how he pulls this off every season when it's like literally just handed an idol. It's not like he did that much of skill here. But again, continues the storyline of him talking about wanting to prove that he was one of the best to ever play this game. But anyway, we do get to the immunity challenge, again, fairly early into the episode. It being a pretty standard one where he's starting to water and they push the boat up the shore and then finish it with the arch puzzle that we've seen in recent seasons. With this being revealed to be another single elim, again, still surprising after 4 episodes in, though it also ends up being a reward challenge at the same time. A once-in-a-lifetime Survivor reward that's clearly
in the hands of the fans,
aka a special fan who has come to Fiji wanting to impact the game. Which it's funny that as Jeff says this, we see Aubrey getting very emotional, her clearly thinking it was like a Make-A-Wish kid or something to that nature, only for it to be one of the biggest artists in country music that likes his chicken fried, with D instantly suspecting it to be Zac Brown, which, how the fuck was D, of all people, the massive Zac Brown super fan on this cast? And what do you know? It's Zac Brown.
Now I see Zac Brown on Survivor.
And again, D being utilized as spokesperson for Zac Brown, talking about having a relationship with his music and thanks him for changing people's lives.
Debatable.
I do generally wonder just the percentage of people here that actually knew who Zac Brown was.
Who? What are you even doing here?
Considering again, I barely knew of him coming into this season, though. We do have Zac getting to talk about his fandom of the shows, and he watches it with his kids, to which we obviously have to see Aubrey getting emotional over that. Though obviously this reward ends up being a date with Zac Brown, where he'll catch fish for them, cook for them, and sing to them, with Dee being really excited to hear him sing, which she'll surely get to do, but it's revealed that only the winning tribe gets this reward, while second place gets nothing, and the third tribe obviously goes to tribal, to which in that moment, as Jeff is saying that, we see him proceeding to look directly at Vatu, with Mike calling out, "Why are you looking at us?" which was a playful interaction there. But the challenge itself, again, was pretty standard, more hyping up of Jonathan, and ultimately ends up becoming this battle for first between Cila and Kalo, with it ultimately coming down to the puzzle, with Kalo pulling out the win there, meaning D gets nothing, while Vatu can't even get to the puzzle, struggling to even get the boat off the shore, with them really feeling defeated as they lose here, still stuck under the rope tunnel and having to crawl out one by one with Jeff narrating this, which felt very over the top. The odds of being another loss here for Ozzy, Christian, and Emily, them going to tribal once again. Oh, we then immediately cut to Coach gloating about how good it feels to win and how legendary this reward's gonna be, which
debatable
felt like a very funny contrast there. But obviously this reward has to take place at the sanctuary, where all good things happen, like meeting Zac Brown, to which there we have the song Chicken Fried
And a little bit of chicken fried
playing, because that's the only song most people know of him.
Who are you?
There's already some food and beer there, with Joe already hyping this up as such an epic reward, and it's the best in Survivor history, because Joe would certainly know about Survivor history. But this is when we bizarrely cut to
Zac Brown on Survivor
on his own, fishing, while talking about his love of the show and making metaphors, comparing fishing to the show. And this is a sequence that just goes on and on and on. And it is just really bizarre that this ended up happening on Survivor here, to have a sequence that wasn't even focused on a single player on this entire cast. Instead, just have a scene entirely focused around
Zac Brown on Survivor
fake catching fish. Again, these massive fish that were clearly just planted there for him to catch by production. And again, so weird they did this for season 50 of Survivor, of all seasons, to have an episode dedicated more so on Zac Brown than the players themselves. Again, Zac Brown, who is even an A-list celebrity, probably, again, the least popular celebrity of those involved with Survivor 50. And for him to be the celeb that they're gonna really focus a good chunk of this episode around, instead of, again, celebrating this returning cast that was meant to honor the history of the show, it's just so surreal that they did this. And generally for me, I think the biggest complaint about all this is mostly this section, to where, while I definitely will complain about the stuff that happens at the sanctuary, I do actually feel like the sequence of Zac Brown on his own catching fish is probably the most egregious aspect of all this, where, again, at least the later parts you can attribute that to that actually being the reward itself and involving the players on the cast. This is just purely a
Zac Brown on Survivor
segment that has nothing to do with Survivor, to where I generally don't understand how they left this in the cut. And what's even more insane is that we later see the secret scenes for this episode that were actually also Zac Brown sequences. Mind you, again, at the sanctuary, but still, again, like, it's insane to think just how much of this episode was meant to be dedicated to Zac Brown, who, again, doesn't even feel like this big get for Survivor here. So, again, I get trying new things, and I get Jeff wanting to bring these celebrities to the show, to bring attention to the show. Again, I get all that, though I don't get why you would do this on season 50 of all seasons, where, again, this was just a genuinely boring sequence. Where coming out of this, I thought this would be a sequence that, again, could be funny down the road. Though having rewatched it now and actually trying to find any semblance of humor from it, it just doesn't have any. It's not funny, it's just boring. And again, this one scene isn't the end of the Zac Brown content, as we then have him arriving at the sanctuary, giving us the shot from the trailer where Rizzo says,
"Now I see Zac Brown on Survivor,"
despite Rizzo not actually being on the reward. Though again, we do see the players spending time interacting with Zac Brown as he cooks them food, and Coach saying it's the best fish he's ever had and he's been all over the world. So I guess Zac Brown's a good cook. Oh, Chrissy talks about how his music nourishes the soul. Well, thus then proceeding to get Zac Brown singing for them. Not just one song, but 2 songs. Which again, why? Why is it this long? Again, genuinely, had this reward just been the sequence of them meeting Zac Brown and then just one song here, I think it's a perfectly fine segment. Yeah, it's annoying that Zac Brown is taking up some of the screen time, but it's not in an egregious way. I think at that point, it's done in a very tasteful way. A cool little niche thing to happen for Survivor 50, though the way they end up having this take up, again, numerous segments of the actual episode, it really just leaves this feeling very obnoxious, especially just how many confessionals we get, really glorifying Zac Brown, talking about how powerful his singing is, and we get Joe crying, talking about how it reminds him of home. We get Zac getting to talk about his philosophy around songwriting and how he does it to help people.
Debatable.
Which we then cut to Aubrey. So thank God we got it confirmed that Zac Brown is the reason that Aubrey won Survivor.
Give me a break. Leave me alone.
And we like awkwardly get Zac trying to get them to sing along with his song, despite them clearly not knowing it. Again, it's just a weird sequence, but it does end up culminating in an actually pretty decent confessional from Colby, comparing Zac's song to the game of Survivor, saying,
"And now I have no qualms about playing this thing heads up, full tilt."
Which was surreal to see a 50-year-old Colby saying those words on Survivor again. It says that
my journey in Survivor ends tomorrow. It would be worth it
just for this experience with Zac.
That's bullshit.
Which, I mean, you had me at the beginning, though. Generally, this confessional is kind of ominous.
And I'm not trying to go home tomorrow.
Obviously, kind of feeling like already this kind of endpoint for Colby's journey with the show. Of him again just further talking about his changed philosophy, where I don't know how much more this story really has to give by this point. But either way, with that, we then cut to Cila, who's upset over losing the reward and not even getting to get a handshake from Zac Brown. Again, what a travesty. But it does lead to D talking about listening to Zac Brown going up because you need more focus on Zac Brown. With the segment, really just feel like it's here just to get D's reaction to Zac Brown, where we do end up ending the episode with no confessionals from Jonathan, Devins, or Cirie, which was certainly not a great sign for their edits, where ever since Survivor 42, the winner of the season has never had a zero confessional episode, to where again, that was a red flag for them. Mind you, it's in the Zac Brown episode, so I didn't really put too much credence on it at the time, though obviously in comparison to Aubrey, who again does get a confessional every episode.
Get the hell out of here.
It was definitely a thing in Aubrey's favor in that spot. Even though, again, I still would say that by this point in the season, from a pure Edgic perspective, I would not be particularly high on Aubrey. But anyway, we obviously culminate the episode on Vatu for an actual pretty fun scramble here. Again, this probably being the lead up to one of the better votes of the entire season. Starting off with Emily seemingly being on board to take out Angelina, largely due to Ozzy wanting that and wanting to keep him happy, but also because it breaks up the Dave vs. Goliath trio, with Ozzy trying to get the other Dave vs. Goliath players on board with this, telling Christian and Mike that they should vote that way as well, with Christian seemingly being on board in this spot, though Mike fighting back against this instantly. He's talking about how Angelina is not a threat, and to be fair, it makes a lot of sense for Mike in the game at this point. I mean, obviously Angelina is a good friend of him outside the show, also someone that is just a ride or die ally for him in the game, to where again, it makes a lot of sense for him to want to save her. But it doesn't seem like Ozzy takes the hint, as he just seemingly assumes that Angelina is going home, and then proceeds to go fishing for the rest of the day to prove that he can provide like Zac Brown can. which what happened to him not caring about being a provider this time. And again, it is very funny that the vote just constantly flips left and right while he's gone. So we do see Mike obviously not sticking with this Angelina vote, going to Stephanie and telling her that he instead wants to vote for Emily, saying that Emily is an amazing strategist, which
debatable,
saying that she comes off as this awkward shy girl, but in reality she's a cougar and a Ren Fair girl, which is kind of an insane description of her. But he does end up creating a plan here to get Steph, Christian, Angelina himself to vote for Emily, seemingly trying to make a 4-2 vote here, to which we do see Steph on board, but Christian clearly not, which obviously Christian has a lot of reason to not be on board with this plan. Again, obviously having a pregame connection to Emily, but also in-game now having enough of a connection with Emily to where, again, it's understandable why Christian would have reservations for this. Though it does seem like Mike puts a bit too much trust in this relationship with Christian, not something to realize that Christian not particularly invested in working with him long term, to where while he does suspect that Christian's not on board, I don't think he realized how cautious he had to be in this spot to not turn the vote onto him. But in general, this notion of taking out Emily, I actually don't think this is a clear-cut decision on what exactly Christian should do in this spot, where while Emily is at this point a seemingly good ally for him, she's also a very messy ally that seems to mess up a lot of his plans.
Yeah, because you're useless.
To where, again, that's kind of annoying. Also, I do think Emily's someone that will eventually turn on Christian, to where while that might not be until towards the end game, she is someone that, again, is just such a hectic player that I do think I would personally struggle with this decision. Though I do think the David vs. Goliath trio in general are also pretty big targets in the game as a trio, and with Christian just clearly being one of the more threatening players on this entire season, I do think sticking with that trio just puts a big bullseye on his back. Also, for Christian himself, again, coming in this season, it does feel like he had some reservations about Mike and Angelina for the long term anyway. So while again, I think I would personally struggle with this decision, I do get Christian's decision to actually take out one of the David vs. Goliath players here, though I think probably more of the issues the exact way he goes about it. But the final straw here for Christian seemingly is this comment that Mike makes, saying that his relationship with Emily reminds him of his relationship with Gabby, with her being this nerdy girl that will eventually stab him in the back, saying you've lived this already, with Mike coming off a bit villainous in this spot, really gloating in the confessional about being this puppet master that's trying to manipulate Christian, only for Christian to be annoyed at this tactic, saying it's a knife to his heart, aka another episode title for Christian. That does lead to us flashing back to the Christian-Gabby dynamic.
Do you want to play with me? Play too?
You know, seeing Christian get very emotional talking about this, saying he's never cried about this despite it happening 7 years ago, where it really feels like this play from Mike just instantly backfires as Christian now talks about how convincing Mike can be and thinks that he's the most dangerous person on the island. Seemingly bringing back a lot of these memories from David vs. Goliath, where Christian came out of David vs. Goliath talking very favorably of Mike White, calling him a transformative player, and it does feel like those opinions kind of regurgitated here. Sure, do see Christian fully planning on taking him out at this point, which I do think is an interesting play. Now, I don't know if it's the right play. I think there's a lot of pros and cons to the play, with Mike being, obviously, again, a dangerous player in the long term, though Mike is also still a potential number for him down the road, someone that he at least has a pregame connection with, and also taking him out does put him in a bit of a tougher short-term position, especially with him also having to utilize some social capital to do so and exposing himself, playing this like backstabbing game. Like, I do think there are a lot of reasons why this move could certainly backfire, though I also think there's some strictly sound aspects to this play as well. Sure, again, I think I personally probably wouldn't have gone through this move at the time, and even if I did, I would probably do it slightly differently, though I kind of get Christian's perspective here. Though something I don't get is, why is no one targeting Stephanie anymore?
My dad was a mailman.
Where this is a spot where, again, Stephanie doesn't really get much credit for saving herself in this spot, which did, again, very much feel like death knell for her edit-wise, though
I'm done.
Also, just kind of confusing from an in-game perspective, where, again, probably the best call for almost everyone on board here is just to agree to vote out Steph. I guess she was the person on the bottom coming into this round, and it's kind of just the easy vote for most people involved, though, again, for some reason, she's never brought up here, which, again, I don't know if to credit that to Steph's social game, or maybe there were just other people that were bigger priorities, and Steph just did nothing to mess that up, but again, still, just kind of insane that she's never really brought up as a target here.
Nobody bothers me.
Instead, we see Christian actually pull her over to execute the Mike plan.
I don't care who you identify. Bye.
Planning on pulling off a 3-2-1, which was fun to see here, with Ozzy being gung-ho about voting Angelina, Mike and Angelina now voting for Emily, while Christian, Steph, and Emily end up voting for Mike, being one of the more complex votes of this season. Ends up being a pretty cookie-cutter gameplay season by the end. Now, I'll say again, I don't know why Steph actually goes along with this plan. I don't know if she was very threatened by Mike White. I don't know if it was maybe a way to get closer to Ozzy. Again, it's not explained on the show, though it probably is the correct call for her game. Though for Christian, I do think the most misguided aspect of this plan is just completely leaving Ozzy out of this, where through this vote, he is burning both Ozzy and Angelina. And with him not having a particularly deep connection with Stephanie as well, this move just really leaves him vulnerable for his following round, where it could have very easily been a 3-2 vote due to all the connections that he burned here. To where I think at least looping Ozzy in here would have been the more ideal plan. And to be fair, Ozzy himself says that if they had done that, he would have exposed the plan to Mike White anyway, which obviously could have ruined that plan. But that's kind of also why I just don't feel like this is necessarily a move that's worth doing if you can't get Ozzy on board. Or again, I just feel like there were paths to make this move go off that wouldn't have burned as much social capital as it did for Christian, especially because I do think the overall pros and cons for each of these outcomes come off fairly marginal by the end, where all of them have very different pros and cons, to where I don't think many of these outcomes are much better than the other, to where, again, I do personally feel like I would have probably just gone the safer path with this vote, though. Again, I still do get what Christian was going for with it. But again, we do end up seeing him get Emily on board, though, again, that's obviously because the other target, there's not much else she really could do here, though she does want to do the logical thing here in letting Ozzy know about the plan. Again, funny to see her really caring about this Ozzy relationship out of the blue, though this is only for Christian to shut this down, leading to a very funny scene as Ozzy finally comes back from fishing, with Emily instantly trying to spill the beans to him right in front of Christian, which is a pretty bold play, but I guess that's Emily flipping for you. But it does lead to a very funny reaction from Christian, being incensed in confessional, like, Emily! And then proceeding to get behind Ozzy and make faces, telling her to shut it, which makes for an incredible gif, to which Ozzy seemingly doesn't pick up the hint and still thinks the vote is on Angelina for some reason. Though this does lead to the red herring of the episode of Christian now being annoyed at Emily for being such a chaotic player, to where maybe he'll vote her off because of this. So again, that seemed kind of impractical considering all the work he already put into it. But again, we get the tribal, which was a pretty boring tribal outside of Ozzy gloating about how many fish he caught and Emily saying the vibes are off, which I believe was a ploy from Christian and Emily to try to placate Ozzy a bit more, which didn't work. Though again, we get to the actual vote, where the vote does play out as expected, with Ozzy voting Angelina, Mike and Angelina voting Emily, which, by the way, what happened to this Emily-Angelina relationship that was set up the previous episode? Oh, Mike gets voted out here, with the 3 votes from Christian, Emily, and Steph.
You're never gonna win.
With us getting a pretty fun reaction to all this. Mike saying
"You skunks."
He's voted out, though tells Christian he gets it. That is until after the season, with Mike and Angelina just coming off extremely bitter towards Christian. Also, we end up having Ozzy being clearly pissed by being blindsided here, saying "fuck that." And we have Christian saying, "I'll catch you up," only for Ozzy to say "too late," which was, again, all a pretty fun reaction to a blindside here. Again, felt very old school in nature and just how not everyone was taking this so playfully. But anyway, we end up losing Mike White here in a spot where I am largely content with Mike's role on this season. I feel like Mike was one of these people that coming in this season, I didn't know if I needed him. Like, obviously, I get the notion of them wanting to create a White Lotus on the show. It's a big get for Survivor. Though, again, it's a spot where I personally didn't need Mike White on this season. And I don't think he provided as much entertainment as he did the first time around, though I think he had a sufficient enough role on this season. I think having this dynamic of Christian by the end ends up being interesting, and he ends up being the victim of one of the more interesting blindsides of the season. And I do think we kind of had the perfect medium amount of content from him to where he wasn't really overexposed, yet still got his due in the edit, to where Mike is someone that, again, I think we got the perfect amount of him on this season. Still was a fun narrator for the show, played fairly hard on this season, and kind of had a fun downfall as well, to where, again, I'm overall pretty content with how his run ended up going here. And now moving on to episode 5, an episode that is kind of just mid all around. It's an episode that does obviously culminate this Charlie Rizzo dynamic,
and that pissed me off,
and does have some decent drama throughout it, though really outside that, just kind of a standard episode. But we do obviously start with the reaction to the Mike White blindside, with Ozzy being pissed off back at camp, having a tirade about the move not making sense, Christian talking about how livid Ozzy is, in a spot where Ozzy actually felt fairly controlled here in this spot. I mean, obviously being annoyed, but not to the degree that the show tried to portray it as. And also, I do fully get it from Ozzy's perspective, for his supposed alliance to lie to him throughout the day and take out someone he clearly wanted to work with. I obviously get why he's annoyed in this spot. And this clearly ends up flashing back to when he was blindsided in South Pacific, with even Christian pointing this out, citing the parallels between him and Cochran.
I'm a huge nerd.
And thinking that Ozzy is likely seeing Cochran in him, which is Open Wounds, which is another episode title for Christian here. Though I do think this parallel felt like it was mixing up two different situations in South Pacific, with Ozzy being blindsided by Cochran after he flipped at the merge, though that not really being the spot where he was lashing out, with that situation being more the Elise vote earlier on the season when he was more so blindsided by the likes of Jim, Keith, and Whitney. But either way, it was funny though to see Ozzy really just blaming Christian in this situation, seemingly understanding Steph's point of view.
Because I love everybody.
Even though from Steph's point of view, she also could have just very easily voted out Angelina, and also credits Emily for at least trying to clue him in, with him seemingly ending the night here being pretty gung-ho about targeting Christian, which, I mean, to be fair, isn't the worst play in the world, as I don't think Christian's someone that's likely to work with him long-term anyway, and it would isolate Emily to work with him, though it is also taking out potential shield from him down the road, where, again, there's a lot of pros and cons to that notion. So we do cut to the morning with Ozzy meditating on the beach and seemingly having a change of mind, telling Christian he's sorry for being so hot-headed, saying it was childish, to be a dick,
Because you couldn't have your way.
saying he's trying to get a handle on it, with the edit really trying to portray this as a new Ozzy, when this isn't that dissimilar from how he acted in South Pacific, where, again, he was initially pissed there, calmed down the next day. Though, again, it does lead to Ozzy and Christian somewhat mending fences here, though Ozzy still being suspicious of Christian in a forgive but don't forget sort of way, which, to be fair, is the right approach there. But a sequence does end with Ozzy talking to Stephanie, where they become a new duo.
I love gay people.
That is only relevant for this episode, but still, they end up working in lockstep in this episode, where it is portrayed as Ozzy, if he wanted to, could get Christian out in this spot by picking up Angelina, though I don't know how likely that actually is based on the fact that we don't see Angelina ever talk about turning on Christian, to where, in general, we get no reaction from Angelina to Mike going home.
She's like a statue.
Very little insight in what she's actually thinking in this spot, to where, again, you would think after Christian blindsides Mike, that should be very sus of him. Though, by the end, she does ultimately still side with Christian and voting out Steph, and none of that is properly explained, which I do think is an easy transition to talk about how uneven the edit is at this point in the season, where especially early on, there was a lot of talk about how the women were being under-edited on this season, which I do think is a fair thing to call out Survivor for. Obviously, a show that has had a history in the past of having very lopsided edits gender-wise, and at this point, most of the biggest characters of this season are men in Christian and Ozzy, which, I mean, you could say that's circumstantial because obviously they're going to tribal constantly, but even then, the likes of Devins, Coach, Rizzo, are some of the other bigger characters of the season, all men, while a lot of the more under-edited players of the season are the likes of Camilla and Tiffany and Dee and Chrissy and Angelina, who, again, while many of them have not been going to tribals and likely don't have that much of an impact on the season's overall storyline, especially at this specific point, I do think it is fair to call out the potential biases in play in how the season is edited up to this point, to where while it does get more balanced as we go along, and Camilla and Dee get more content closer to their eliminations, and Tiffany ending up getting, again, this now typical kind of like Sophie Segretti sort of edit of a near purple pre-merge, only to then become a consistent edited player later in the season, largely because they make it deeper in the season to allow for that edit. And despite those things, doesn't mean that there was more they could have done to balance out the edit a bit more earlier on in the season. With, I think, the fact that someone like Angelina in particular, who, again, has obviously been an incredible character in the past, comes out of this season with very little to show for it, is very disappointing.
She just stand there and just look and watch.
That being said, I mean, while gender biases do always come into play in situations like this, I do think Survivor has been making active strides in recent years to balance out the edit in that way. With, again, I do think this situation coming off a bit more circumstantial than purposeful, but I think it is, again, definitely something fair to call out. Anyway, following that, we do end up getting some content on Kalo. Very minimal content, though what we do get ends up focusing around Coach 4.0. What a shocker. Talking about being a more gentle and social aware coach. Talking about how he's in the center of the tribe. Leading into him giving out nicknames.
Giving myself the nickname the Tidewalker.
As someone that moves around obstacles instead of crushing through them. This being an indication of him playing the opposite of how he played in the past, which will surely last. But then we see him try to secure his relationships with Colby and Joe, proceeding to give them nicknames, telling Joe he is the most truthful player to ever play this game, including himself, which is such great praise from Coach. Again, it's Coach talking about Joe in this way, not Joe saying it himself.
That's my daddy.
But this does lead to him calling Joe
The Stone Bell,
Monk,
who will always reign truth in this game.
with Joe being Joe and loving this nickname.
I'm going to be the first to be nicknamed and knighted by him. Debatable. That was like a touching moment.
Which is a funny contrast to Coach now going to Colby, telling him that he's
The oak-bound warrior.
with Colby just looking confused
Okay.
and not taking this seriously at all, but obviously trying not to insult Coach in this situation, with this just being a humor scene to me.
Okay.
Especially with the show, like really playing this straight with Colby in confessional, talking about how proud he is to be given a nickname by Coach, which really just felt like him saving Coach from any flack there, where I kind of look at this more as just a Dodo Coach segment.
Thanks, Coach. I love it.
But this is when we then transition to our typical Aubrey content, with her talking about loving playing with Tiff. So again, that will clearly lead to something, but also bringing up her awkward relationship with Genevieve.
Genevieve, get the hell out of here.
That certainly hasn't been mentioned yet in this season. Again, just content feeling very forced here to give Aubrey something to do on this season, though this does end up starting a new plot thread with her bonding with Coach, saying Coach is running the tribe and that she hasn't found her people, so clearly she will find her people with Coach, who does talk about throwing her a lifeline, which all goes nowhere, as Aubrey still would have been a target anyway if they went to tribal.
I don't really have friends.
Her relationship with Coach really doesn't amount to anything. Again, when I saw this scene in the episode, I was thinking, oh, this must lead to a jury vote. But no, they're just grasping for straws for anything to give Aubrey content for. Though again, this transitions back to Coach with him bragging about how he's in the middle of everything, but he can't get too cocky, has to keep the Dragon Slayer down there, which again, won't last too long. But then we cut over to Cila with Jonathan getting a lot of focus here, him talking about the Kalo 4 having the majority, though they haven't gotten the tribal to lock it in just yet. But obviously because of that, we do see the target having to be one of Rick, Rizzo, or Cirie, with him saying that Cirie's dangerous as heck, which Jonathan will surely do something about in the near future.
Stupid Jonathan.
While Rizzo is unknown.
I just don't know you.
Leading to Rick being the one that he's the most willing to work with, which will certainly age well. Though this does lead to Rick and Jonathan talking game while walking down a trail, with it starting by one of them farting, thank God. But obviously they end up agreeing to target Rizzo first, which again should have been the very obvious target from the offset here, though this does lead to more focus around the Charlie-Rizzo dynamic.
And that pissed me off.
With Charlie seemingly waking up Rizzo as he was sleeping in the tribe boat, which was weird, but leading to them talking about the idol, with Charlie deciding to reveal to Rizzo that he ended up telling Jonathan about the idol because Jonathan seemingly already knew about it, with Rizzo saying,
I must have had stupid written all over my forehead.
With him clearly not believing this, with that, again, seeming to underestimate Jonathan, as I don't know why this feels that illogical from Jonathan, for him to be suspect that someone might have an idol, but again, it does lead to this bizarre contrast early on in the season where it feels like the edit is, again, making us really want to believe Jonathan's this great player that's doing everything intentionally, only for us to see every player around him just seemingly not believe it and really downplay him, which was not looking great for his jury chances.
Stupid Jonathan.
Though this does seemingly turn Rizzo against Charlie in a spot where this didn't really make that much sense of what Charlie did wrong here to turn Rizzo against him, where obviously we know that Charlie is very anti-Rizzo, but it doesn't really feel like Charlie did that much wrong here to cause Rizzo to turn on him, but it does lead to Rizzo saying that Charlie's trying to divide people, so he's starting
Operation Bad Blood
in honor of Taylor Swift, because we needed more Taylor Swift references in relation to Charlie.
Taylor Swift!
Though this also ends up coinciding with Dee also being annoyed at Charlie, with them seemingly running the tribe and isn't down for it, with Dee saying that she thought Charlie was the most dangerous player on the island, only to realize that he's actually the dumbest. Which makes you question, if that's the case, why are you targeting Charlie then? But either way, she ends up talking about how she needs to work with people she can trust, like Rizzo.
My man.
Because Rizzo is surely someone that you can trust. Though I will say, I do think it is actually pretty good work from Dee here to pull in Rizzo, someone that doesn't have many numbers around him at this current point. Game as a potential ally. Now I know obviously there was supposedly some pregame involved with this, with Sophie B having connected Rizzo and Dee before the season, though based on how Dee had talked about it postseason, it seems like it didn't actually mean that much, where she actually came into the season being very sus of Rizzo, due to knowing that he was lying about Savannah having not 149, but obviously that seemed to change back on the island. And overall, again, I think Dee picking up a number like Rizzo is good play from her, though I think how she handles it maybe isn't the greatest. But really, I feel like she should be looking at Rizzo as kind of like a secondary option, more so than the main option at this point. But this does lead to Rizzo talking about wanting to work with strong, independent women like he did last time, which is surely how his game will end. But he ends up relaying his info about the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol
to her to gain trust, seemingly finally finding the right person to give that info to. Also revealing his idol to her as well, which I don't know if he needed to go that far, but again, for all he knows, he probably thought that the other tribes already knew about it anyway. But Rizzo ends up also talking about wanting to work with Cirie, as she's one of the best, with him seemingly getting Cirie on board, the plan to vote out Charlie, with her saying that she was on the bottom until
my boy Rizzo comes through.
Very funny seeing her call Rizzo her boy now.
My man.
But this leads to Cirie also telling Rizzo about her extra vote, with this really securing the Rizzo-Cirie dynamic, which is definitely a dynamic I did not expect to see on this season, though one that is a pretty strong play from both of them involved, though. I do find it weird how we don't get to see much of the Cirie-D dynamic, which obviously doesn't end up being relevant to the overall storyline, though supposedly they were also very close at this point in the season, which is part of what helped make this flip go through, where it feels like they kind of minimize the Cirie side of the story in order to give more to Rizzo, so thank God for that. Anyway, we do get to the immunity challenge, another boring, typical challenge of swimming the shore, unlocking keys, getting bags, throwing them to the platform. Though here we get the reveal that only the first team to finish ends up winning immunity, with this being the first double elimination of the season, which is surprising to see fairly late into the season, where coming into it, I was expecting him to just do double elims throughout the entire pre-merge. Though in retrospect, I actually do kind of like the approach they end up going with here, where while that definitely would have been the easy thing to do, saving more of the double limbs for later in the season does give us more time with this cast. And while, again, the edit maybe would have been a little bit more balanced had we gotten rid of people quicker, I do think having as many of these players around for as long as possible without doing something like the Edge of Extinction does actually make sense, especially with most of the double limbs later on in the season actually being done fairly tastefully, again, for the most part. This ends up being a standard double tribal, where we've seen this before in the past, even on 3 tribe seasons, though an added wrinkle to this is that also both losing tribes lose their flint. Anyone cares about that? Though it is also here where we do end up seeing Colby sitting out of the challenge, with him then proceeding to get to talk about having injured his foot during the last challenge, aka meaning that this is all Zac Brown's fault.
Fuck you.
Zac Brown!
Though again, that very much felt like ominous content there that might have led to a Colby medevac, though during the challenge itself, we do get a lot of hype for Jonathan once again. Also a lot of hype for Tiffany and her making up a lot of time and untying the rope, with Jeff saying that
I've not seen anybody work a rope like that ever on Survivor. Wow!
And it does eventually lead to Kalo winning immunity here, which again, I can't believe that that's the case after all the setup we got of the Cila dynamics, and with Kalo still being very underdeveloped. But back on Cila, it's pretty obvious where this vote is going. It very much felt like we were headed for a downfall for Charlie for the last couple episodes.
And that pissed me off.
So we obviously get to see the plan come together for Rizzo, saying he has an alliance of 4 to get Charlie out, talking about only needing to pull in Camilla, despite the fact that I assume this plan must have been locked in for a while before this. Though this does lead to some negative content for Rizzo, though while as a whole this was a strong episode for Rizzo, where him really getting the credit for the entire Charlie elimination, it does also have some pretty negative points along the way. Again, us seeing this very awkward interaction between him and Camilla, with him pretending that Kyle told him to work with Camilla as he left, with Camilla instantly clocking this as a lie, as Kyle wouldn't do that.
Camilla and we are not tight at all.
It very much feels like Rizzo getting a bit overconfident in his lying ability here, and again, Camilla just sussing that out right away, which is kind of funny that this is essentially what he was claiming Charlie was doing earlier in the episode. But I think it was pretty fun to see Camilla here just being such a good liar.
All right, it's my turn to lie.
And really coming off believable in her pretending to believe what Rizzo was selling here. Though he ends up obviously telling her about the
boomerang idol.
But this leads into Charlie also talking to Camilla, proceeding to tell her about the
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
Seemingly right after Rizzo had told her, which is funny that we see her act surprised to both revelations in a spot where supposedly in real life she had already known about these both times, because Dee actually told her first. Though this does lead to her talking about how Rizzo came to her first and Charlie's game is too slow and he's playing multiple angles, which I don't really get where that notion came from. I don't know what the multiple angles he's even really playing in this spot, where it's not like we even see Charlie ever tell Rizzo that the target is someone else. It's never like we see him targeting Dee or Camilla at any point. So I just felt like Charlie's downfall here was edited in a very strange way, though it does lead to some overconfident Charlie content of him talking about not much strategy is going on, where he never seems to suspect that the votes would be turning on him, as why would it? To where I generally, again, don't understand why the votes do flip on Charlie. And again, I get that Charlie was a big threat coming into the season, but again, for me, it's just very bizarre to see Dee and Camilla target Charlie over Jonathan or even Rick Devens in particular, to where even in a spot where Charlie was getting flipped on, I just don't understand why Charlie was the target here. Again, it seems like they at least had working relationships with Charlie from the original Kalo tribe. Dee had a pregame relationship with Charlie. Yet supposedly she was the person that was the most gung-ho about needing Charlie out, with Camilla seemingly wanting Jonathan out instead, but kind of backing down to what Dee wanted, which, again, doesn't make sense of why she wanted Charlie out here, who, again, is a potential ally, also a potential shield for her into the merge, and again, is someone that you have more of a working relationship with than someone like a Jonathan, who more people are going to want to take deep into the game as a GOAT, but also someone that has a lot of connections to the old schoolers on the other side. To where the entire notion of targeting Charlie here just felt so misguided for most involved, feeling like a massive misstep from Dee in particular here. But it does lead into Rizzo, once again, talking about living the survivor dream and how he's going to go a long way and he's going to cement his legacy as one of the greatest of all time. Us getting Camilla being set up as a swing vote here, though again, felt kind of obvious where she was going, though she does talk about how scary Rizzo could be considering they haven't watched this season. Us flashing back to Jeff calling Rizzo
Riz God
as he was voted out, because we obviously need to see that. Though again, just felt like kind of an obvious result of Rizzo's edit, just feeling one that was so much set up for longevity, especially in comparison to Charlie's here.
And that pissed me off.
Now, as for Vatu, it was another pretty clear-cut vote here, with again, there being a pretty clear Cila majority at this point of Christian, Emily, and Ozzy going to tribal once again. And again, we see Christian and Ozzy reestablishing trust, with Angelina just being the easy vote off, to where, while the edit does make it seem like it was between Christian and Angelina, the reality does seem like the vote was actually more so between Steph and Angelina, with Christian and Emily actually being kind of the swings in this spot, due to Angelina being on their side, to where I will actually say that I do think for Christian and Emily, Ozzy obviously wanted Angelina out, and again, do you further upset Ozzy? I think Angelina would have been a useful ally to keep in the game. I mean, someone that has nowhere else to really go. She's
like a statue.
She has no other real allies. Stephanie has so many connections on the other side with all the old schoolers. Generally, I think there's even an argument that why not just get rid of Ozzy for Christian in this spot? Again, if Ozzy's going to hold this potential resentment against you, again, you could take out Ozzy, split up Ozzy and Cirie. Though I actually do think taking out Angelina here was probably the least optimal situation for Christian in particular in this spot, but obviously, again, from his position, he can't really know how exactly Angelina's feeling about him. For all he knows, Angelina is bitter against him and targeting him, but still, I do think this is the wrong call for Christian. For Angelina, it does seem like she really plays this last round kind of passively.
She'll stand there and just look and watch.
Where we do see her being told by Ozzy to vote Christian, with her just seemingly thinking she's the swing vote, even though she's obviously in a lot of danger here. Obviously, that could just be an edit thing where we just get very little from Angelina in this spot. But again, a pretty straightforward scramble where it's pretty clear Angelina's going home, but we do continue to get more of the tension between Christian and Ozzy, with Ozzy seemingly at least considering making a move that doesn't go through with it. With Ozzy also just being kind of too open at the fact that he's potentially against Christian, telling Emily that he wants to play the long game with her, but not with Christian, saying he'll be a problem later, which I don't know why Ozzy ends up trusting Emily so much with this information, or obviously Emily ends up relaying this back to Christian, with him being upset in confessional, being upset at Ozzy, being upset over something so anodyne, like being left out of a vote, which I've never heard anyone use the word anodyne in my entire life. But also, again, I think Ozzy is being sensible in this spot, where again, it does feel like the edit continuously tries to side with the likes of Christian and Devins in situations like this, in comparison to Ozzy and Joe, who get upset over being lied to. Though, again, I do think it is logical for you to be upset over your own allies lying to you for no reason. But again, it does feel like the edit kind of siding towards the Christian side of things over Ozzy. But it does lead to Ozzy asking for insurance from Christian in the form of his shot in the dark, with Christian seeming hesitant to begin with, though ultimately decides to go through with it in a spot where I really don't see much downside to this, especially if you're not intending on playing your shot in the dark. Sure, obviously we do get worry from Christian of maybe Ozzy is trying to disarm him and take him out, though again, it doesn't lead to anything here. It just seemed like an actual attempt for Ozzy to just regain trust here. Anyway, we get to the tribals, with Vatu going first, it not being explained who determined the order of the tribals, though considering how a woman goes home at this one and a man at the other one, I guess we can assume it's sexism. Though it is kind of a fun tribal here, with Jeff proceeding to do some impersonations, first giving his Jonathan impersonation.
Mr. Jeff.
That sounded more like a Colby impersonation, only from the then give a Colby impersonation.
Tribal's been great because of it.
That sounded less like Colby than the Jonathan one.
Well, hell, probes.
I wasn't proceeding to give a Christian one to his face.
But, I mean, that's subjective. A bit, maybe not.
Which felt pretty bold and also felt like a stereotypical nerd impersonation.
I'm a huge nerd.
Than anything. But either way, kind of boring result here with it just being unanimous Angelina vote.
You're never gonna win.
Though we do get a full circle moment for Angelina of her giving her jacket to the tribe as she leaves, which, I'll be honest, I didn't love this moment. I felt like this felt very cringy.
It was cringe in person.
This really just felt like her planned this from even before the season and playing up this shtick in a spot where it was funny to see even Jeff be kind of unamused with this, where, and he has talked in the past about hating these sort of premeditated exits, but again, it's a nice moment on paper, at least. We then get to Cila, which ends up being kind of a boring tribal with a lot of focus around Rizzo and how he's played 36 out of the last 45 days, and now he's playing with legends and openly talks about how players do well when playing back-to-back, which I don't know why you're telling the entire tribe this, though it does lead to an Amanda Kimball name drop.
$1 million.
So that's cool. But again, felt like something that would make people not want to work with you, but ultimately, again, it doesn't really matter. And we get to the vote itself with Rizzo voting Charlie. What a shocker, referring to Taylor Swift's song, saying,
"This is no love story between us. After tonight, there will be bad blood."
It was so cringy.
Cringe in person.
We get Charlie voting Rizzo, saying,
"If I had known nothing about your game, it would have been better than me knowing the one thing that is getting you voted out tonight."
Which, again, just funny to see how much Charlie's playing into this, but it does end up leading to a 4-3 Charlie vote here.
You're never gonna win.
With Devins and Jonathan seemingly being blindsided by the vote. Now, again, maybe Devins wasn't, in the sense that supposedly this was part of his and Cirie's plan to make them not look close. But either way, definitely leaving Jonathan out of this vote, which I will say definitely seemed a bit unnecessary from Dee and Camilla. Where again, I disagree with the targeting of Charlie to begin with, but I also disagree with leaving Jonathan out of this entire situation, where it just makes him more incentivized to turn against you, even though, to be fair, he probably would have anyway coming into the merge. But this leads to another pretty cringy moment of Charlie saying,
"Teardrops on my guitar, Jeff."
With again, Jeff seemingly being very unamused by this. And also it's just such a weird contrast in comparison to him just being devastated as he's walking away. And in his final words, he talks about how much it hurts to be blindsided and puts his hands in his face, which is again, which I do feel bad for him, but also like feels very weird in a spot where he just literally felt the need to make a Taylor Swift reference for no reason.
Taylor Swift!
But either way, we obviously lose two people here, so let's talk about them. We obviously lost Angelina, and kind of mentioned my stance on her in this season beforehand. It's just kind of a shame that she didn't really get much to do. I mean, it's a spot where Angelina just was very under-edited, probably the most under-edited person of the season, at least up there, and it doesn't really feel like we got much content of actual depth from her. Nothing particularly notable from her, and it does feel like she came into the season kind of playing up a shtick, which I didn't love. Again, her giving away the jacket at the end. We also know there was a cut scene at the first immunity challenge where she tried to negotiate, where again, it really feels like her just like playing up her previous persona in a seemingly unnatural way, but ultimately, again, still kind of a shame we didn't get that much of her, though it does seem like she was kind of irrelevant to what was going on of her just kind of being on the bottom for most of it. And then we move on to Charlie, who, again, I had fun with on this season. Charlie's someone that I was not particularly excited to see come back. I do think Charlie's a very good player, but also one that doesn't really add much to the entertainment of the show for me personally, though I think he added a lot towards the end of his season here. Again, his dynamic with Rizzo was a lot of fun. I did like how much it called back to previous history, how petty it felt like, and it's again fun character content from a person that we don't typically get that from, to where again, I overall enjoyed that aspect of Charlie on this season. From a gameplay perspective, it wasn't great. I mean, I do think he started off the game in an okay spot, yet that wasn't really on the show, and then by the end of his game, it is kind of bad with people turning on him for no reason, and people talking very negatively about his game, to where, again, it certainly isn't a great exit for him, though I think it does kind of leave him in kind of just like middle tier, people that could potentially still come back and would have an interesting storyline. Those are someone that I'm not like dying to see back either, though it wouldn't be the most shocking if this isn't the end of Charlie's Survivor career, though if it is, at least ended on a pretty fun run from a character perspective, at least. And now for episode 6, an episode that ended up having a lot of hype around it, with talk about having the most unforgettable tribal in Survivor history, only for it to be quite possibly the worst episode of the entire season. This obviously being the Blood Moon episode, where the term Blood Moon really just becomes synonymous to me with being outright underwhelming. But we do start the episode on the Cila tribe with a reaction to the Charlie blindside, with Rizzo getting the glow about how he succeeded in Operation Bad Blood blood. Thankfully, it's the final time that gets mentioned here. All while he also gets to teach Rick how to say 12 in Albanian, which was kind of a random scene to make the edit. But this does lead to us seeing Dee apologize to Jonathan, with her saying that she's shocked that he took it so well, which, spoiler, he didn't take it so well. Though, again, Jonathan does seem to do some pretty good work here getting back in with Dee and Camilla after a vote, with them not seemingly taking him seriously, where, again, it really just feels like a lot of people just don't have the right takeaway from Jonathan after his first season. Though, to be fair, Jonathan was never really blindsided after a vote in 42. Though we did get this, weird confessional here from Jonathan saying that there might be room to get back in the game, that it's a slim shot, but it's a shot. Which is is that slim? It's not that slim. Now, I guess if you're saying to win the game, it is pretty slim. I mean, in terms of having a chance to make it deep in the game, it's hard for him to do that.
Stupid Jonathan.
But it is funny how mid-conversation here, they end up noticing a boat arriving at camp, with a boat also arriving at Kalo as well, with the reveal that they're merged at 17. The largest merge ever.
Fun, fun, fun.
Which should make it very clear that this isn't going to be a normal merge, as they would not allow a vote with 17 people. To where I even find it strange to even formally call this a merge, where, again, this could have very easily just tied into the earn a merge twist, and it actually kind of would have made sense this time around. It's like two people getting safety for doing nothing, but I'll say I do like the notion of merging early on these returning player seasons. It is cool to see more of these players interacting, if only we actually spent time on the show dedicated to that instead of focusing on the upcoming Blood Moon. Anyway, the merge ends up happening at Vatu, with Steph getting the first confessional of the merge for some reason.
Keep your shit up, bitch.
Talking about how there's only 14 days and 17 people, so the game's gonna go crazy. Not as crazy as you would think. But again, it's still funny that we're in a spot here where we essentially need elimination per day for the entire back half of the season. But it is in this moment where you have Ozzy deciding that now is the time to tell Emily his secret, proceeding to tell her about his idol, where it is actually kind of funny that he makes this move, seemingly around the misread that he's closer to Emily than he actually thinks. Though this actually does end up working to his favor to gain him social capital with the knowledge about his idol right before it becomes public knowledge anyway. And he wouldn't be able to do that anymore, to where, again, while it wasn't purposeful here, it actually is kind of a good thing that he ends up revealing the secret to Emily. Even if this was an actual secret, Emily would have leaked it soon afterwards anyway, as it's Emily flipping.
Why? Why would you do this?
Though he does end up telling Christian as well in this spot, them having seemingly repaired their relationship, at least for the short term. But eventually the boats end up arriving, with Joe getting the first confessional as the players meet, because obviously Joe's there to just hype people up.
That's what my daddy does.
Calling them 17 legends, which is funny to think that he's calling himself a legend at this point.
That's my daddy.
Though again, it is very funny that we don't even see Joe talk about a single individual during this scene, mainly because Joe probably doesn't know who the majority of these people are. But again, we get some fun interactions from Rizzo and Coach hugging, Rizzo talking about a dream come true to meet Coach Wade. Christian talks about getting to meet Coach and Chrissy and Jonathan, and talking about how that man is huge.
Jonathan, you're bigger than last time.
Also talking about meeting Kobe, but happiest to see Rick Devens.
I love Rick Devens.
This obviously reestablishing their relationship here, with them clearly being meant to be one of the more important duos of the season. And we do get Rick ending this sequence doing his newscaster shtick, which with that I'll also mention the fact that the only people that get confessionals in this sequence were men. What a shocker. Anyway, we do end up getting a Christian and Rick focused scene, with Rick getting to lay out all the advantages in play, along with his planted idol, which was clearly going to lead to something on this season.
Debatable.
While Cirie ends up getting to be the one to tell Genevieve that Aubrey has an idol, which is a pretty random interaction here, but we do get Genevieve being excited that she was right, saying that she's called it since early on the season, with us proceeding to flash back to her saying on day 5, which was, again, a fun editing trick there. Again, I did find it weird that it was Cirie leaking Aubrey's information here, considering, again, they're friends outside the show, where it really does surprise me just how little of the Cirie-Aubrey relationship we see on the show.
I don't really have friends.
With it not seeming to really play a factor into things on the final tribal, though it does lead to another Genevieve targeting Aubrey montage, which will surely matter. Though by the end of it, everyone ends up knowing about Aubrey's idol. It won't be the only idol that's public, because we have Genevieve also telling Ozzy that she gave the idol to him, with info of this spreading around to the others. This getting actually a pretty funny scene of Ozzy trying to tell Joe about his idol to gain trust.
I have an idol. I had just heard that.
Only to find out that he already knew.
Thought it was going to be a secret, and it's not.
Because again, everyone knew.
That's a big bummer.
But interestingly, we do see Genevieve not telling Rizzo that she was the one to give him the idol. idol, lies to him, which I will say is a bit questionable, as there's not really many options from the previous Kalo tribe that would have given him an idol. Though again, she continues that secret there, with Rizzo's idol proceeding to be the least exposed at this point, though we do have Cirie telling Ozzy about it, with her revealing to him that Rizzo also knows about the extra vote, and in turn wants to form a trio, a polyamorous relationship for Cirie, which she claims to not be used to.
Debatable.
Though it really felt like a trio that was set up to run this season, alliance that could have run the show, and had they done so, would have been a perfect conclusion to this season. Again, I would have loved to see Cirie, Ozzy, and Rizzo make it to the end, but no, Rizzo had to go on and ruin that and try to win the season. How dare he?
Fuck you.
God.
This does lead to this weird spiel from Cirie talking about how the new school players are better than the old school. The old school sticking to who they say they're going to stick to, with the new school being able to work with their enemies and get them out. Saying the old school are going to have a problem, which really felt like this ominous content here that would lead to a new school player winning, which doesn't happen, though obviously this also did feel like a bit of a dig towards the Jonathan and Joes of the world, with them obviously being associated more so with the old school by this point. And again, you can argue that Aubrey's win is a new school style of game, where again, I guess you can say that this confessional kind of means something, though kind of the stretch things to get there. But anyway, we do end up seeing Coach and Jonathan regrouping here as well, with Coach saying that Jonathan is everything he wanted to be the first time he played, almost as if Jonathan is the total package, leading into Jonathan bonding with Joe as well, with them seemingly working in lockstep from this point forward, with them seemingly being this duo of these more old school leaning new era players, with them talking about working with the old school. Again, Jonathan clearly having this pregame alliance here with Steph, Chrissy, Coach, and Colby, again, almost as if they're cut from the same cloth, saying that they look at him as a loyal player, and he will be, but this time he's going to make relationships he wouldn't have made last time.
Debatable.
Proceeding to talk to Aubrey, to which they have a conversation that doesn't lead to anything of substance.
Goes Aubrey!
No! But hey, they gotta foreshadow the ending somehow, in some way, I guess. I find it funny how, like, this is meant to emphasize how much Jonathan will work with people he didn't want to work with last time. And it's like, he literally worked with Omer. We literally got this, like, sequence about how different they are, yet they're working together. Again, like, this is just kind of a dumb sequence where, like, again, Jonathan's just doing the same thing again. But anyway, we also see him with Dee talking about playing both sides with her. That'll surely last. Though we'll also mention that, weirdly, a sequence that was edited out of this part of the episode was a secret scene of Rizzo bonding with Joe.
Rizzo, my man.
About how much the Joe and Eva moment meant to him and his brother, which was a bizarre scene to be edited out of the show here, especially considering the Rizzo-Joe dynamic is one that supposedly was pretty close and is one that does have a pretty big impact on the endgame of this season. To see that relationship again come off very underdeveloped and being relegated to a secret scene felt very damning for both involved, but especially the Rizzo, who was someone that people were kind of holding out hope to potentially win at this point in the season. But either way, we then proceed to see a boat arriving, with Tiffany narrating the scene, where Tiffany starts to be on the show at this point, fitting perfectly into this like Sophie Segretti style of edit. But we do see her saying here that she hopes it's a merge feast. Come on, this is the new era. It has to be a scramble for an advantage in the jungle.
Fun, fun, fun.
Because that's clearly dangerous fun. To which we then proceed to get a montage of players just running around, confessionals, talking about how crazy this is. You know, we do this almost every season. To which you get Rick talking about
Find Aubrey like a mountain goat up to a place I didn't think she could get to.
Clearly foreshadowing to Aubrey being the top goat, I guess.
I'm waiting for her to go, bye.
Generally, you could argue this is foreshadowing, but I don't know if that actually was intentional or not. But we also get content from Colby, who can't run because of his foot. Where again, it felt like Colby being lined up to be medevac, how much they were showing this. Oh, we have Christian detailing his strategy for the search, which turns into kind of an annoying montage inside of a montage.
Landmark tree, nook. Landmark tree, nook. Landmark tree, nook.
Though felt very reminiscent to his breadth first search segment from David vs. Goliath. Oh, we have Rizzo just walking during the scramble, saying the odds of him finding it are slim, only to cut to him walking right by it, to where Ozzy ends up being the one to find it instead.
Voila. Oh, yes.
Finding his first thing in 10 years, saying it's his lucky day, and
hopefully it's not. You're going to exile.
To which he opens it and reads it, to which it's revealed he's going to exile.
You're heading to Exile Island. Yeah.
Which was, again, pretty humorous there, obviously. Though he does get to choose one person to go with him, that won't have a choice in the matter, which I found it very funny that they specified that. But he ends up saying he's picking someone that people won't think that he's going to work with. And there's only one answer, Rizzo.
My man, I just don't know you.
Where again, I can't believe he picks Rizzo, the person that we were just set up that he could be in a potential trio with. Though generally this was a good pick here to solidify that relationship. Though I did find the logic of this kind of weird in that, again, like if you're picking Rizzo, you think that others would assume that, oh, they're going to bond while in exile. Where again, you would think that's actually kind of connecting you two. But either way, I did find it funny how Rizzo was just annoyed that he got picked here and that he's going to be away from Cam, only for us to later find out that Ozzy and Rizzo are essentially just handed immunity from the Blood Moon, which is just kind of lame. I mean, the fact that they're able to just skip ahead 3 rounds, instantly make it the jury for doing nothing, where even if you want to give them immunity, you could have at least given them a more interesting role in this episode, at least gave them like a choice of a tribal to go to, just so they could have like a level of influence in things instead of just being on exile for the rest of the episode, where we obviously get very little focus on them on exile. We really just get one scene of them showing them revealing their idols to each other and them agreeing to work alongside Cirie, which obviously was expected to happen based on the previous sequences, where again, it really felt like this was supposed to be a very important alliance here, with Rizzo even saying that if they stick together, they're going to do damage. So I did feel like they were the clear frontrunners to win from an Edgic perspective at this point, which really just becomes depressing as we get further into the season.
Fuck you.
God.
But anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, which ends up being the return of Chimney Sweep, separated into 3 groups of 5. So I wonder what's going to happen here.
Fun.
Though, yeah, we see Jeff putting a lot of gravitas into this moment, saying that their goal of the season was to make it memorable, which
debatable
if they succeeded, but says that 63% of people voted for twists.
I love twists.
So this is a twist
For the fans. I don't lie.
And clearly what the fans wanted, an even worse version of a typical split tribal, where instead of 2 tribes, it's 3. Mind-blowing. So much dangerous fun all at once.
Fun.
Though I did find it funny how they really tried to tie this twist to the fan vote when, like, either way, they would have needed twists like this to cut down the players. So, again, likely this twist would have happened either way, no matter what the fan vote was. They would just create a different excuse for it. And generally, I found it so cringy that production themselves gave this twist a name.
And we call it a blood moon.
It's so rare, but so memorable.
It will cause the entire Survivor world to pause and take notice.
Which is like, I guess, take notice of how lame it is. Or again, I generally do not understand how Jeff generally thought this was such a great twist. Again, saying
you wanted big, we're doing our best.
Which is like, are you? Again, if this is your best, this is really fucking pathetic. Again, it's just another split tribal. Nothing even really that special about it. It's literally just 3 tribes going to tribal. It's just a glorified tribe swap. Especially considering, again, it's random draw to create these teams. 1 person from each team gets immunity. Winning group also gets reward. Again, we've seen this before. Though, we do actually get a special reward this time. That being
Applebee's. Applebee's is back.
With Jeff actually spending a lot of time hyping up the food. Thank God we got a 2-hour episode for this.
You're a sellout, bro.
Though, genuinely, I actually did kind of find this funny with how ham Jeff was going here.
The whole lot of bacon burger. That's bacon, and more bacon. Into a juicy all beef patty.
Where I actually didn't hate the sequence. Also, it is here where we get the reveal of the immunity necklace, which is in the shape of a phoenix.
Rooster.
One with 84% of the vote, which is actually pretty insane. That was that lopsided, though. Again, it was kind of the obvious choice. Though it is also revealed here that the jury will start following this. That the jury will start at 14, the largest non-Edge of Extinction jury, which, again, makes sense considering this is the largest cast up to this point. With all those announcements out of the way, to talk about the twist in general, again, it's just such a letdown of a twist, where, again, even just a normal split tribal just sucks, as it gives players solo room to maneuver. But even then, that's done part of the way through the merge. Merge dynamics come to play there. Players have already had time to settle into their dynamics after merge. This is happening at the beginning of the merge, with no time to secure new relationships. And again, with there being 3 tribes this time around, it gives you even less odds to end up with your allies from earlier in the game, actually putting more precedent on pre-game alliances and leaving us with groups that have little suspense in what's going to happen with them, which is funnily the opposite of what they're trying to do here. So again, I was literally hoping for like anything more unique here. So again, I would have literally taken 3 vote offs back to back to back than this. I would have even taken like a very convoluted twist of maybe it's all 15 at one tribal and each player votes off like one from each of the groups. Again, I would have taken pretty much anything other than what we actually got here, which is just the most boring way of doing a triple elimination here. To where I genuinely found the hype that they led into this episode of this being the most unforgettable tribal just like really insulting, considering just how bland it actually is. And I also find it very funny how we got almost no actual setup to the actual groups formed here. We just go instantly into the challenge where we do instantly get a lot of talk about feet.
I hate feet.
Surprisingly, none from Dee.
Your toes are big, and I don't like that.
More so from Emily and Steph, with Steph complaining about having bunions and being pigeon-toed. Can't believe Steph is complaining about something.
Fuck you.
So through the challenge, we do see Colby lasting a surprisingly long time here with him struggling due to his injury and yelling in pain when he drops out, to where I did find it kind of funny that Jeff says, he's all right.
I saw the thumb.
Just because like Colby puts up his thumb while he's wincing in pain. But it does come down to Dee versus Coach for one group, with us flashing back to Coach and Tocantins. Jeff saying the monastic approach, which how dare you not say martyr. Though again, Coach ends up dropping, with Dee dropping right afterwards, where I would have very much expected Dee to do much better in this challenge. Another group ends up coming down to Genevieve and Christian, with Christian pulling out the win there, though ends up falling fairly soon afterwards, with the challenge coming down to Camilla, Steph, and Chrissy, all from one group, with that group easily winning the reward, and Jonathan being obnoxious when they do so.
Yeah! Jonathan's happy!
Slamming things as their group wins, yelling,
"That's my team!"
A team that just got randomly chosen, have no actual chemistry with each other.
Yeah!
I was surprised to see Camilla last as long as she does, where she doesn't seem like the type of person that would do that well in endurance challenges of any sort. But it does come down to Steph and Chrissy by the end, where, who would have guessed it? Steph wins after previous complaining. I never would have guessed that. Though we do first get focus on Stephanie's group, that ends up going to the sanctuary for Applebee's, with no Liz reference, which felt like a missed opportunity. Though outside of this Applebee's segment, every group here only gets one segment before Tribal, which did feel like a fairly short time spent with each of these groupings before the vote, though to be fair, I doubt we missed out on much, with most of these rounds being pretty clear cut, with the first group actually being the most interesting here, even though it was pretty obvious what was going to happen. But we do actually get 4 OG Kalos in this group, with the only non-Kalo member being Stephanie, who obviously has immunity, though it's not like she would have needed it anyway, as we do get a pretty clear breakdown of this group into POC versus non-POC. Almost as if they're cut from the same cloth, which I could be joking, but I'm not really. Again, whether intentional or not, that is essentially how this tribe breaks down, where we do get to see Tiffany and Camilla together, as again, they've been together since the beginning, though end up actually being kind of screwed by being swapped alongside the pregame alliance of Steph, Chrissy, and Jonathan, who again are all cut from the same cloth. Them clearly being part of this talked about Zoom alliance, to where one of Camilla and Tiffany are pretty clearly going home in this spot. Though again, it is a spot where Tiffany does get a good chunk of content in this episode, with her setting up her and Camilla targeting Chrissy and wanting her gone from the beginning, with Jonathan being set up as a swing. But I mean, come on, it's Jonathan. We know where he's going.
I'm subconsciously racist.
Though we do see Camilla and Tiffany seemingly thinking that they have Jonathan on board for some reason. Like, I really don't know why Camilla in particular thought he was on board after blindsiding him. And I am kind of surprised we never see him really try to pull in Steph into this vote.
Nobody bothers me.
Where I feel like Steph should have been the bigger swing, especially as Chrissy and Jonathan were supposedly close on the original Kalo. But again, they never seem to talk to Steph here. Those does lead to this pretty great scene of Chrissy being emotional back at camp, telling Tiffany and Camilla that she knows that they're voting for her and just wants to leave, with them being friends, where it really felt like Chrissy was like laying down her sword, to which we cut to her in confessional saying that
Survivor 50 has been a lot of redemption for me.
And she's healed her old wounds, which I don't know how, but sure, if she feels that way. But says that she'll go out joyfully.
But I don't think that's going to happen.
Which ends up being a fun fake out here from Chrissy. Probably her best moment of the season, though that's not really saying much. But this does lead into a montage of Chrissy conversations with Jonathan and Steph, with her constantly using the phrase,
"are cut from the same cloth,"
which obviously did bring us a bit of controversy. We talk about how bad optics this is to be saying this phrase when you're talking about a group of white people going against the only POC on the tribe.
We're racist.
This being something that I instantly noted when watching the episode. And again, I do think this phrase is a
weird thing to say.
Obviously, yes, I know she's using this phrase to call back to their pregame alliance and the notion that they're honesty, loyalty sort of players, even though Chrissy isn't, but again, she's keeping appearances. But again, I get why she's using this term. I just don't think it's a good look here. Now, again, not saying that Chrissy is racist or even thinking that this is specifically race related or that she should be hounded on social media to the point where she deleted her accounts and didn't do all exit press. But again, I do think this is just a thing to note. It's a thing to call out. That's not good optics to see 3 white people targeting into 2 POC and also calling Camilla
very sneaky,
which is again kind of a loaded term there. To where again, I do get her intentions when saying these things, but I think without context, it certainly doesn't look good. Either way, the majority ends up targeting
Camilla tonight
over Tiffany. Not really explained why Camilla over Tiffany, outside of her being considered sneaky, though I assume Tiffany just had better connections here and was looked at as less of a threat, and I guess Camilla blindsided Jonathan, so again, it does make sense, but it doesn't really get explained on the show. Though it does end up leading to more Jonathan 2.0 content, where I can't believe he wants to play a different game from last time. Think he's more than just honor and integrity, as that would only get him 1 vote at the end. So thank God he can get more than 1 vote at the end.
Not 1, not 2, but 3.
But with that, we then cut to Christian's group, which is where this episode just gets kind of depressing, where, again, at least with this last group, it had a blindside brewing. It was also one that, again, by the end, felt kind of warranted for Camilla. This group just has Genevieve going out with no chance to save herself.
Genevieve, get the hell out of here.
Where this group ends up having Christian and Devins, obviously working together alongside Aubrey, who, again, you just naturally think they would want to work with as similar sort of players, also having a connection through the idol, and also coming from the same era of the show. And with Aubrey also claiming that she's going to play her idol no matter what, it does stop any attempt to potentially blindside her for the sake of giving the idol back to Christian. So generally good for Aubrey. That was actually a good play. At least she does something good on this season.
Give me a break. Leave me alone.
But they do end up forming the majority of this group, with Joe and Genevieve being the 2 on the outs, both having ties to the Honesty Integrity Alliance, but Genevieve being looked at as the more dangerous player, and also having Aubrey being there to further push the vote onto her.
Get the hell out of here.
Where it really felt like Genevieve was just really screwed out of playing a pretty solid game up to this point. Again, having so many allies on the other groups, being in the majority of every tribe she's been a part of before this, and also being in a spot where she theoretically should have had 2 idols at this point in the game. To where, again, it's just kind of sad to see her here not having much she can really do to save herself despite those things. But we do start this tribe's content with an orange jump scare. But then after that, we do obviously have to hear about Aubrey being annoyed to have Genevieve in her group, where you would actually think she'd be excited to have Genevieve here to vote her out. Also, you would also think that Aubrey would get a lot of credit here for Genevieve's elimination, only for her to not really.
Goes Aubrey!
No! With this segment, proceeding to focus more on Christian and Rick's perspective of things, you know, the ones actually controlling the vote, where, again, Genevieve's just an easy target here, and the main suspense really comes from Rick wanting to split the vote, as he's worried that Genevieve and Joe would vote for him, so he wants to split the vote onto Joe, as he's confident he doesn't have anything, and also doesn't think Joe would vote for him at the end. Which, funny, I think that Rick actually thinks he can get through the end. And what do you know? This shockingly doesn't happen, because Rick almost never gets his way on this season. Though I will say, I don't know why they don't just split the vote. Like, in a way, it's actually a credit to Joe here in this spot, where he's able to really avoid just any votes being cast against him. Even in a spot like this, where, again, it would have been sensible just to throw a vote onto him, just in case. Though, again, we do end up seeing Joe and Genevieve seemingly working in lockstep here, which is kind of surprising just how close they end up being here. Joe telling her that he's with her, only to end up voting her out, because that's Joe on the season. That's just what Joe does. That's what my daddy does. Again, we never actually see Genevieve explicitly turn on Joe, which I do think might have been more likely to work had she actually tried to get like Rick and Christian to vote out Joe and work with her for down the road. Though again, it probably wouldn't have mattered. But we do see Genevieve and Joe proceed to target Devins, with, again, it being assumed that Aubrey's gonna play her idol and Christian having immunity, to where, again, Christian's a swing here. Though, again, banking on Christian trying to flip on Devins.
I love Rick Devins.
Really just shows you how screwed you are, where we do interesting to see Genevieve tell Christian that he's lumped in with the rats that have to be dealt with, where it did feel like this, like, Aubrey, Emily, Devins, Christian group was not in a particularly good spot coming to emerge, with Christian in particular being a spot where he didn't really have many connections within the Honesty and Integrity Alliance. It really felt like Christian's days were numbered, even by this point in the season, though we do see Christian never seems to generally actually consider keeping her in the game, saying he more so needs to have her believe that he's with her so she doesn't play her shot in the dark, which, spoiler, he fails at that. But anyway, we then get to our final group, the D group, which ends up being another straightforward grouping here with a pretty clear majority of D, Emily, and Cirie. D and Emily obviously being friends, coming from the same season. Emily and Cirie being aligned on Cila, while D and Cirie end up coming from the swap Cila, to where, again, this is just a clear trio, that leaving Coach and Colby on the outs, and it's ultimately just a choice between the two, with no real attempt to get the vote to go in any direction, at least one that gets any traction. There's also here where we do get a lot of focus around Colby's foot.
I hate feet.
And him also not having a vote, and through that can't even play a shot in the dark, which was all just kind of depressing here to see Colby come back in a spot where he generally is just so excited to play the game, in a spot where he also just so openly talks about how this is his last appearance on the show, just for him to not really get to do anything on his way out here.
I hadn't played.
Though, again, we see Coach give the only real attempt to switch the vote, though a terrible one, in trying to get D to vote out Emily, probably forgetting the fact that they were friends and came from the same season. Again, lies to D that Emily was saying her name, which D just instantly knows is fake, though, to be fair, I wouldn't put it past Emily.
Why? Why would you do this?
Though it is funny to see D just instantly call out, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" With even Coach knowing he's caught, saying he put his foot in his mouth and won't do that twice, which I guess is decent enough recovery from a massive dodo moment here, though as the season goes along, we will see Coach kind of do this twice, and really it's all just ends up being here just as the red herring, as we do see D proceeding to go to Emily, saying that Coach pitched her, with Emily talking about how messy Coach is, with them again seemingly wanting to turn the vote onto Coach, as Colby's not doing much.
I hadn't played.
All Coach is doing the opposite, and is so obvious about it. All while also thinking that Colby will be medevaced anyway, so they can kill two birds with one stone, only for Cirie to shut this down. Talking about not thinking that Colby will get medevaced, which she's technically wrong about, but it does talk about Colby as the head of the alliance, while Coach isn't a threat. With Cirie again working her magic here to get the votes back on the Colby, supposedly calling back to Cirie having lost trust of Colby after the Jenna situation, despite them having a pre-game relationship, to where it does seem like either way Colby would have been a goner here. Though we do see Colby actually do some pretty decent campaigning to D here, giving a pitch that I don't know if it would have worked for me, but again, saying that he's close to Chrissy, Joe, and Steph, and that he'll stick his neck out to get them to target her, which might have not been the worst pitch based on what we end up seeing happening to D. Though very curious just to call out how many great relationships you have on the other side, though to be fair, it was kind of obvious that was the case. And again, this does seem to actually gain favor of D, her talking about liking Colby, which was the polar opposite of what she was saying in the preseason.
Because you're a pick-me.
Though again, it felt pretty clear this wasn't going to go anywhere. Though ultimately, again, we get to the actual tribals themselves. Tribal 1 being Steph's group, for some reason, where ultimately the order doesn't really matter here. Like, I'm assuming they all split the same prize money. But again, very weird for order to be the opposite of what you would expect, where again, you would think that Steph's group, being the one to win the challenge, would be the one to go last, though instead they're seemingly punished for winning. Also weird as they had less time to scramble because they also went in the reward. Though, too far, I'm sure they probably cut off all of them at the same time. But still, again, just very weird how the order is handled here. Though the actual tribal here is just kind of boring, though we do get them lighting up the tribal set red because it's a blood moon. And we also get Tiffany making a Zelda reference.
One of my favorite video games has a blood moon.
With Camilla eagerly nodding her head alongside this, which looked very funny. And also with Jeff seemingly being surprised but happy to hear about this reference, also proceeding to make a very funny face, which was a humorous juxtaposition to Tiffany talking about how
They come to like kill you.
Oh yeah, I felt like more so Jeff just being excited here to see that someone knows what he's going for, and that blood moon is dangerous fun.
Fun, fun, fun.
This ends up obviously just being a 3-2 Camilla vote.
You're never gonna win.
With her being shocked on her way out, saying,
"Drag that man through the mud."
Kind of funny. But again, that was the best vote off of the bunch, where we get the Tribal 2, Christian's group, aka the group that plays second, which ends up really being the worst tribal of the bunch here. No real intrigue outside of Rick trying to recite Keith Nail's cruise line, only to proceed to botch it. Though again, everyone knows Genevieve's going home. Even she does, to where she plays a shot in the dark. It fails. She goes home.
You're never gonna win.
That was depressing.
Genevieve, get the hell out of here.
Though interesting that Aubrey doesn't play her idol, despite her having told everyone that she was going to play her idol, which I will say probably is the correct play here to not play her idol. Now, how she handles it is another question. Anyway, we see Genevieve leaving here, with Genevieve also giving Aubrey her jacket on her way out. Clearly a good luck charm, as why else would Aubrey win after this?
I don't really have friends.
We then get to our final tribal with Dee's group. Probably the best of the bunch, despite the vote off itself being very obvious with Colby going home. And what was supposedly even more obvious in real life, as Colby was actually literally about to get medevaced otherwise, with
Dr. Joe kept coming on me
about his injury and that they supposedly only ran the tribal as Colby was going to get voted out anyway, and he asked to let him get voted out, which probably leads to one of the most impactful moments of the season to me, with a lot of this tribal revolving around how much Colby, Coach, and Cirie have meant to the show, how the show's impacted their lives, which plays into the strong suits of this season. Again, seeing Colby talk about having the most fun on this season, saying he came in with a different attitude and set of goals, and he's just trying to find the joy in it. Talks about half his life has passed since he first played the game, and now he's in his 50s. It's a decade of reflection, and Survivor has woven its way through a lot of it, and he's gotten so many experiences and friends, and again, he gets emotional, saying he's so appreciative of the chance to play one more time, where I really just loved how much Colby in this season just feels like this representation of the passage of time, again, this progression of Survivor history, and kind of this embodiment of like the positive impact Survivor can have on someone's life, to where I really did love all this content that we got from Colby. Oh, and I also get Cirie saying similar things about having zero expectations coming into this experience and being honored to have people look up to her, and her getting emotional as well, only for Coach to then just give a samurai proverb, which obviously just felt very drastically different from the other two. But again, we get to the vote. Colby can't vote.
I hadn't played.
Though we do get a great moment of him patting the voting booth as he walks up to it and just heading back, which felt like a final farewell here for Colby. Again, it ends up being a unanimous vote.
You're never gonna win.
With Jeff saying,
"One last time, Donaldson,"
as he snuffs his torch, which I was like really hit for me. And again, to have Colby leaving saying,
"Find the joy. Just find the joy."
Really just felt like this perfect send-off for Colby on this season. For a while, again, the episode as a whole and the Blood Moon twist as a whole was just very lackluster. I do love that we at least got this very strong content from Colby on his way out, even though it was very unrelated to the actual twist of it all.
I hadn't played.
But with that, obviously, we lose 3 players in this episode. So before moving on, let's talk about him. First up, talking about Camilla, who I've been saying throughout this review, kind of got a lot of petty content in this season, and that's kind of generally how I feel like her run in the season kind of goes. The fact that she's not particularly relevant to most of the season. It really feels like a lot of the content she ends up getting here is simply just there because they want to try to balance out the confessional count to some degree, and it really felt like they gave her like some narrational content here just for the sake of it, where really, again, just Camilla doesn't really add much to this season. I still like Camilla. I think she's a fun TV personality. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Camilla play again, even though I'm not really expecting it, but I don't feel like this is a run that really gave her much to really work with, though. I did think she had a pretty fun downfall here by the end. Also, we then get Genevieve.
Mothervieve!
Who is probably one of the people I think their legacies increases the most from this season, to where while obviously she ends up being booed way earlier than she was her first time around, I feel like she ends up playing this season very well, all things considered. I think she actually probably has one of the most like screwed over appearances in the history of the show. Probably one of the best pre-jury games in the history of the show, to where, again, I think Genevieve had a very strong appearance here, kind of showing her correcting some of the wrongs from her first appearance, all, again, still being a fun confessional at points, still being very
mother.
And in general, again, Genevieve being someone that, again, I would love to see play again. I don't know if we're going to see that, especially with her seemingly out on the idea, though, someone that gave us some great content, even though it was very frustrating to see how screwed she was on her way out. And kind of similar thing goes with Colby as well, who, again, I've already mentioned, I think Colby's really ends up being like emblematic of the passage of time throughout Survivor history, which I think is something that's so impactful for a season like Survivor 50 in particular. Like, it really feels like he's the heart and soul of the early portions of this season. And going from his first time around, being this 25-year-old, to now being in his early 50s and being in a stage of reflection. Like, again, I just think there's so much strong content there from Colby that really hit for me. And it was interesting to see Colby play a very strong game on this season. Again, another one of the more screwed over players to not make the jury phase of the game. And I think you could argue that this is one of Colby's best appearances, despite him having had deeper runs in the past. I generally don't think there's a single thing Colby necessarily does wrong on this season. I think he just gets kind of screwed out of the game by the end. And again, considering the injury of it all as well, again, it just feels like everything went wrong for Colby here.
I hadn't played.
Yeah, again, the fact that he was able to
find the joy
and gave us, again, great reflective final run from him on this season, again, felt very fitting to where, while I would have loved to see him actually be able to play the game a bit more, I do love the content that we got from him on this season, to where I think he does end up ending his Survivor career on a bit of a high note here. But now we move on to episode 7, which ends up being, to me, one of the better episodes of the season, in a spot where it ends up just being a kind of standard episode. What a shocker that the traditional Survivor format leads to one of the best episodes of the season. Though a lot of that does come from a lot of the drama that we get from the episode, where it starts off with Tiffany being upset coming back to camp, clearly trying to stay composed, though telling the others that she wants to be in her feelings right now, with Chrissy proceeding to say that Tiff was very eloquent, which that's certainly not helping the allegations. Though it does lead to a funny cut to Tiffany being upset in confessional, saying
Jonathan is a lying skate.
Again, this ends up being really fun Tiffany content. Her just really unleashing in confessional over how upset she is, which again, good from a gameplay perspective, though also showing how fun of a character Tiffany can be. But then we end up having the second group arriving with lots of talk about how Aubrey didn't play her idol, which again is the purely logical thing. The problem is that Aubrey makes it worse for herself by proceeding to tell people that she didn't play it because it went so fast and she forgot.
Not my best move.
Which obviously gets clowned on, with Rick saying, "Do I have stupid on my face?" and Christian comparing this to his students, telling him they forgot their homework, with, again, this leading to people being pretty annoyed at Aubrey, where in general this was a pretty bad look for the eventual winner of the season, and did feel like the edit kind of dunking on her when they didn't absolutely need to, though again, this was obviously a terrible in-game move, again, unnecessary lie.
Still make kind of boneheaded moves.
Where again, I just think people would have been fine if you just told them, yeah, I just wanted to save my idol, but to turn this into some innocent mistake is something that is clearly just seen through, and again, it leads to this being a bit of a dodo moment for Aubrey, though she does get to talk about how this was a sour wake-up call.
I can't have any BS excuses.
So that's some development. Oh, she talks about,
I gotta step up, or I'm gonna be left in the dust.
Where again, she'll surely step up. But then we get the final group arriving with the reveal that Colby is gone, with Coach saying that one of the 4 horsemen are gone, which is funny that they didn't even bother setting up this alliance to begin with. Though it does seem like this was obviously a alliance between the Coach Joe Colby trio from earlier, though now with the addition of Jonathan. But Coach says that it was an honorable send-off for Colby, and now he needs to carry the torch for those trying to play an honorable game. Emphasis on try. Though we do have Coach here being very upset at Dee for throwing out his name, with Jonathan talking about her being a snake, with Dee just clearly being dead to rights coming into this round. Though I will question, like, who told Coach that Dee was saying his name? Like, I don't know if Cirie or Emily did, but again, it would have seemed unnecessary to do for them, but either way. Also here we get talk about how Aubrey's putting a target on her back, with Jonathan just kind of gloating at how the people around him are playing so poorly, which is, again, a bit ironic.
Stupid Jonathan.
Though we do get Coach saying that he'll wage war on all of them, starting what ends up being a great return to form for Coach across this episode. So we then proceed to get a very awkward interaction with Dee, talking to Coach while he's in the hammock, with Coach saying,
"I'm sad because I hear that you don't trust me."
With Dee seemingly being kind of surprised by this, and then proceeding to go on and say,
"Do you not see what's going on? Everybody is lying to each other. Nobody's being honest."
With Jonathan proceeding to join in, leading into this being essentially just a big fight between Jonathan and Dee, with Jonathan saying,
"I'm telling you."
Are you being honest?
Kind of a dumb statement, as she technically just said that she's lying. She said that everyone was, but either way, again, it leads to them fighting over the Charlie vote, with Jonathan saying,
"You blindsided me. Why would I ever believe you?"
Saying now it's found out, which, again, nice to get some drama from Modern Survivor, especially from some new school players here. Though this does really come out of nowhere, and we do know from Express that this was edited way out of sequence, where, again, the way this is portrayed, as if it's the first thing in the morning, immediately after a vote off, though we do later learn this actually happened right before Tribal
after Dee had already known that she was going home, which obviously makes a lot of this make more sense. Explaining why tensions are so high, explaining why this carries over into the actual tribal, and again, making sense why Dee is so combative here, knowing that Coach and Jonathan are actively targeting her by this point. Though I will say, again, it doesn't really make much sense for why Jonathan is doing this, and we get talk from him about how he's trying to
get a rise out of her. She did exactly what I wanted her to do.
Make her look worse to the other players, incentivize to get her out, which they were already doing anyway. I feel like this is a move that Jonathan does talk up, and I know Christian has talked about this being a good move when it's like, this is just pissing off the first juror for almost no real benefit. I guess it's like a thing that you could say, hey, I did this thing actively, but really outside that, I feel like this is actually like a pretty bad move. And it does lead to Dee talking about,
I always knew he didn't have a brain.
Continuing this bad SPV for Jonathan, despite how much the edit seemed to be hyping him up, especially from his perspective. Though, yeah, he ends up glowing.
I sold it too. I sold it.
Where again, it really makes it feel like the show wants us to believe this is a good move when it's just bad.
Stupid Jonathan.
Though it is very funny that we then cut to Coach being emotional in the hammock saying,
that's not how I play Survivor.
Where, hey, episode title for Coach. Again, someone that isn't Christian or Jeff, so that's something. But he proceeds to say that
nobody's going to win this game unless they have honor.
And that if
anybody out here wants to run around and tell lies, they ain't winning the game.
Which kind of does play out, I guess.
I gotta step up.
Though again, very funny that Coach is just like openly telling people this, which again, I don't know if Coach actually believes this or just him trying to sell his spiel, but again, it does cut to Emily calling out his hypocrisy and talk about how stupid it is, to which we then cut to Coach making haikus in the hammock.
War has been declared. Did you hear it?
Even Coach saying,
I guess the old Coach is back. Hey guys, what's up? It's the Dragon Slayer.
Where up to this point, Coach had been portrayed in a fairly positive way and showing him as a bit of a developed coach, but the shoe completely drops in this moment. With us finally cutting back and forth between Tiffany and Dee, complaining about Coach, and Coach being like really excited to finish his haikus, only for the others to just watch him with no reaction, which was a very funny edit.
Hey.
Yep.
Ozzy and
Rizzo
eventually returned, where they're shocked that there were 3 tribals and the jury started. Where it would be generally insane to think that much game passed while they were gone, though. It's at this moment where you see Coach saying that they need a replacement for Colby and decides on Rizzo.
My man.
Don't know why he would think Rizzo would be better in the Honor Integrity Alliance, especially over someone like an Ozzy, who he supposedly mended with, but whatever. And Coach, again, makes the dumb mistake of literally just telling him that you're replacing Colby, which felt like a very rookie move there. Though it is kind of funny that Colby and Q essentially did the same thing to him earlier, and he wasn't that bothered by that. But this is a moment where we have the music really swelling up as he's being added to the Alliance, only to then abruptly cut with the reveal that Rizzo's obviously not buying into this and is just placating Coach in this position, with his real alliance being Cirie and Ozzy, which he'll surely stay loyal to, with them now calling the alliance Cirie's Wizard of Oz, which later gets refined to Cirizard of Oz, which is at least less of a mouthful. Which you could tell they changed the name of the alliance mid-season as they start referring it to that, yet the show itself seems to constantly refer to it as Cirie's Wizard of Oz. Either way, though again, they're once again established as this powerful alliance that's going to run the game, or surely they will. But then we get to the start of the unraveling for Dee, with Emily talking to Rizzo and just blabbing to him about knowing about his idol from Dee.
Why? Why would you do this?
Seemingly thinking that everyone knew at this point, though not everyone did, which ends up being another time that Emily accidentally throws her own ally under the bus, with this obviously revealing to Rizzo that Dee spilled his secret, with her being one of the only people to know about the advantage, and Rizzo saying that he can't trust her now, to which he ends up confronting Dee, with Dee denying it, only for her to instantly realize how much she messed up here, revealing that she told Emily, to which we flash back to that, also finding out here that she also told Tiff, and also told Jonathan, which is definitely the most questionable one of the bunch. Though again, it is kind of funny that it is Emily that leaks this, not Jonathan. Though again, clear setup as this game-ending move for Dee, with Cirie and Rizzo talking about having to let her go now due to her not being able to keep secrets, in a spot where the Cirie, Rizzo, Ozzy alliance did seem like the clear swing votes in this position, to where while the Honor Integrity Alliance were seemingly targeting Dee for sure. Either way, it does seem like there was an out for her that kind of gets burned due to this situation. Anyway, we do eventually get a boat arriving at camp,
where one player has to go on a journey, which no one seemed to want to go on. Where these style of journeys are rarely ever beneficial for you to actually go on, and also aren't beneficial for the show either. Though we do see them do a rock draw, and Steph ends up going, where this ends up just being the worst part of the episode.
That's bullshit.
Where Steph has to do a one-person when it rains it pours challenge. Last 1 hour to keep her vote, because we obviously needed her to risk that. But also, she'll get an advantage. I can't believe it. It's not like we've seen this a billion times in the past. I mean, it would have been cool to see when it rains it pours for an actual immunity challenge. Though, again, it being a one-person challenge here was just kind of lame. Though, we get a lot of setup about Steph's shoulder.
I'm done.
Calling back the hero's villains. That just leaned to her just not using that arm. And what do you know? She does it and proves to herself that she could still do it as a 45-year-old mom. Does she get flashbacks of her first few seasons where, good for her, I guess. She gets to steal a vote, which won't matter.
Keep your shit up, bitch.
Anyway, Steph returns and tells them that she took the neutral box option, saying there was an option to drop out the 30 minutes where she wouldn't lose her vote but wouldn't get an advantage. Which, I mean, to be fair, isn't like the most unreasonable based on recent precedent, but this was clearly a lie because Steph is a terrible liar.
Fuck you.
So where Cirie ends up instantly recognizing this, laughing confessional about it, to where I do find it very strange how there's not much focus on the Cirie-Steph relationship coming into this season, which was, again, a very layered one, which, to be fair, felt like a major red flag for both of them edit-wise. But we do get Steph revealing to Cirie that she has the advantage in a very funny way.
Why are you laughing at me?
Saying,
"Listen, bitch, I got the advantage."
But Steph seemingly trusts Cirie in this spot. I don't know how you can really trust Cirie after how many times she's beaten you in the past. But anyway, she says that she won't tell a soul, only for us to cut to her telling Rizzo, which, again, just felt like a complete death knell for Steph here from an edit perspective for coming off very poorly in this situation.
I'm done.
But anyway, we then get to the immunity challenge, which ends up being the typical Mergatory style challenge because we need a gimmick for the episode. Thank God we have that every season, where we get 2 groups of 7 competing for reward, which is the same lame boulder challenge with the puzzle at the end, with the winners getting Chinese takeout and brownies. What a combo. Though we do get a schoolyard pick for teams, only for them to skip over that. In general, this was a very boring challenge, though Christian ends up winning. How exciting. With the edit really portraying it as like it being super close, though the losing team clearly had a piece wrong to where the result here is never really in doubt, though that's not all, because like in recent seasons, this is just part 1, and we have to have a part 2 where reward winners now compete for individual immunity. Another now typical endurance challenge, just being the one where you have to hold the pole over your head, with Jeff getting very meta and talking about this is like holding a boom mic, which is what's being used to pick up their audio right now. Though we do get a kind of awkward moment here from Jeff asking the sideline, what would you say if you hadn't seen Survivor 4, with Aubrey saying, what is wrong with these people? Which is clearly not the response Jeff wanted here. It was saying after that, and then she gives what he did want, and her saying some badass competitors. Ultimately, the main suspense here is, can Dee pull off the win? And the answer is no, she can't. And it comes down to Joe versus Ozzy, with Ozzy winning here with mention that he's only one immunity away a win from tying Boston Rob's total career immunity win record, which felt like set up to him beating that, only to not.
Now, we get nothing of substance from the reward itself, though back at camp,
we do have Dee and Aubrey being the 2 names that are being spread around, with Tiffany being annoyed at this. Particularly being annoyed that Dee would go home as the first juror, saying that she's a winner and she's a shield, only for Cirie to say that this vote is being driven by the egos of Jonathan and Coach, which was not a great look for them. She's not going to throw away her game to save anybody, even though this wouldn't be throwing away her game as she was the swing vote, but whatever. We do also have Aubrey being told to play her idol, her being annoyed that why am I more of an issue than Ozzy and Rizzo? Which, I mean, the answer is because
I don't really have friends.
Though they end up saying it's because she said that she was going to play it. For now, she talks about having to play it to remove the target on her back. She needs to live another day, and
I'm ready to go. My game's just heating up.
Which, if only it would ever get warm.
Goes Aubrey!
No! So in this moment, we do have Coach saying, why are we wasting votes on Aubrey? Now instead wanting to split the vote 7-4. Primarily on Dee, obviously, but with Tiffany as a secondary as Dee's closest ally, with Coach ending up really running this vote, though through that coming off very domineering and trying to micromanage every aspect of the vote, handpicking who is voting for who, saying that Dee is forcing him to play like the Dragon Slayer of old. which really felt like the death knell for his edit, with him just completely undoing the entire setup of his edit up to this point about how much he's changed his game. Though it is interesting to see here that no one actually wants to be the one to vote for Tiffany, which feels like semantics here. Like, everyone was on board with this split. Like, does it really matter if you voted for Tiffany or not? Though again, we see Chrissy and Steph fighting back on voting for Tiffany, and Coach being annoyed, with Coach ended up being upset about how many wishy-washy people there are. Like Christian, aka not the people that are being wishy-washy about voting for Tiffany to him. That does talk about him not wanting Christian to know the real plan for some reason. I guess he thinks that Christian could like tell Dee and Tiffany and that could mess it up somehow, but again, just feels like he's isolating Christian for no reason, which is especially dumb as he then tells Devins the plan, who obviously then tells Christian. Or the fact that Coach didn't really see this Devins-Christian connection was very strange. Though also very funny to see Devins being more trusted by the old schoolers than Christian. Though, to be fair, I assume that comes from Devins' connections outside the show, where I know he does have more friends in the old school grouping of players. I know, like, Fishback supposedly put a good word for him right before the season, though it does lead to a funny Christian confessional here, and him saying that he doesn't know why Coach thinks he's squirrely. Doesn't know if it's because
someone who looks like me gave him a wedgie in high school.
Though it does lead to an awkward Christian-Coach conversation, with Christian clearly knowing the plan, and Coach being upset at that, going on a tirade to his allies about who told him, even though it should have been very obvious that was Devins that told him, as, again, just obviously. Though, again, it's never made clear on their show whether or not he realized that, but anyway, we do have Rizzo telling Coach to chill, which is very funny that Rizzo is the one coaching Coach in this spot. Him saying that he's a 25-year-old kid having to teach people double his age how to play the game. Giving a great line here saying that we slay dragons at tribal, not at camp. Rizzo does come off as a pretty rational player here, especially in comparison to Coach. Telling Coach that can't tell Rick that he can't play the middle as he is the middle people. Which brings up this recurring storyline across the next couple episodes about how the like nerd trio plus Aubrey are the middle people, which is like the middle of what? Like there is no other side, where really they're just the minority. And to be fair, I mean, we see it here being sold by Rizzo, who is the person actually in the middle. So it is, again, him trying to hide the fact that he's in the middle. But it does, again, just feel kind of ridiculous that the old schoolers end up looking at them in this way. But either way, we do see a lot of dunking on Coach in the lead up to Tribal.
They're literally clowning on him, playing clown music as he dances with Aubrey. Very awkward. One of the strangest visuals of the entire season. And next to Joe in the hammock, probably my favorite of the entire season.
Opa!
We also do get Jonathan and Emily talking about how he's losing it. Cut to them watching him talking to himself in the hammock.
Is he talking to himself?
Yes, it's like the third time he's done that.
Making haikus to the camera and proceeding to clap and celebrate when he makes one, which was very weird.
Oh, he's clapping for himself.
With Emily talking about wanting Coach gone, though it's not up to her. Well, is once again used as the red herring here of her and Devins talking about making a move. And them seemingly trying to pull Ozzy on board, with Ozzy considering it due to his previous history of Coach. Though, again, this doesn't really go anywhere. Though, again, it is a spot where it does seem like Ozzy, Cirie, and Rizzo were the main deciders of where exactly this vote was going to go, though it doesn't seem like it was that close to not landing on D. But anyway, we get the Tribal, where Jeff ends up really hyping up how this is the most people we've ever had at one Tribal, which, cool, I guess, and also technically not true, as on Edge of Extinction seasons, we have more at Tribal. Now, again, if we're talking about players active in the game, like, yeah, I guess that's the case. So even then, it's not even like by that much, but anyway, this ends up being one of the better Tribals of the season, to where while the vote off was fairly straightforward, we do get a lot of fun scrambling from Dee, with her clearly knowing she's screwed, but at least giving it
one red hot shot.
With there clearly being a lot of tension here between her and Jonathan, of them picking up from their fight from earlier. Again, makes sense that literally just happened back at camp and not the day before, like the edit wants you to think. But Dee ends up getting up here and creates a bit of a live Tribal, which was refreshing to see on Survivor US, though doesn't ultimately have much of an impact here. Though we do see her telling Aubrey and Emily to vote for Coach, which doesn't go anywhere. Though it is funny to see Dee pretending like she had the numbers here to them. And it's about where she clearly knew she was screwed, to the point where she ends up playing her shot in the dark, which obviously doesn't go through. Also throughout this Tribal, we end up getting this through line of Joe comparing the game to the hierarchy in the firehouse, leading to people proceeding to counter it and continuously make reference to it throughout Tribal, with Joe ending the Tribal saying he'll never compare something to a firehouse ever again, which was kind of a funny Joe moment. But anyway, we get to the actual vote where Tiffany ends up voting for Coach. The only person to actually go through with these plan here, calling him
self-righteous hypocrite, and I hope I get to write your name every single day until you go home.
Though again, it felt pretty clear she knew that he wasn't going to go here, though seemingly just stuck with the D plan. One, for the sake of probably splitting the vote, but also not wanting to vote for D. Though again, to be fair, it's not a bad play, as with D playing a shot in the dark, there's not going to be another vote in the urn, and her not knowing about the split. Her one vote here could have potentially saved her had the shot in the dark hit. Ultimately, again, because of the split, it wouldn't have mattered. But we do have Coach here also voting for Tiff, though saying that
the real dragon, D, is about to get slain.
Which clearly confirms that Brendan, Sincott, and D are equals. Though again, we have Aubrey playing her idol here, which really was a waste in this spot, to where you get from her perspective of her wanting to take the heat off of her. Though really the only reason it even puts heat on her to begin with is because she's in such a poor position in the game. But again, while it is a wasted idol here, I do think her using it to manage her threat level is at least an okay move, I guess. Though again, the vote ends up being the expected D vote here, with her saying, damn, this is what it feels like as she leaves, which was a humorous moment, though she does end up being the last winner out of the game at this point, which
you're never gonna win.
Which is a pretty early exit for the final winner, though obviously considering Kalo's medevac of it all and Savannah just being kind of screwed coming into the season, it's not that shocking that D is the last one standing. And with that, let's talk about D. And D is someone that I thought brought a lot of entertainment on this season. D is someone that always felt like more of an old school style of character for a new school survivor, and I do feel like that was fully emphasized on this season, with her bringing a decent amount of drama onto the season, her still playing a pretty aggressive game, and to her pretty faulty one, but still, again, we had some great content from her on her exit here, this great rivalry with her and Jonathan, and her and Coach. I do feel like D definitely, again, came off as a more sloppy player this time around, though to be fair, she definitely had decent amount of sloppiness her first time around as well, but it ultimately doesn't really change that much of my opinion on her as a player in the grand scheme of things, though this season at least improved her legacy from a character perspective, and again, she's still one of the best to play in the new era. For not much really changes that fact here, especially considering she had a pretty big reputation coming into the season, where ultimately I was fairly satisfied for her run in the season. And now with her appearance on Big Brother, I am expecting D to continue to be this mainstay on CBS reality television for years down the road. And now for episode 8, an episode that I was very apprehensive coming into it, one where we did know about a certain twist that was coming up that I was not particularly excited for, yet despite that, this actually ends up being a pretty solid episode by the end. Now, it does obviously start with Tiffany being annoyed by the D vote off, losing both of her allies in a row here, with her starting off the merge here in a pretty rough spot, though actually does recover somewhat well here, kind of becoming the fourth in the Wizard of Oz alliance by the end. Though we see her being upset here over why they split on her for no reason. Which is funny that she's saying this when, she voted for Coach, which kind of shows the reason why they voted for her in the case of the Shot in the Dark play. But anyway, she talks about wanting to kick stuff over and cuss people out and continuing this fun Tiffany content we get from her after being blindsided. Though again, all just talking to Confessional. Again, her being able to hold this animosity for Confessional, where otherwise obviously would have been terrible gameplay. But again, she's able to remain somewhat cordial back at camp. To which we then get a scene revolving around Ozzy talking to Tiffany, revealing to her that he voted for her, but saying he only did it because of Coach, with Tiffany talking about how she respects this move, and now he's building rapport with her, and that means he wants her to stay, which, I guess, technically could also be him wanting your jury vote. But again, we do know that supposedly Tiffany was added to Ozzy's alliance here, and again, felt like a setup of an Ozzy-Tiffany relationship that just goes nowhere.
They don't exist anymore.
Though a scene that does show Ozzy in a pretty good light here, where I felt like this was definitely a boon for his edit. Though again, a bit strange at just how underdeveloped this Tiffany relationship ends up being. Us not really even seeing her working much with the Wizard of Oz alliance, to where that dynamic there gets really underplayed in the edit. Though the scene does also lead to the reestablishment of the Wizard of Oz alliance, because we clearly need to be reminded that that's the dominant alliance of the season. Though it's also here when we have Jonathan gloating about getting D out and flushing Aubrey's idol. Again, the first of which he didn't handle great. The latter of which was something that seemed like everyone was doing anyway, to where, again, I don't know how much credit you should really be getting for this, but it does lead to Jonathan trying to talk Coach down, telling him to lay low, because he's becoming the old Coach again. Again, seemingly putting a big bullseye on his back, though Coach does end up agreeing to back off, which he kind of does, so credit for him for that.
Oh, he's clapping for fun.
Let's also hear where we see Steph being annoyed at Coach digging his own grave, though Jonathan clearly trying to keep this alliance together, to where we now get talk about the majority alliance of 7 that he thinks is running this season, which is essentially the old school players of Steph, Coach, Chrissy, Jonathan, Joe, again, old school.
Debatable.
Alongside Ozzy and Cirie, who seem to actually be in the middle at this point, though they seemed to think that they were just fully on their side, all while talking about the middle people as Devins, Christian, Emily, and Aubrey. Aubrey, again, seemingly being just lumped in with Devins at this point.
I don't really have friends.
With them saying that they don't get rid of them, they'll con and skate their way to the Final Four. And that's not going to happen on this season, which, if only.
My game's just heating up.
But does set up the middle people as the primary target at this point, though, considering the edit definitely felt to be more so siding towards Coach being lined up to go, with Ozzy even saying,
"We can dragon slay that ass.
Lob his head off when he least expects it," to where, again, definitely felt like the Coach side of it was a lot more viable in this spot.
Opa!
Either way, we do have a boat arriving, with them being told now that this is going to be an important decision to divide into 6 pairs, with one player not being chosen, which does play into the speculation that the timing of this was affected by the Kalo medevac, with the thinking that the Blood Moon was supposed to happen at 18 with no exiled players. And through that, obviously, this would end up being at 14, which there wouldn't have to be someone left out of the duo. So again, it seems like that is a common assumption about this, though I personally don't believe that's the case, as, again, that would mean that they were intending to swap into 3 tribes at 22, which ultimately still leaves an exiled player there. Again, I don't think that changes that much, and ultimately, I do think they just like shoehorning in the scramble for the advantage that we got in the last episode, and also the journey that stems from this in this episode, where ultimately, I'm inclined to think this is actually what they were intending. It's more likely that previous reward challenge in episode 2 was meant to be an immunity challenge, but either way, here we do have seeing a lot of players wanting to be left out, with them seemingly suspecting that whoever is left out ends up getting immunity. Obviously, we just saw that happen with Rizzo and Ozzy, where, again, it's not an unreasonable thought here. And again, it was fairly unlikely they were going to like purge someone out of the game in this way. On season 50 in particular, where we do see them do a random draw to decide who gets left out, with it ending up being Cirie, which she claims is for the better, as she would drag her partner down in the challenge and doesn't think people would pick her and would rather save the embarrassment, which I don't know how true that part of it is. And in general, this was kind of a weird look for Cirie. Like, it's very opposed to how the show tries to portray Cirie as this person who got off the couch and is now doing things for her to just not want to do this thing.
Yes, I'm back on the couch.
And again, it just felt like also a very non-game reason for doing this. It felt like just more so her wanting to save her dignity, which was all very strange as well.
Take 2 of these.
Considering it's actually something that did actually benefit her game. But anyway, we do see Joe talk about how they decided to do duos in 48, with them talking it out like adults, to where we get the same here in seeing pairs come together, but not much explanation of why. Again, Joe and Tiffany coming together because they're strong, I guess. Christian ending up getting picked by Jonathan, with Christian having fun narration of this.
Fee, fi, fo, fum. I want you on my team. When a giant tells you to be on their team, you don't refuse.
Which I assume he picked him for the puzzles, which they would surely get a lot of. We get Steph and Ozzy coming together, Emily and Rizzo,
my man,
Chrissy and Coach, which felt like a doomed duo from the start. While Aubrey ends up with her old buddy Devins.
I don't really have friends.
Talking about how they're the underdogs. I wonder why we're getting Aubrey's perspective here.
My game's just heating up.
But yeah, we do see Jonathan and Joe talk about how Aubrey is the easy target, but could also vote out a Devins or Tiffany, with Joe saying Devins is dangerous as he's good at finding idols. With this really just all being set up to the Aubrey-Devins duo being an easy target for the assumed majority alliance after the twist is revealed, though, again, it just felt like the Coach and Chrissy duo was more obvious boots here, with Coach already being set for a fall and Chrissy being severely under-edited, to where it felt like her getting the style of edit that you would expect to be screwed over by a twist, even though you can...
Debatable.
But either way, we then see Chrissy essentially do the same thing as what Jonathan was doing with Coach, telling him to take a breather, though also telling him to make amends with Tiffany by telling her that he didn't come up with the plan to split on her. which seem really dumb, as no one's going to believe this. Cirie knows the truth, and it ends up being a very awkward conversation between Coach and Tiffany, with him saying that he was actually pushing for Emily instead, which doesn't that just risk your relationship with Emily now? And also just doesn't respond to her asking who was pushing her name then, which obviously comes off as sus, and obviously Tiffany doesn't believe a single second of this, and talks about how Coach isn't taking accountability, which just further sets up his downfall. But anyway, we get to the immunity challenge, another massive obstacle course challenge, who would have guessed, though this one with a twist, because fans clearly voted for a lot of twists here, to where we get the reveal of a new twist, kind of, that being called the double duo twist, aka something we've already seen in international versions of the show, which I've seen in Survivor SA, Survivor Quebec. I know it's also been in Koh-Lanta, where, again, it's funny how this gets hyped up as this unprecedented, crazy twist, when it's like, again, other shows have done it before. And straight up, they have a better name. It's called Tide Destinies in international versions. That's a way more unique name than double duos. Anyway, it's the reveal that obviously players not only win or lose challenges as a pair, but beyond that also get voted as a pair, and through that get voted out as a pair for this round, which I hated seeing this in previous iterations. To where, again, I fully expected to hate it here, though I'll be honest, this actually is the best version of this that I've seen, to where, again, I dislike the notion of getting voted out just because you're tied to a social pariah. However, I do think they made this version of the twist a tad more fair, with players getting to pick their pairs, and were also told that it was an important decision coming into it, to where, again, that's much better than a random draw that I've seen in previous iterations. Also, the option of someone sitting out also means you're never going to be 100% forced to be with a specific partner, so that's beneficial as well. Also, the fact that each individual player gets a vote, where I've seen it before, where players have had to agree on who to vote for between their pair, and again, that's just stupid, and I think it's so restricting, where I think this is much better than that version of the twist as well. Now, another slight modification here that I do like, even though it's probably less meaningful, is the aspect that you are voting for a duo, not a specific player, to where I do think there are pros and cons to this, where voting for an individual opens up more options and does make the placements a bit more fair, and that it isn't just production randomly deciding who gets voted out first, to where instead the voted out player is the first boot, the dragged player is the second boot. However, I do think a benefit to this is in that, again, you're voted for as pairs. It does allow for it just to feel a bit more fair, in that you're voting for both of the players involved, to where obviously players are aware of the ramifications of their decisions, though I think with them having to write down both names, it does put further emphasis into, okay, I am voting out Chrissy and I am voting out Coach, more so than like, hey, I want Chrissy out and Coach is just going out as a side effect of that. Another thing I did like in this iteration of the twist is how advantages come into play, where obviously we know that things like idols will protect both players in their pair. However, Shauna Darks will also, but also in an interesting way, in the sense that only one player has to give up their vote for the shot in the dark, meaning that for a duo, you can still have one vote between them while also playing the shot in the dark, which I do think added an interesting level of strategy here, especially considering you can use that vote to split the vote onto a different duo, to where, again, I thought it was an interesting wrinkle to add here. Though still, as a whole, I am still very apprehensive about this twist for down the road. However, I do think on this season in particular, it worked out, and I do think it is a twist that is at least better than the previous versions of the twist I've seen in the past. But anyway, the challenge itself obviously ends up being a multi-stage obstacle course, because again,
fun.
Where again, the first 3 pairs to finish end up moving on to part 2, where we do see Joe and Tiff and Steph and Ozzy easily moving on, all for the final pair to be Devins and Aubrey. And with Devins and Aubrey moving on, maybe there's a chance they'll fulfill their destiny as this underdog duo that'll win immunity. What do you know? They don't.
Goes Aubrey! No!
Though part 2 ends up being, again, a very non-physical challenge, just getting a ball out of a cage and doing a table maze, where we actually do see Devins and Aubrey doing pretty well here, only for Tiff and Joe to have a massive comeback here after struggling on that first section, but going on to win the first of many wins for the two of them.
That's my daddy.
Though, to be fair, they probably would have been safe either way. While Tiffany was definitely a target here, they definitely would not have tried to get Joe out, where, again, it probably was an immunity that didn't really matter too much. But also during this sequence, you get to reveal what happens with Cirie, where I can't believe it, she gets exiled and is given immunity. Who would have guessed that?
Fun.
Though, again, this really just felt like an excuse to add in a journey to this episode, to give more content for the episode, which kind of lame how this season just likes handing out immunities in this way. Though I do think this one in particular is less egregious than the Blood Moon one, where I get 2 people getting to skip 3 eliminations is still more insane than one person skipping 2.
Debatable,
I guess. And also, at least she gets to do something here, where Cirie ends up arriving on Exile, finding coconuts along the beach, where she now gets a task here of having to find a specific coconut with the mark of a phoenix.
Rooster.
And if she does so, she gets to go back to camp with immunity and gets the vote. Otherwise, she stays in exile and still has immunity, where either way she has immunity, to where there aren't really that much stakes for Cirie here, but again, she could do something. And to be fair, she does play a factor in the upcoming vote, so this did end up majorly affecting the game. Though, generally, this could have been a very boring segment where just watching someone walk along a beach and turn over coconuts is not riveting TV. Though, it does end up being a really great set piece here for honoring Cirie's legacy, where we do get Cirie being exhausted and getting emotional, shown sobbing, which is funny as there's a lot of speculation coming in this episode considering like this was shown in the previews. There were people who were thinking like, what made Cirie cry? Only for it to just be her being tired of walking on the beach.
Let's go, Cirie! Find it!
Though again, it does lead to a montage of all of her previous big moments and her talking about Survivor, showing her that nothing is impossible and showing what she's been capable of. With her, again, just really exemplifying exactly what production wants out of modern Survivor. But she obviously ends up finding the coconut and ends up returning to camp, where she continues to get this glowing edit, with some people coming out of this episode thinking that this was a Cirie coronation episode in the same way that the This Is Extortion episode was for Tony on Winners at War. Though for me, it wasn't quite that, especially with Cirie being kind of irrelevant to the episode before this journey, and even the journey itself is circumstantial content because she did go on a journey to where, while I did feel like Cirie was certainly one of the Edgic frontrunners to win at this point, I didn't feel like this episode was as good as other people were claiming. But anyway, at camp before Cirie ends up arriving, a funny little moment as they're heading back with Christian in the background mocking that he doesn't think the fans voted for this.
I don't lie. 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 I don't lie.
Which, again, I'm surprised made the edit. But Christian ends up being in a pretty good spot here, being tied to Jonathan, to where both are on opposing sides, to where it would be pretty difficult to get the numbers to come together to take them out, which obviously is the optimal strat for this sort of situations, for you to pair up with someone that you're not closely aligned to, or at least someone that has connections on the other side, to where there wouldn't be incentive to get you out because they want to protect that other person, while obviously you have your own allies to save you, to where again that is the optimal strat here, to where I don't know if it was intentional, but again, if it was, good on Christian and Jonathan, I guess. This is all while we have Emily talking about needing Coach and Chrissy gone, which with Emily saying it, that means it won't happen, surely.
You're full of shit.
Though again, talking about them being the most exposed on their side, with them having both people as part of their alliance. Obviously, if you're someone like Emily, who's on the other side, aka the middle, it does make a lot of sense to take out Coach and Chrissy to severely weaken your opposition. I find that we do get to see Tiffany and Joe on Reward, them bonding, talking about linking up, which did seem like a genuine agreement at this point, only for it to just go nowhere. But funny to see Joe just admit to her that he did vote for her in the previous round, only for her to call him a dummy. But again, they do seemingly agree to target this middle group, which again is kind of funny that they're still calling it this middle group when it's literally just Tiffany versus the Honor and Integrity Alliance with everyone else in the middle, which, considering Tiffany is now working with this Wizard of Oz Alliance, that essentially just makes the middle the bottom. But okay. Again, clearly we see them wanting to take a shot at Aubrey and Devins, the only pairing involving two players in the middle, which I will say, very strange that Tiffany is okay with targeting Aubrey here, where that's one of her only established relationships in the edit at this point, to where, again, strange how this wasn't explained.
I don't really have friends.
Though it also leads to her talking about how Coach isn't a threat, as he sucks at challenges and isn't liked, while Chrissy's a control freak, so they're both shields, which she'll clearly still stick to that logic. But anyway, we do have Rizzo and Ozzy also deciding to want to target Aubrey and Devins as the easy target for the old school alliance, with Aubrey having no connections and Devins being part of this dangerous middle group, to which they're the ones spreading this propaganda, but whatever. To which we do see Rizzo and Ozzy saying that they want them out so that they could be the true middle, which is like, you already are? Though generally I don't actually hate this move for either of them, or again, both don't really have much going on with Aubrey and Devin strategically, while Coach and Chrissy will continue to be targets following this, and it essentially does force the other side to now have to work with Ozzy and Rizzo and Cirie to take a shot the following round. And considering they also have a working relationship with Coach, I don't think it's a terrible play to keep Coach in particular around here, though. It does lead to content around Aubrey being nervous and regrets playing her idol.
I am wishing I had my idol now more than ever.
Saying she made the best decision with the info she had and now needs to work her magic. People underestimate her. Or I feel like I've heard this a billion times at this point.
My game's just heating up.
So again, Aubrey will clearly do something. But eventually with Cirie finally coming back from her journey, being allowed to bring back the coconut as explicit proof that she was telling truth, which I found very strange. But this ends up again continuing this glowing edit for Cirie, with Christian saying, "Thank God Cirie is back, and that she's his cavalry." Oh well, she then proceeds to get really all the credit for the eventual vote off, and her getting this very OTT SPV, with the players just continuing to sing their praises of her. And Ozzy telling her that he wants Aubrey and Devins out, thinking it's what Cirie would want, only for Cirie to refute that, saying that you can knock out the middle whenever you want. Again, almost as if they're not the middle. But now is the time to take a shot at Chrissy and Coach, that they're like the mom and dad of the alliance, and without them, the children won't know what to do, with Ozzy then proceeding to say,
"Thank God Cirie came back. I was going to vote out Devins and Aubrey. That would have looked like such a dummy."
And again, for Ozzy, keeping around Coach and Chrissy is probably better for his game. Even for Cirie, I actually don't even think this is that major of a decision. She does have a connection to Devins and to Aubrey, to where, again, it's definitely better for her than the likes of Rizzo and Ozzy, though I do think the logic here should be a lot more relationship-based, more so than dismantling this other alliance that you're trying to play the middle of. But again, just funny how this vote completely flips just from Cirie coming back, and just funny to see Ozzy just do whatever Cirie tells him to do. But again, we continue to get more perspective from Aubrey here. Her talking about how great Cirie is and how well connected she is. Talking about how she hopes Cirie's connections get her far in the game, which I guess they do. Though, again, just nothing on the actual relationship with Aubrey and Cirie, which I really don't get why they didn't make that bigger part of the edits, considering it seems like a very important relationship to this round in particular. Though, Aubrey ends up being told to vote for Coach and Chrissy, with them really hyping up Chrissy as this mastermind, where it does seem like the actual main target in this round was Chrissy, with her just being looked at as more of a threat than Coach. And Coach is not being taken as seriously, and it felt like Coach was kind of just taken out, more so because of his connection to Chrissy, and also dismantling the numbers for that alliance as a whole. But this is when we do get Chrissy's perspective of this round, with her calling herself the
Dragon Slayer Whisperer.
Like telling Coach to chill and not do haikus, tells him to spend all day in the hammock, which just ends up being this kind of funny content for Coach, and being annoyed, being solitary, saying this is
brutal, because I do like to be the center of attention. I'm a performer.
Cut to him still quietly doing his haikus to the camera.
The hammock.
Well, this getting a very funny edit of him showing his Coach cheese shot from the intro, only to have it be edited as a dream he's having while being stuck in a hammock. There again, a humorous sequence there for Coach. All we do see Chrissy playing pretty hard at this point, deciding to target Rizzo and Emily. For some reason, I guess wanting to keep around Devins and Aubrey. Not really explain properly why, though instead does talk about how dangerous Rizzo is. And he kept his idol until the Final Four last season, to where, again, just funny to think that Chrissy's targeting Rizzo just because of how much he gloated about his game from the previous season, though, again, this doesn't end up really gaining any traction here. It ends up backfiring on her, with her telling Cirie about this plan, only for us to further cement that Cirie wants Chrissy to go, tells Rizzo of this, to where Rizzo also now wants Chrissy to go, saying he's going to confront her, only to then do nothing about it. Saying that if you come for me, you don't come out alive. As if he had much to do with that in this position, where, again, the votes were on Chrissy anyway. I mean, Rizzo literally didn't want Chrissy to go until this moment. The votes flipped without his knowledge of it until after the fact. But we do get talk from Rizzo about needing to pull in Joe, as they can't blindside Joe, which, again, this Joe-Rizzo dynamic seemed to be a pretty important one in this endgame, just for it to be an afterthought in the edit, though Joe ends up not being on board here, saying Coach is a loyal number and he doesn't trust Rick, saying,
This isn't good. This isn't good.
Probably one of my favorite confessionals of this entire season, which, again, just continues Joe just being so unintentionally funny to me. Though ultimately, again, he's kind of just used here as a red herring. That's just what Joe does. That's what my daddy does. Oh, we then get lead up to one of the bigger moments of this season, with Devins telling Christian that he's scared that his name is getting out there, to which he talks about playing his fake idol, saying it's calling his name. We'll only use it in desperation.
Debatable.
AKA a moment like this, where clearly he's going to play it at this point. So while it doesn't seem like he actually would have gone home and he didn't really save himself with it, it just felt very Devins of him to want to play at the first, possible reasonable opportunity. Tori then proceeds to transition to Tribal with Coach singing
Love to be the Dragon Slayer.
about loving to be the Dragon Slayer, and those that will come for him will get their comeuppance, only then be annoyed at how it doesn't rhyme at the end.
It didn't rhyme.
Which is, again, a funny final character moment here from Coach. Though, again, we get the Tribal with lots of talk about the twist, and Aubrey quoting the War Dog.
The twist and the theme are not on trial. Throw anything at us. That's the game.
Which felt like production propaganda outside of it being a quote from the War Dog, which again, how did we get a War Dog reference in Survivor 50? But anyway, we do get the typical editing here of showing Devins not listening to what people are saying at Tribal, showing him deep in thought, only for him to just get up and grab the idol.
So I'm going to go ahead and get to it right now.
Very quickly, mind you, to where that definitely felt a bit sus to me, but it does obviously make for a great TV moment here. Again, I don't know how effective this move was actually, where it seems like Devin was already safe coming into it, and is actually probably puts a bigger bullseye on his back for later, but it did make for a fun live Tribal here, seeing a number of humorous reactions from Steph just being confused.
Wait, what just happened?
He had a clue.
I had a clue.
To Aubrey saying, I love you, and getting emotional, thinking that Rick's saving her in the game when he isn't. We got Rizzo calling this cinema because that's Rizzo for you. They'll also congratulate Devins for
6 of those things. You're a devil.
Funny as he hasn't found a single one this season, only for Jeff to call out.
We just have a fanboy moment in the middle of a live Tribal.
Oh, very fun content there. Oh, we see Jonathan seemingly being the main orchestrator of this live Tribal, being the person that's really going around and trying to keep the vote onto Aubrey and Devins, with him ultimately ending up being the only one to actually stick to the plan. All the others clearly are trying to get Devins to flush the idol, with Devins selling it pretty well here, all things considered, with Steph asking to see it, only for Devins saying
No, knowledge is power. You don't need to know what it looks like.
Where I thought that was a pretty smooth comeback there, though. Devins calls out the optics of who's talking, and that's exposing that they were voting for him, only for Jonathan to take that personally, as, again, you can't say anything about optics around Jonathan.
Doesn't mean that has anything to do with race.
And Jonathan says, you're
showing your colors too.
Which definitely isn't ideal management relationship with Devins. Also, what happened to the Jonathan-Devins relationship that got set up earlier in the season? Again, that clearly went nowhere. But anyway, Tribal ends with Jeff asking for coachism.
Can I say a quote without everybody laughing?
Giving us the speech he said in the trailer, in the intro.
It's a quote from Magellan.
Which was weird that this was his farewell speech, but they decided to show it as the intro of the season. But whatever. It clearly leads to Coach and Chrissy going out here, with even Steph and Joe backing down. That's just what Joe does. Which does lead to a bit of humor from how, during the Tribal, we do see Joe talk about how he isn't voting for Coach on principle, making it seem like he's sticking to his vote for Aubrey and Devins, only for the reveal through post-game press that no, he always meant to vote for Chrissy. He just actually didn't want to vote for Coach, to where he actually initially voted down just Chrissy's name, only for production to force him to write down Coach as well, which is, again, so Joe of him. That's what my daddy does. Though, again, the Steph vote here just isn't really explained, but I assume she was told the plan by the Wizard of Oz Alliance by the end. But this is all while Jonathan sticks to his vote of Aubrey and Devins, all while Chrissy ends up voting for Rizzo and Emily, which I assume was a split by this point, all while Coach ends up playing as Shauna Dark, again, showing this duo being able to still vote and use the Shauna Dark. I like that aspect of this twist, where, again, clearly him and Chrissy already knew that they were screwed and were just voting in the case that this goes through, which it doesn't, and we ultimately see Devins not play his idol because he doesn't have one, though again does have a good story for why he doesn't, that he needed to sneak it back out and he needs to get back to camp before he's able to use it, which I thought was a pretty good lie here from Devins. But again, Chrissy and Coach voted out here.
You're never gonna win.
With Chrissy getting her torch stuff first for some reason, not explain why. You can say alphabetical order, but again, Coach's name is Benjamin, and really the real answer is obviously Chrissy's a woman, so I mean, production would always do it this way. But Coach ends up getting the grander exit here, with Rizzo saying, "You changed my life," and Emily making a face at that, which is pretty funny. Again, funny to see Coach taking over Chrissy's final words here as well, with her only getting one line, only for Coach to get the rest of it, which just felt so emblematic of their edits. But anyway, we obviously lose both Chrissy and Coach here. Chrissy, I sadly don't think she had that much of an impact on this season. She's someone that was seemingly on the bottom from the very beginning, kind of was able to recover that, but even then was kind of overshadowed just by the bigger characters in her alliance, and ultimately just, again, gets a very shallow edit outside of some decent personal moments earlier on, though again, just kind of minor moments in the grand scheme of things. And it really felt like her exit here was also kind of just overshadowed by more focus around Coach. So where, again, Chrissy's someone that I just don't think had that much of an impact on this season. I would not expect to see Chrissy play again. I feel like she's actually probably the person that is the least likely to come back from this cast at this point, where I do suspect this is the end of Chrissy's run in Survivor, which is a little underwhelming considering I would have liked to see a bit more fight from her. Yeah, I just felt like she was kind of overshadowed. And with that, let's talk about Coach, who obviously is still Coach. I mean, ultimately, Coach is still an incredible character. He had some incredible moments in these last couple episodes, to where despite how much we got focused around how much he's changed in the first few episodes, it becomes clear by the end that he just hasn't. To where, again, I think Coach is still a really fun character. Again, is he in the joke a bit more than previous seasons? Obviously. And again, was Coach a bit less focused in the edit than he has been in previous seasons? Yeah. But again, I thought he had a pretty good role on 50. I was pretty satisfied with his last couple episodes in particular. Now, I will say it definitely makes me question his ability as a player a bit more, where, again, leaving South Pacific, I had a pretty high opinion of Coach, really one of the best non-winning games in the history of the show. Yet he comes back here and he kind of plays a bit more similar to his original appearances, which is, again, maybe knocking him a tad in my overall estimations of him as a player, but still, I think overall, a solid appearance here from Coach. Not necessarily great from a gameplay perspective, but at least one that did provide some pretty great character moments by the end, where ultimately was very satisfied with his ultimate role here on Survivor 50.
Opa!
And now for episode 9, an episode that I came out of my initial watch through of it being very negative on. I felt like this is an episode that didn't have much of substance, aspects of the episode that just felt frustrating.
Jimmy Fallon.
The result was ultimately pretty predictable, though I will say on the rewatch, I enjoyed it a tad more. It's still one of the lesser episodes of the season, but I think there's at least a bit more intrigue here, even though the result was pretty predictable anyway. But anyway, we do get some reactions to the Coach and Chrissy blindside, if we can call it that. I'm thinking they literally played it in the dark, though. We have Steph being upset how they were blindsided.
That's bullshit.
That's stuff for you. And again, it's very funny how like she's acting as if she was left out of the vote when like she literally voted for them, talking about how she was playing the nice girl, but now she's gonna slit their throats. Exactly what Steph is known to do.
Because I love everybody.
This is then followed by Jonathan still being frustrated by Devin, saying it gave him an ego boost and it isn't a good look and will backfire on him. Where, considering I feel like we're clearly meant to be rooting for Devins, this did start what ended up being kind of a negative streak for Jonathan in the edit. Though we do see Rick again continuing his story that he started at Tribal, that he needed to get the idol back at camp for it to be active, telling everyone that he's playing his idols. He doesn't go home with idols, which does lead to a decent amount of people seemingly still believing that he does have his idol at this point and that he will be playing at the upcoming round, to where it should have been pretty obvious it was a lie and will become apparently obvious after he doesn't play the next Tribal, though it does seem to gain him, again, at least a little bit of a saving grace here, though ultimately I don't think he would have been a target anyway. But anyway, we do have Devins revealing to Emily that the idol is fake. They planned it there a long time ago, with Emily being annoyed at Devins for putting their alliance in danger through making himself a target, which is kind of surprising she wasn't upset at him for just withholding the information entirely like she did with the previous idol situation. But also, you guys were being targeted anyway. This doesn't really change much at all. Either way, we do see Jonathan and Joe talk about having to stick together now and how the good people have to weather this. Which, yes, the good people like Jonathan
I'm subconsciously racist.
and Stephanie.
Fuck you.
But it does now show them talking to Aubrey, talking about her being lumped in with Devins, with Aubrey now talking about wanting to distance herself, say she's not afraid to make big moves and jump ship, that she doesn't want to be in a block of 4 nerds.
I'm a huge nerd.
And wants to play with different types of people, which good to know that Aubrey actually wants to work with people on this season.
I don't really have friends.
Again, if only she actually did.
My game's just heating up.
But again, talks about how it's time to show people that she means business. Talks about needing Jonathan on her side, where Jonathan says no one would suspect that we're working together. Really portrayed as if this is a relationship that will lead to her winning the game, when it's not like Jonathan was ever actually loyal to her, even wanted her at the end. Where, again, when seeing this at the time of its original airing, I was thinking, oh, this is a great sign for Aubrey. This is Aubrey clearly proceeding to make a final 3 with Jonathan and Joe. They'll run the end game.
Goes Aubrey!
Only for no!
where really Aubrey is just there, where it's really more the Rizzo, Jonathan, Joe connection, ends up essentially doing that same thing I thought Aubrey was going to do, where essentially Rizzo just becomes the Aubrey in that situation. Anyway, we then proceed to get focus on the Devins and Joe rivalry, with Joe being upset over Devins not telling him about his idol, with Devins calling him out for having targeted him and Joe denying it, which is almost as if Joe is lying, though it does constantly reiterate that I didn't write your name down, which is true, but does say that I would have told you if I was voting for you, with Rick saying that that's the biggest load of crap as they start a live tribal and create new plans, and Joe shaking his head, which, I mean, to be fair, it was Jonathan that started a live tribal, and Joe did seem to be on board with the Chrissy plan from the offset, just he didn't want to vote for Coach.
That's what my daddy does.
Like, at least the Joe talking about Devins was trying to get a rise out of me, and I didn't let him. Says that he was able to hide it. If that isn't pro, then what is? Again, what a mastermind Joe is, not getting upset at somebody.
That's my daddy.
Anyway, we then get focused around the Wizard of Oz side of things, with Ozzy and Rizzo talking about how the idol play was a dumb move for Devins, but it was great for them, with them really learning about taking the heat off of them for their idols, which, I mean, it does for a round, at least. This then leads to an Ozzy, Cirie, Joe conversation, which was a speculated final three at this point, which allowed me to continue to cope that Cirie win was possible.
How stupid is that?
This ends up leading to a pretty humorous scene of them talking about the idol play and Joe saying,
You can't work with that. It's too sloppy. It'd at least be chill.
and then proceeding to mock how Rick picked up his idol in a very over-the-top way,
Nobody knows what you do.
which is a fun character moment there for Joe. Cirie talks about now there being a target on Devins, and it's perfect for her, as anyone other than her is beneficial, which she won't be saying for down the road. Anyway, sets up her being so well insulated in the game at this point. Again, having the Wizard of Oz alliance, also having the Cila 4, and also having an understanding with Steph, Joe, and Jonathan, and also having connections to Aubrey and Tiffany, aka everyone in the game, with this probably being the singular most dominant position Cirie has ever been in her entire Survivor career. Actually feeling very reminiscent to her positioning on Big Brother 25, where I feel like more times we see Cirie, yeah, she's dominating the game, but in a spot where she's kind of sharing credit with another player, whether it be a Parvati or a Sarah, where I feel like this was a lot of work that she was doing on her own, a lot of these connections that she had on her own, a lot of connections she was pulling together. To her, it really felt like she had all the options at this point in the game, and if only she ended up taking the right options. But anyway, then leads to the Christian side of things, with Christian talking about having to do damage control with Jonathan and Steph and Joe, with him having continued to lie to them in the lead up to the coach vote, which did feel necessary, especially for Steph and Joe, who ended up being told about the plan anyway, with Jonathan clearly not buying it, and we even do see Joe not even looking at him in the eyes, with Christian clearly getting the hint that he might be in a bit of trouble with them, leading to talk about potentially giving them his shot in the dark to rebuild trust, as it worked on Ozzy. Cut to Jonathan and Joe talking about getting rid of Christian, them disarming him by taking a shot in the dark, aka what Christian was worried about what was going to happen when he did it with Ozzy, but actually this time. That being said, there isn't really much to lose from this move, or the shot in the dark's not particularly valuable anyway. To where I don't really fault Christian for wanting to do this, though it really just felt like set up to a fall for Christian, with it not getting any better from here. With Christian proceeding to talk about how people think he's in the middle, when the reality is Ozzy is playing the middle, to where he now decides that it's time to take out Ozzy.
That's a big bummer.
Which I don't think is an ideal move in this spot. Ozzy's someone that at least theoretically thinks that you're working with them for the short term. I think it probably is better for you to still weaken that Jonathan, Joe, Steph side of things, especially in a spot where you think you're on rocky ground with them. And especially for someone like Christian, who can beat almost anybody in a jury vote anyway, to where, again, it's the spot where I don't think he needs to be hyper focused on who exactly he gets to the end with. He needs to just be more focused around actually getting to the end, though he completely sabotages that by telling this Ozzy plan to Cirie.
How stupid is that?
Which felt like a really dumb move, where I really don't understand how Cirie got Christian to believe that she was actually more loyal to the Cila 4 than her relationship with Ozzy. It really just seems a bit naive for a lot of this cast to not really see a Cirie-Ozzy connection, with Cirie obviously running this back to Ozzy and talking about how, why do people keep coming for my allies? which, to be fair, is definitely a criticism of Cirie, the fact that she wasn't able to stop people from coming for her allies. And instead of trying to sway people, her option was to just take them out, where she does talk about having a great relationship with Christian and they protect each other, but she can't let him take out her number 1 when he's her number 3, which, again, is just a very short-sighted move here. It really feels like a spot where she takes out like any threat to her plan almost immediately, in a spot where I think she would have been benefited from keeping around a Christian, especially over someone like an Emily, who is less of a threat, someone less incentivized to take you deeper into the game. Where while I will give Cirie a lot of credit for seemingly having this stranglehold on the game at this point, I do think she proceeds to make the wrong decisions with that stranglehold, which does very much, again, remind me of her early run in BB25. And this kind of just making me realize the main strong suit of Cirie's game is not really her strategy, but more so her impeccable social game, where I think she is such a master at the social game and how she's able to utilize relationships to get her way. However, I think she ends up making some very questionable strategic calls with that social game, with her targeting Christian here feeling very misguided. Now, again, targeting someone from the nerd trio is fine, where she is pretty much connected to everybody. So again, weakening each of the sides isn't bad for her, though. Again, her game at this point should really be about keeping people that want to take her deeper in the game, and not like sacrificing Christian for Ozzy, but more so keeping around both, who will continue to go after each other and allow her to sneak on by. Where again, taking out Christian here just felt so misguided. He's again a massive shield for her. Probably one of the few players that would actually consider taking Cirie to the end, having talked about it in his preseason press, and him being somebody that the likes of Joe and Jonathan and Rizzo would have been more preoccupied with than her. So again, taking out Christian here felt very short-sighted, but again, it does put the wheels in motion with Ozzy now being gung-ho about Christian, saying,
I'm not convinced that this time the players aren't humans.
Christian isn't a robot walking around in human skin,
as he's willing to cut his friends from the game, which is kind of ironic, as Christian never actually does cut his true allies in the game. Or again, he never really turned on any of his allies until they turned on him in Day vs. Goliath. And here it's like his true allies were Rick and Emily, who he also never turns on. But anyway, we then see Jonathan now being looped in his plan, being told that Christian's coming for him as well, with this really just securing the blind side against Christian, with Jonathan then bringing that to Joe. And we got a montage of him then proceeding to campaign to everyone to get the vote on the Christian, with Christian likely going home at this point, coming into the immunity challenge. Anyway, the challenge itself ends up being the return of Risk Assured, the spool challenge that they do a lot in Modern Survivor, though with a massive box off to the side, with Ozzy saying that he can smell something, because there's surely something to smell there. Though Jeff ends up then starting his typical race negotiation style of spiel, talking about all the things that they've done in the new era, with there being a little fun moment here with him pulling out the knife again.
Pull out the knife, get a little menacing, threaten to pull a county.
And only for them to start freaking out, only for them to then reveal that he's not going to do that on this season, because that doesn't work, as the fans voted for you to earn your rights. And
sitting out is sacrificing, but it's not really earning.
I guess. So he has a different idea.
I, too, am a fan of Survivor.
Debatable.
That he, as a fan of Survivor, wants to add to the game, because Jeff has certainly not already added enough of his own ideas into the game.
The producers will not be in charge of the game design. You will.
I don't lie. 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 I don't lie.
Though this time, actually a fun idea, which I guess that is new for Jeff.
Fun.
In revealing
what's in the box,
with everyone proceeding to say,
what's in the box?
Making Severn references over and over again.
Oh, what's in the box? What's in the fucking box?
It ends up being revealed to be another challenge setup,
because I'm running today's challenge,
with the players now having to make a side bet to outlast Jeff himself.
Want to earn your rights? You're going to do it by outlasting me.
Which I genuinely thought was a fun twist here. One that doesn't have major impacts on the game, but was just a vessel for really fun character moments from the cast, but also from Jeff, which was especially fun to see on season 50. Again, what was meant to be the celebration of the show, with this actually being a sequence that was kind of an embodiment of that. Now, with that said, the actual mechanics of this are kind of dumb, where he keeps on calling it 5-person side bet, when it's like, what are they betting? They're not losing anything if they lose, which, I mean, to be fair, I don't want them to, but again, it's just kind of weird wording there. Also, just kind of random, they have to select 5 people to be part of this bet, and later 4, but again, like, why not just make it that Jeff has the face off against the entire field and beat like half of them instead of a hand-picked 5, which again just felt a bit convoluted in that way. But you do get some funny reactions to this news, with Aubrey just looking shocked and Jeff having to ask,
Aubrey, you with me?
But again, her just seeming confused, though. This does start what ends up being, again, one of my favorite sequences of this entire season, with such playful banter between Jeff and the players, first seeing them complain about how unfair it is as he's had food in a shower, but him saying that he's the oldest guy out here. Though again, Jeff ends up being a bit generous here and lowering the bet number from 5 people to 4, which I don't know if that was Jeff's like ego getting in the way or if him trying to let them win to play up the story of how difficult Survivor is when he loses. Either way, kind of a curious choice there, but we do see them picking the obvious of Jonathan, Joe, Tiffany, and Ozzy, with Steph seemingly like she would have been the 5th, though was hesitant.
I'm done.
Which generally it's like there wasn't a better option there anyway. But anyway, the challenge starts to where we get Jeff admitting that this was Jimmy Fallon's idea. Thank God Jimmy Fallon brought something good to the show.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Which I'm then proceeding to say that I need someone to drop to host the challenge, with Ozzy instantly saying Christian, which felt a bit curious. Again, should have been told the Christian there, but and we have Jeff clearly goading Devins, telling him,
Devins, you're not going to win this. Why don't you just drop?
Bro, that's tempting.
only for Emily and Rizzo be the first to drop and Rizzo start hosting.
And Jeff, walk the walk.
Which was very awkward, only for Devins to then drop, and you could just see how happy Jeff was, saying
now we have a professional broadcaster to come over.
Just felt like such shade to Rizzo there. But we then proceed to see Devins not really too much better. I also felt like Devins was kind of awkward in his delivery here.
Oh, you can see the look in Jeff's eyes. He's struggling out here.
Anyway, see Jeff really struggling by this point, with Emily starting to do some smack talk.
Looking a little shaky there, Jeff.
Do it, Emily. Bring it.
Ozzy imitating Jeff's narration.
Yeah, readjusting his grip. Not a good sign so early in the challenge.
With Jeff saying,
I deserve all of this.
aka the episode title. To where we then proceed to get a montage of him trash talking in the past, which was very fun that most of these clips came from the 20s of the show, a lot from One World.
And continue to be pathetic.
Also, insane that we got a clip from the Attack Zone Challenge on TV in the year 2026.
What are you doing? You were in the water. You're nowhere close to the attack zone.
Though again, we see Jeff asking for the time, only find out there's only 6 minutes in, with Cirie proceeding to drop. So at least Jeff can outlast Cirie.
Oh, wow.
To which this was actually kind of a decent showing for Cirie, though. And Jeff ends up really struggling now, to where we see Jonathan say the line,
I've been wanting to beat off ever since I met you, Mr. Jeff.
Which, I mean, even taking the actual line here,
I've been wanting to beat you at something ever since I met you, Mr. Jeff.
it's just such a weird thing to say. Like, who says this?
Stupid Jonathan.
Though this is where we see Jeff starting to really ham it up on his way out.
Who made this challenge? This is barbaric.
Doing Gabler shout outs, because why not, I guess.
I'm going to do Gabler. This is for Amelia, who does all her laundry.
Again, still very funny. This is pretty much the only thing he remembers from Gabler. Though funny that as Jeff is starting to fall, we see everyone starting to just speak at once, with Christian making a Reuben sandwich reference. And also funny that we see Christian trying to make a side bet with Jeff that he just instantly shuts down, but we can still hear it in the background of Christian trying to negotiate for a longer deep dive in the postseason.
I beat you. I'm not limited to an hour.
Which was very meta and also very unsuccessful. Though my favorite moment of all of this is Ozzy yelling,
You gotta dig, Jeff!
with Jeff letting out a very genuine laugh here.
Dig, Jeff!
Only from the eventually drop, with this leading to this very triumphant music playing, because what an accomplishment it is to be a 60-year-old man.
Continue to be pathetic.
Again, I found this segment really fun. I know some found it very cringy, and Jeff again taking the spotlight once again, which fair.
You had your moment. It's my moment now.
So I found this segment to be very rich and just fun character moments with everyone involved. Everyone here felt like they were having fun, and in general, I felt like this was a nice way to celebrate the history of the show. So I did like in this iteration, I probably don't need to see it again, or at least very often, but again, I thought here at least it was a fun segment for the show. But again, the challenge does continue beyond that, with Jeff finding out he only lasted 7.5 minutes, to where he proceeds to say that I would have made fun of people for only lasting that long.
I kind of sucked.
Though we then proceed to see Aubrey almost drop, though was able to crank it back up, saying,
Out of nowhere.
No. With her looking really funny as she's doing this and proceeding to say she could do it
Because I'm psycho.
which really explains everything about Aubrey on this season. Though it does end up coming down to Joe versus Ozzy, with Joe saying,
Talk to me, Jay.
referring to his sister, which was a nice little moment there, though it is countered by Jeff calling Ozzy
Survivor's original Jungle Boy.
Only for Ozzy to say
Jungle Man.
Jungle Man.
Only for Jeff to awkwardly repeat that.
Jungle Man.
Either way, Joe wins.
That's my daddy.
So we do get the reveal of another journey here, because we needed more of those, with Joe deciding it by rock, paper, scissors, which is such a Joe thing to do.
That's what my daddy does.
And what do you know? Christian wins and goes, aka the person that everyone was targeting. So again, great move, Joe. No, he ends up really getting hyped up as the worst person that could have gone because he's the target. Well, surely Christian will get something to help him out on this journey. But before we get to the journey, we do get a scene back at camp of them finally getting their rice and talk about how great it is. How riveting. Though we actually do get a bit of a tiff here between Emily and Cirie, with them arguing over how much rice to make, with Cirie wanting to make a lot, and saying that Emily would have had her name written down if she continued, which is, again, pretty funny to see Cirie being genuinely annoyed by this. Though also, I do actually side with Cirie here. Again, why not just eat as much rice as possible? You only have like a week left anyway, and who cares? You just went through so much of the season without rice. Yeah, in my opinion, you might as well just eat all that you can here, but either way, we end up seeing the journey that ends up being essentially a redo of the Rachel journey from 47, with it being a puzzle on a pontoon in the middle of the water that will proceed to be dragged into the water when your time runs out, with this actually being a more difficult puzzle this time around, that being a basic logo puzzle, but again, way more difficult than the last time. Though this is where we get the reveal that this journey was Jimmy Fallon's idea.
Hey, it's Jimmy Fallon of The Tonight Show.
Almost as if
Jimmy Fallon may decide my fate in this game.
Which is obviously a line from the trailer. That was a lame aspect of the season. The fact that it was obvious that Christian was going to make it until the point where he says the line,
Jimmy Fallon may decide my fate in this game.
I really spent a lot of the post-merge thinking Christian could go fairly soon. That is, if it wasn't for the fact that we knew that he had to be there for Jimmy Fallon. So again, very funny that they decided to just spoil that in the trailer. But anyway, it ends up being a mostly typical journey here, where if Christian wins, he gets the advantage, which ends up being a really lame advantage for having so much gravitas put over it, and it being called the Jimmy Fallon One in the Urn, which what a shitty name that is, and also the shitty advantage.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Of it essentially just being a weaker extra vote, in which you cast your extra vote now while on the journey, and it's only for this one vote, which does suck, where extra vote already is a very weak advantage. To make it weaker is just dumb. Then we do learn about another rule that was edited out of the show, which was an additional clause that makes it slightly better, and the fact that you can turn your actual vote into a bank of vote, meaning that you get an extra vote later, which again is better, but still a very bad advantage. So where either way, Christian would have gotten voted out with it in his pocket anyway, but obviously it fails here, and he ends up getting a disadvantage in the form of a note he has to read publicly to the tribe, which ultimately doesn't really matter that much in the spot where, to be fair, if it did, I wouldn't like it, as it gives players less opportunities to counteract their disadvantage with it just being public knowledge, which I know is the point, but I also think it's bad, where I don't know why this is something they're trying to do, though truthfully, again, the result was pretty straightforward to begin with. And generally the sequence is just kind of boring, where again, it's just boring to see one person doing a puzzle on their own. Though again, the one person you think would be able to do this puzzle is Christian, though no, he fails.
I blew it. It's easy to feel like an idiot.
And what gets played up is this very dramatic moment, as if this is what caused the end of his game, when, again, don't think that was really the case.
Why are you so stupid?
This does really turn around to a pretty good moment here, calling back to his storyline of his son, where, again, that storyline kind of disappeared after those first few episodes, though it recurs here, with Christian now talking about how, even if this happens to his son, he wants him to pick himself up.
You are not defined by the moments where you fell short, defined by what you do after.
Which I thought was a very touching moment there. Again, another one of these like future parental lessons and messages to his son. Though again, Christian ends up returning to camp and reads his note to the tribe, revealing that he isn't losing his votes because he's going to have to be the first to cast a vote against themselves. Kind of, I don't know, vote steals count, but they really do hype this up as this insane moment. I can't believe it. Someone's voting for themselves, when it's like, who cares? It really doesn't matter. And again, it just making it public knowledge just puts a bigger bullseye on the back of the person that gets it. Though again, Christian was going home even without this. Though again, it gives Christian very little room to maneuver, with this now giving even further incentive for people to pile the votes onto him. And again, it does lead to Ozzy gloating confessional about how
Christian, that has gotta sting, my brother.
Which his delivery there I found very funny. But Christian seems to recognize that the votes could be heading in his direction, though never actually seems to think that he's going home here. Again, seemingly being pretty unaware how the votes are actually stacked against him by this point. Though it does lead to Christian falling through with the shot in the dark play, as again, at this point, he can't even use it anyway. So he might as well try to use it as social capital, to where he ends up giving it to Jonathan. Jonathan agreeing to vote for Devins instead of him, which I did find it interesting how Christian seemed pretty resigned to letting the votes fall into Devins, knowing that Devins didn't have an idol, but to be fair, again, there's not much else Christian could really do here. And Christian at this point is probably more so banking on some sort of plurality vote landing on Ozzy. But again, we do have Jonathan really gloating about this in confessional, thinking as if he's making this masterful move, when, again, it's fine. Again, Shine in the Dark isn't that powerful to begin with, and it's not like Christian could have saved himself with it anyway. He wasn't allowed to play it. No, again, this continuing this negative downturn for Jonathan's edit, with him starting to come off very villainous, bragging about all the notches he has on his belt with D, Camilla, and now Christian, and again, coming off very cocky in this moment, which again felt more in line with a typical runner-up edit by this point, with him again getting a fairly positive start, though his content starts to go a bit more negative as we get deeper into the season, to kind of explain why he goes on to lose the game, with again kind of a lot of people kind of pegging Jonathan as a runner-up by this point. Anyway, this ends up leading to Emily talking to Cirie and Tiffany, with her for some reason being told about the Christian plan. Don't know why they told her the Christian plan when it's clear she would want to save Christian. Now, to be fair, it does seem like the perception on Island was that Emily might have been very close to Ozzy, so maybe that's why they thought this, though Emily ends up picking a side here in trying to save Christian here over Ozzy, which, again, to Cirie, which is a terrible thing to do.
How stupid is that?
Which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know why Cirie and Tiff thought it was a good idea to tell Emily, but I don't know why Emily thought it was a good idea to tell Cirie. Again, all kinds of weird plays here, but obviously we do get the same result as before, with Cirie exposing this to Ozzy, with him being really blindsided by this. Where, again, another spot where for Emily, I don't know why she's trying to target Ozzy. She probably should be targeting really almost anyone else in that grouping other than Ozzy. Or at least she has a connection with Ozzy that he thinks is genuine. To where, again, I get picking Christian over Ozzy, especially based on their pregame alliance, but again, just strange to put all this work with Ozzy just to let him go this early. Or again, it felt like she should have been more so pointing towards the Honesty Integrity Alliance instead, though I'll say I was actually kind of surprised at the fact that she did stay loyal to Christian in a spot where, coming into this episode, I was very much expecting Emily to turn on Christian, where I thought that this Gabby parallel from earlier would come to fruition, only for it to never actually happen. So good on Emily for being a somewhat good ally, finally.
She is a freaking flip-flopping ass.
Though this ends up just completely backfiring on her, with Emily now starting to become a target because of her targeting Ozzy, with Cirie and Tiffany talking about how messy she is and how she's willing to throw her allies under a bus, and Ozzy saying,
"She's Emily flipping, she's flip-a-flopping all over the place."
And now she needs to go. And again, it seemed like they were on board to flip the vote onto Emily, which actually would have been the better move for someone like a Cirie in particular. Again, keeping around a Christian, a bigger threat for her, taking out Emily, one of the lesser threats, one of the people that people are more incentivized to take deeper into the game. That is only for Rizzo to be the one that seemingly shuts this down. In what was a very quiet episode for Rizzo, the one where he at least does get credit for keeping the vote onto Christian, with this for sure being his optimal play by this point and taking out Christian, one of the bigger threats in the game, and a spot where he's one of the lesser threats in keeping around Emily, someone that he could theoretically beat at the end, where the fact that we see Rizzo seemingly be the main person to keep this vote on track and get this vote to go through is, again, very impressive work from Rizzo. Those sequences end with Cirie saying that she doesn't care who goes as long as it gets her to the final 3 chairs, which, not terrible edit-wise, at least it's kind of pushing more of the blame on the Tiffany for the Emily plan than Cirie, though also not great game-wise, as again, for Cirie, there definitely was a more optimal way to get towards the final 3 than this, but left hope alive for a Cirie win. That will surely happen. Anyway, we got the tribal with Coach coming in a suit and being a ham as he sits down the jury bench because it's Coach. But a pretty awkward tribal here of Christian really going ham.
Christian will be voting for Christian tonight.
About being upset at Jimmy Fallon.
Thanks to whose ever bright idea this was. They know who they are. We have issues.
Fuck you.
Jimmy Fallon.
And Jeff just kind of clearly being annoyed at this.
Okay.
Probably not loving the fact that Christian's just openly crapping all over one of his celebrity friends' ideas, but also not loving how Christian did feel very forced in his delivery here, him really overacting and talking about how
I am living a farce, and that's why I'm rage-filled.
Then Jeff calling out how funny his delivery is, which again just felt very cringy.
It was cringe in person.
But either way, we do get to the vote with Christian voting for himself, giving a message to Jimmy Fallon.
Fuck you.
Jimmy Fallon.
Oh well, Devin shockingly doesn't play his idol, though it still leads to Christian clearly getting voted out here with, again, some votes split into Devin's just in case, though the nerds voting for Ozzy being left out of the vote with Christian being blindsided.
You're never gonna win.
Where, again, kind of insane that he was actually blindsided by this, that he did not see this coming. He actually thought the votes were on Ozzy, which I generally don't understand how, but he ends up getting a pretty heroic exit from the game, him seemingly being really in shock, and through that we get some expert jury management from Jonathan, giving Christian his Shauna Dark back, which he seemed to think was this like great move, and him like taking the credit for the Christian vote, though it very much came off as him like kind of rubbing in his face, if anything, and like him coming off a bit delusional, thinking this is this big play.
Stupid Jonathan.
Anyway, we do end Christian's storyline this season in a pretty heartfelt way. Christian's final words here being this beautiful message to his son.
This is to Michael.
Saying, sometimes you don't win.
And that's okay, because I have you.
Which, again, felt like this perfect cap to his season. With, again, let's talk about Christian as a whole on this season, who ends up having a massive role on this season. I mean, by the end, he is tied for most confessionals on the entire season, despite being 11th place. I believe he is the lowest placing player to have that distinction. And to be fair, 50 ends up being a pretty balanced edit by the end. It is one where there are a decent amount of players on the upper end of the confessional count, and Christian obviously gets a major boost for having to go to every tribal in the pre-merge, though, again, we definitely got a lot of Christian on this season, though I did think it was warranted. I think Christian had a very fun role on this season, was involved in a lot of the bigger plays earlier on in the season, had a, again, very touching storyline surrounding his son, had some fun dynamics with the likes of Emily and Devins and even Ozzy as a rivalry, to where I think Christian brought a lot to the season, to where, while again, I think some people are probably annoyed at how much Christian we got, I did feel like his edit felt kind of warranted considering how important he seemed to be to the season. Though that being said, from a gameplay perspective, I don't feel like I really got that much new from Christian on this season. I mean, there was probably a little bit more of him playing from the top, especially in the pre-merge. Though ultimately, I feel like he just kind of plays a similar game to how he played in David vs. Goliath. It was still one where he struggles to get to the end. It was still one where he was a bit aloof at points. Though, again, he clearly is a very intelligent person, possibly the most intelligent person to ever play the game, though still is lacking in that threat management to ever make it to the end, where, again, kind of similar opinions of him as a player, though I do think this season definitely etches him as a really iconic character for the show, but I would not be shocked if we see Christian back on TV at some point down the road. Now for episode 10, an episode that might come off as the most notable episode of the entire season, definitely the episode that I felt was the strongest coming out of it, despite a lot of reservations coming into it.
Mr. Beast.
Yet, I will say on the rewatch, I did not love the episode as much as I remembered. It's still very good, and it's still amongst the best of the season, possibly still the best, though I do think some of the appeal of the episode is kind of lost when we have an idea of what's going on, though at the same time, it is still a strong episode through and through, though it does start off with obviously the reaction to the Christian vote off, with Ozzy talking about how Cila is imploding, where it actually is kind of impressive that for this disaster tribe that went to all the tribals before the swap, that they end up having over half of the final 11, though that didn't really seem to be purposeful, though this does lead to Ozzy hyping up his social game once again, talking about how if it were to pass, he would have been voted out. But now he has people that have his back. And by people, he means Cirie.
Lord help me.
Where again, this season really just turns into just Cirie saving Ozzy over and over and over again, because she knows that he'll take him to the end, to which he would lose to her. So good on Ozzy for that. Though we do see Ozzy and Emily talk it out here, which ends up being a pretty awkward conversation, with Emily saying that her and Christian had an alliance since day one, with Ozzy saying, I thought we did too, which, I mean, technically, Ozzy, you were on exile. But also, by day one, Emily really means before day one. But either way, Emily ends up saying that this is the first time she's on the wrong side of the vote, which is actually kind of insane that is technically the case. Like, even in her vote off, she was technically on the right side of the vote, to where And we do see her now being on the bottom alongside Devins, leading to a pretty fun moment of them in the hammock alone, talking about they have nothing to lose now, and they have to come up with something crazy. Leading to Devins talking about how now he's in the same spot as he was last time, and the old Devins is back, and he's going to bring chaos. Where again, it's kind of another one of these stories of a player trying to change their ways on the return, only to end up just kind of being the same player. But he brings chaos right away by revealing to the cast that his idol was fake.
Chaos doesn't exist.
And how crazy. Though we did actually see him try to still pretend that he had an idol coming out of Tribal, saying he's trying to be the best version of Rizzo, which
boy who cried idol.
Looks like it's not hard to do. Though again, funny just how highly people talk about Rizzo's ability to keep his idol in 49. Though again, Devins revealing his idol here was just the right call. Everyone knew it was fake anyway. Again, it's better off just gaining him some social capital than trying to keep up the facade there. Though it is funny that we do see everyone having a big reaction to this, except for Joe, who's just so unamused.
You can't work with that.
Later talking about it being a great deception, and that's insane, saying that Devins is public enemy number 1. So again, this will surely be the end of the Joe and Devin storyline. But we obviously have the transition from that to Aubrey's perspective, saying that there's fewer people here. Now we're at the point where we have limited pieces on the board, and it's like chess. And when there's fewer pieces, there's fewer moves, but it's time for big moves to happen. I'm talking about how you get the pieces to fit to get you to the end.
I gotta step up, or I'm gonna be left in the dust.
Which she certainly does do a lot of thinking about how to get to the end. And big moves do happen. Not that she has anything to do with them, though.
I'm ready to go. My game's just heating up.
Again, it's just very funny. It's just the same repeating content for Aubrey every single episode of her talking about making a big move and then just never doing it. Where, again, it very much just comes off as, like, a better Mitch.
You have to make a move somewhere.
Because when Mitch did it in Survivor 48, it very much felt like, again, a joke that he's always going to say he's going to make a big move, never actually makes the big move.
Should have made a move.
With Aubrey, it felt like it was edited in a way to make us think, oh, it's actually going to happen, only for it to never actually happen.
Goes Aubrey!
No! Anyway, we then cut to the auction, kind of just out of the blue, with the scene just starting off with flashback to the previous auctions, though kind of insane just how few of these players on this cast left in the game had actually been to a previous auction. Like, it's only Steph, Cirie, Ozzy, and Emily. And this being the first auction for Aubrey is just kind of insane. And again, this just really comes out of nowhere. There's no setup to it. No scramble for money or losing of votes, with the reveal that this is just an actual normal auction for the most part. Genuinely kind of mind-blowing that they went back to basics, kind of. And everyone starts with $500. Sharing of money is allowed, which is interesting, is it hasn't been allowed for a while. And obviously I get it because advantages used to be up for play, and now there's no more advantages, so they're probably looser with that ruling. Where, again, I thought it was a fun rule to bring back, even though it didn't really matter here. Though, obviously, we can't just get a normal auction because that's boring to Jeff, to where we have to instead force in this element that every item is either comfort or chaos, or both. Really just felt like an insignificant twist here added just for the sake of Jeff being able to froth over the fact that I made something new. But we do see the auction starting with Aubrey asking
how many items,
only for Jeff to be incensed at this.
I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
And Aubrey saying,
it's worth a try.
So I guess that's her big move of the season. And Jeff to say,
that's why you're back for Survivor 50.
Definitely not because Amanda dropped out. But anyway, the first item ends up being fries and onion rings that Rick Devins ends up getting. There being no chaos, and playing into the typical trope of them not wanting to scare off people with the first item. Emily then wins a shake for $100, the same shake that Dee got in 45 for all of her money. Also no chaos. Then we get crackers and veggies and dip that Jonathan wins with not much bidding, with Tiffany saying,
I don't want no carrot,
which was funny. But then we get a shared item that one person buys and gets to pick another person to share with, where I would assume they were probably expecting people to start pooling money for items like this, so that doesn't end up happening here. But anyway, Aubrey wins, picks Rizzo to share with, where Rizzo was supposedly really struggling by this point in the season, with him having not fully recovered from 49. This seemed like the kind of logical choice to pick Rizzo, come off sympathetic, though we get the reveal that they are getting comfort in the form of cookies, as long as one of the two takes the
chaos. Chaos exists. I knew it.
Where Aubrey right away takes the
chaos,
which ends up being eating 2 grubs.
A feast fit for chaos!
Which, again, we've seen before. Nothing new. But also very funny to see Aubrey just take a lot of joy in this because
I'm psycho!
Where she dances around, shows off the grubs to the others. Again, I can't believe Aubrey's actually having fun on this season.
Get the hell out of here.
Then we then get to a montage of items. Cirie getting a blanket and toothpaste.
Like it, please.
Jeff getting grilled cheese. Then we get to Jonathan paying $380 for a shared item that he shares with Ozzy. This one being one where one gets comfort, the other gets
chaos. Looks like chaos has been waiting for us.
Which is decided by random choice, which is lame. At least give the players some agency in this. And to be fair, if you did, obviously the person that paid would get the comfort, but still. Jonathan ends up getting the chaos, which ends up being having to eat a sea slug.
A feast fit for chaos!
Which does lead to a pretty funny face as he takes his first bite, and it leads to the cast chanting, "Total packet, total packet, total packet," which is obviously his wrestling stage name, though it isn't explained here. So if you didn't know that, you'll be questioning why the fuck are they just saying the total package? But he ends up finishing it here.
Oh no!
Allowing Ozzy to get not waffles, though mashed potatoes instead, I guess in honor of Stephanie Favor. But that leads to another montage here of Cirie getting a charcuterie board in honor of Angela Murray.
She's freaking eating my charcuterie stuff.
Only then leave the set and puke and then come back and eat more afterwards, which was a funny moment. Rizzo gets chicken and a protein shake that he may or may not finish eating. That may lead to some backlash there. Ozzy gets a cake. Jonathan gets PB&J. We stop down on Aubrey because it's Aubrey, where gets a strong personal moment here of eating mac and cheese, saying it tastes like home, talks about her toddler, leading to Jeff asking Joe to talk about his family, which was funny. To have Jeff just make Joe hijack Aubrey's moment.
Oh no! Oh no!
But again, it's on the show because it's Aubrey, because they have the show, every little bit of Aubrey content they have.
Get the hell out of here.
But then we get to the final item, with Jeff claiming that it could provide the best comfort of the auction, but also the most chaos as well. Though the way to get it is to have everyone bid $20.
Is it true you made a deal with chaos?
Which they clearly knew everyone was going to do, though it would have been very funny to see someone hold out here. Though it obviously ends up being their letters from home, with Aubrey and Joe once again getting to talk about what that means to them, but it also being paired with an equal dose of chaos. The reveal of another super fan who wanted to be a part of Survivor 50, leading to Jeff saying the thing.
Welcome to Survivor 50, Mr. Beast.
Which is still such a surreal thing to happen on Survivor 50 for Mr. Beast to make an appearance here and actually not be the worst cameo of the season. But this obviously was such a major source of outrage coming into the season. Mr. Beast being obviously a very controversial figure and one that doesn't feel very Survivor-y. Though this all obviously stemming from a crossover between Survivor and Beast Games, which is, again, very funny considering Jeff's anti-other reality TV show mantra.
I'm working on it.
But again, insane to see Mr. Beast just showing up with a briefcase here.
I brought a briefcase.
With us getting some really over-the-top reactions from the cast. And it's very funny how I genuinely thought when we heard this reaction in the trailer, this had to be some fake reaction, that they just added in noises of random people into it. As again, it didn't sound like anyone from the cast that we knew, only for the reaction here to be real, and the weird noise that we hear here being Rizzo letting out a weird scream. That just, again, didn't really sound like him. Thank God Rizzo's excited.
Mother Vive! Mother Vive!
Either way, we do see Devins talking up how he watches his videos with his son, and Jonathan talks about how he's been watching him for years, which would not have guessed that from Jonathan. Again, we see him showing up with a briefcase that gets revealed to say the word beware, with the reveal of the
Mr. Beast Super Beware Advantage,
which is a really dumb name. Though they end up not being told what it is at this point, just being told that it'll be revealed at Tribal, which I don't love how the players don't know what they're actually facing off against, as I do think that actually leads to conservative play. Though that's not what Jeff wants you to think, where instead we get a lot of hyping up of how extreme Mr. Beast's twists are and how crazy this is. Which, yes, it is very crazy for Mr. Beast to be there.
What are you even doing here?
And then just leave. Which, to be fair, I give them a lot of credit for not wasting too much time on Mr. Beast. Like, it is kind of insane that we actually get more screen time with Zac Brown
and a little bit of chicken
of all people than Mr. Beast, with, again, him not showing up again until Tribal. We get no Mr. Beast confessionals, where, again, can't believe we have to applaud them for that.
Continue to be pathetic.
This is where we get the reveal that they're going straight to the immunity challenge immediately after the auction, which I did find to be an interesting choice here, obviously being a ramification of this episode taking place over the course of one day, but I actually don't hate it. Where I do think if things like this are necessary to implement things of the past, like auctions or family visits, to have them being paired up with the immunity challenge, I do think it's a nice compromise in my mind. But again, we get to the immunity challenge, which is the typical balance the ball on a bow challenge. Again, another boring challenge. Did find it weird how they were playing Winners at War tribal music during the challenge, which just felt kind of random. Though we do get a funny moment through it of Jeff calling Devin Survivor's favorite newscaster, and Rizzo saying,
"Take that, Savannah Louie,"
which I already made that joke.
Survivor's favorite newscaster.
Is that shade towards Savannah?
Technically the video came out after, but again, I recorded it before, so no, Rizzo recorded it before too, but again, it's my joke. Anyway, we see Devin's really struggling for most of the challenge, recovering, only then struggle to even stay on the beam in the final round, taking a pretty hard fall that does funnily lead to a lot of medevac speculation for Devin, with it being known that the next episode was a double boot, but it not being revealed to be one in the preview, to where many assumed that Devins was just going to get medevacs because of this injury, only for it to mean nothing, and it didn't even seem to be a proper injury, but again, that was the thing that happened. Anyway, Tiffany pulls out the win here with a really big reaction from her talking about going home on this day last time, which felt like a nice moment of redemption for her. Again, if only the edit made us care about Tiffany before this. Anyway, back at camp, we do get a segment of the players reading their letters from home, with the scene weirdly getting introduced by Tiffany, only to then focus on a bevy of other players outside of Tiffany, us not even seeing Tiffany read her letter. Though obviously these segments are typically used to highlight the main characters of the season, or at least those with sympathetic backgrounds. Us getting to see Ozzy talk about his family giving him fuel, Cirie talking about this being the first letter her dad ever wrote for her. She wants to get it done for him, which felt like a winner quote, if only. All while Devin talks about his wife telling him to enjoy the experience and be playful, and Devin says he isn't stopping now, only then to be told to stop down and take in the beauty of it. Though again, it really feels like Devin's really just felt like the embodiment of the mindset production wants players to have coming into the season, of playing hard but taking in the experience. But we do finish off the sequence with Aubrey, obviously,
because I'm psycho,
which ends up being the point of this just being an undeniable winner edit for Aubrey, and her talking about being
a mom now,
but also talk about her first time she lost at the end.
I played with somebody who did make their big moves at the end of the game,
aka lucking out due to a medevac and then winning final immunity, I guess. But again, we get the flashback to Aubrey losing to Michelle. They're saying,
I did see why what Michelle did worked, and I do think I could borrow a couple of tricks from her.
Which, boy, did she. But again, this felt like this very obvious, extremely glowing moment for her edit. Her being able to talk about her previous seasons, the mistakes she's made the last time around, how she's learning from those mistakes, how she learned from the winner of her season, pretty much everything she would need to set up this redemption story, and showing how she'll go on to win, which, again, that is how she will win, by playing like Michelle.
My goal is to live another day and come out fighting tomorrow.
But this is followed by Aubrey proceeding to talk to Steph and Jonathan about needing to make a big move before they run out of numbers. And there are people with idols that need to be flushed. If only she ended up doing anything about this.
Goes Aubrey!
Where I guess they're trying to give her credit for Jonathan proceeding to try to make a big move, which again feels like a stretch. Though we do see Jonathan talking about Devins being the easy vote here, but could instead take a shot at Ozzy, using Devins as a smokescreen, saying Ozzy has changed his game, and if he ends up at the end, he'll get a lot of votes, including his. So again, Ozzy's changed up his game so much that he's just being targeted at the same point that he would normally be targeted.
That's a big bummer.
Though we do see Jonathan proceeding to put in a lot of work to try to get this Ozzy vote to go through, going to Steph and proactively lying to her about Ozzy coming for her, which does get Steph on board, and she does seem to believe, but again, it's a move that you would not really expect from Jonathan here. So again, I guess that's some level of development there, or I guess he's a bit more proactive, so good for him. But then we do see him pulling in Devins as well, with the intention to also bring in Emily and Joe, to where it did seem like this Ozzy blindside could go through here, though we do see some hesitancy from Joe wanting to still vote out Devins, though knowing Joe, I assume he'll just vote for Ozzy by the end because that's what Joe does.
That's what my daddy does.
But we do actually see Joe proceeding to tell Cirie about the Ozzy vote because everyone needs to tell Cirie that Ozzy's getting voted out.
How stupid is that?
Where Cirie ends up being annoyed at people coming for Ozzy once again and again, her having to spend a lot of social capital to keep Ozzy in the game. So again, don't know why people are telling Cirie, like, maybe this is a world where Joe is trying to sabotage the plan, but again, doesn't really seem like what Joe would do.
Oh no!
Or I don't know if he just wanted to keep Cirie on board, but considering we don't really see much of their relationship and him later turning on Cirie, I don't know if that's really the case either, but either way, this is all while we see Stephanie trying to keep Cirie from finding out about the plan. Only for Cirie to obviously know that Steph is lying to her, pretending to still want to split the vote between Devins and Emily, with Cirie saying she thinks she's slick, but it's obvious she's up to no good. Just completely clocking Steph, though it's not like Steph is that hard to clock.
That's bullshit.
Though proceeding to say that Steph is coming for Ozzy, so she has to go.
I'm done.
Where I really don't get the notion first that Stephanie is the one that's leading this vote. I don't know where that came from. I don't know if they just did not have the faith in Jonathan to be able to do this, to where he just comes off scot-free and Stephanie gets blamed for this.
He's obviously the problem.
Despite her being, again, reluctant to even be part of this plan to begin with. But also, I question why is Cirie even going for Stephanie in this spot? Even if Stephanie is leading this vote against Ozzy, this is another very questionable decision. Again, she has a pregame connection to Stephanie. She at least has a working relationship with Stephanie, more than what we see from someone like a Jonathan. And also she can read Steph better, to where again, it would be easier to maneuver around her than Jonathan, to where I really don't get the logic here of going for Steph over Jonathan, or Cirie in particular, to where I do think she just underestimated Jonathan entirely. And I do wonder how much the preseason rumors of Steph pre-gaming against Cirie played a factor here, where despite those not seeming to be true, Cirie was at least aware of them, to where maybe that played a factor here, and her always feeling like she eventually had to make a move against Steph, though again, just feels like a very short-sighted move, but we do see her instantly ratting Steph out to Ozzy, getting Tiffany and Rizzo on board as well, to where we do see her initially planning on using the extra vote in this spot, though that seemed kind of misguided, as even that wouldn't be enough to actually win the battle here. You'd still need one more vote. And it's funny how, like, we never see anyone talk about bringing Aubrey in on this vote.
I don't really have friends.
Despite her actually being in a swing vote position here, because that's how important Aubrey is to the season.
My game's just heating up.
Though it does lead to Ozzy talking about how he's not going home with an idol in his pocket this time around. So good luck with that.
Would have looked like such a dummy.
But again, we see him confronting Jonathan, saying that Steph is leading a vote on him, and now he's targeting her, which, with this, again, why are you telling Jonathan? I don't know why everyone's just telling everyone the plan constantly. Again, I don't know why he doesn't think Jonathan was a part of this, but either way, it leads to Jonathan telling Steph that they're coming for her, leading to Steph revealing to him about her vote steal, with her wanting to use it here, but is worried if she does, it'll cause Ozzy to play his idol, leading to a awkward conversation between Steph and Cirie, with Steph just telling Cirie, I heard you're coming for me, which ends up being a tense conversation, leading to Steph now wanting to switch the vote onto Cirie as a safe vote, which I'll say, higher level of gameplay than I was expecting from Stephanie, only for Devins to actually shut this down and want to go for Rizzo instead, to at least still get an idol out of the game, which, to be fair, probably is the right call, as, come on, Rizzo's never playing that idol.
The boy who cried idol.
But really, the Cirie vote is probably the safest call here for Steph in particular, to where, while it doesn't seem like the others were really on board for that, I do actually think she was trying to make the optimal play by going for her to avoid Ozzy's idol. Though to secure Devin's vote, we then proceed to see Stephanie tell Devins about her vote steal, which ends up being a pretty questionable play, to where I don't know why she did this. I mean, I assume it's probably because she was intending on using it no matter what by this point and didn't want to spook him, but it's also a spot where you didn't need it. If you had all the votes you thought you didn't need the vote steal, to where I think you're better off keeping the vote steal at this point and not giving Devins this information. But anyway, this obviously leads to Devins gloating about how great this is for his game, that all these other names are being thrown around, him now having all this information, where surely Devins is now safe.
Oh no!
And this is all just to cut to Steph and Joe now talking, with Joe now wanting to just switch the vote back onto Devins.
You can't work with that.
With Cirie confronting Devin, saying, heard you on the blindside me, and Devin saying, that was Steph, not me, which, again, weird considering Jonathan is the one to pull Devins into the plan. So I don't know if Devins is protecting Jonathan or if he just got gaslit into thinking it was Steph.
He's obviously the problem.
But it ends up leading to this weirdly edited montage of conversations, including one that has Aubrey in it, just to remind us that she's still there.
I gotta step up.
Where she ends up asking Jonathan if it's her, and he says, no, I promise. And her talking about how
I really want to shake up this entire game. Looks like that is exactly what's going to happen.
As if she had anything to do with it. But then we got the Devin saying that he thinks the plans have changed. And at Tribal, they're going to regret trying to include him in the plan, as he's ready to blow it all up. Where it's weird how this is all portrayed as they really end up masking what seems to be the reality of the situation, in that by the time of Tribal here, the vote had just fully flipped back onto Devins, that Cirie and Steph had talked it out, seemingly settled back on just going with the easy vote. To from Express, it does seem like they were just outright voting for Devins by this point, which obviously makes Rick's actions here a lot more understandable, him doing a Hail Mary, though I find it strange how they do leave it a bit more open-ended, making you think that the vote is just all over the place, which, I mean, to be fair, they always want to try to make it feel open-ended, but like this Rick vote gets sabotaged anyway. Isn't it better just to make it seem like Rick was going home and actually saved himself? Though again, it does help this scramble here become easily the most chaotic of the season.
Chaos exists. I knew it.
Like such a mess with so many twists and turns in this short segment here, to where this definitely was the best pre-tribal scramble of the season. Though, to be fair, that's not really saying much, because then this ends up being not super interesting gameplay season, though at least this was the lead in the tribal that had the most flip-flopping along the way. And that's clearly because of the appearance of
Mr. Beast.
Though we do then get to tribal with 40 minutes still left in the episode, which, to be fair, this was a 2-hour episode. Anyway, but clearly something big was going to happen here, with it starting with Devin saying he's going to blow things up. And then Aubrey says, me too, because Aubrey's clearly going to blow things up.
There's fire in there.
But obviously Devins knows that he's going home at this point, to where we see him giving his pitch, revealing that Jonathan and Stephanie came to him and Aubrey to make a big move to get Ozzy out, which I do find it strange just how much Devins and Aubrey are being paired up in this sequence, that they're acting as if they were this duo, when from the show perspective, we see a lot more Devins and Emily, and we didn't even see a single scene of them together leading in the tribal. But also we see him exposing Steph for trying to switch the vote onto Cirie, but probably the most damning thing for Steph is him also revealing her vote steal, which Tiffany quickly points out, why would you tell the person going home about their vote steal? Where, while it does seem like Devins was likely going home had him not been saved by the
Mr. Beast super beware advantage,
it does seem like a spot where he did do pretty effective work in really tarnishing Stephanie's reputation to have the vote go onto Stephanie instead of someone like an Aubrey. So thank you, Devins, for saving Aubrey, I guess.
I'm waiting for her to go bye.
Anyway, Jonathan ends up calling out Devins for having a history of lying, which is kind of funny, as really Devins, as much as he talks about how much you have to lie in the game of Survivor, he actually is not that much of a liar in the game. But it obviously leads to a he said, she said, with Steph denying it, and it's getting a tiff between Steph and Rick and Aubrey over who started the plan, where by this point, pretty clear this Ozzy plan had no legs. It was gonna either go in the Rick or Steph direction, though Steph ends up giving some pretty ridiculous pleas here.
I would never lead the charge. I'm not that stupid.
Debatable.
With this insulting Rizzo, who's clearly known for leading votes, but she keeps swearing that she would never go after Ozzy, and this just kind of goes around in circles, leading to a lot of obvious glazing of
Mr. Beast.
Talking about how
The mere presence of Mr. Beast changed everything.
Because surely this wouldn't have happened either way.
With Mr. Beast, it could literally be anything.
This obviously transitions to Mr. Beast coming in, again, after the initial deliberation, which refreshing to see Mr. Beast not hug up too much of the screen time here. Though he obviously comes in with his briefcase, with us getting the reveal now that
the Mr. Beast super beware advantage is a gold coin.
Obviously being an element that we have seen from Beast games, in that flipping the coin and calling it correctly increases the prize pool, while calling it incorrectly leads to you getting eliminated from the game. A very dangerous twist.
Fun, fun, fun.
But something that is so anti-Survivor to have someone leave the game due to a coin flip, especially without some element of a vote, to where surely they're gonna mix this up. There's no way they would translate this one for one from Beast games. Except they do.
And that pissed me off.
Again, it turns out that one player has to flip the coin, and if they are correct,
prize money will double.
The 2 million, which good for the players. I don't really care that much. With them also proceeding to get an idol in that situation, which obviously was utilized to further entice someone to go for it. Though again, call it incorrectly, you're out of the game. Which I thought we learned this lesson from the Do or Die, which wasn't well received, but I guess not. And like the Do or Die, I hate this twist. Now, again, it made for good TV here, largely because it didn't actually play out to have someone be eliminated by random choice. But just because it played out in the best possible way doesn't make the twist good. Where again, in essence, it is essentially a glorified shot in the dark, one that actually has better odds. Again, a 50-50 instead of a 1 in 6. So it is perfect for someone like a Devins who knows he's going home anyway. So I think this was a situation that really benefited from having such a clear-cut vote-off happening. Someone who knew they were going home anyway, and through that they just knew they had to go and flip the coin and have a chance at stopping the inevitable. Though, again, if it was a player in a better spot in the game, for them to get taken out due to a coin flip would be a lot lamer. Now, technically, the decision on who flips the coin is decided by the players themselves, which at least gives them a bit of agency here in that decision, though ultimately someone does have to go in that spot. And in a spot where there isn't an obvious person to throw in, like Devins here, I do think this twist could turn out very disastrously. Like, what would have happened had they couldn't come up to a decision, which they've already said that would lead to a rock draw to determine who flips the coin. Cirie gets the rock. Cirie gets coin flipped out of the game. That would have been very lame. Now, obviously, you can criticize why couldn't Cirie get people to agree on a name, but like ultimately, that's still not what Survivor is. A spot where you're forced to last second get everyone to agree on a singular name. I do think this is a twist that could have played out disastrously. Though again, it played on the best way it could have. And generally, I do think there's just a more palatable way of doing this twist that I still would not love, but I do think it would be more palatable if they just did a vote. If they just had a normal vote off and then the person that is voted off ends up being the one to flip the coin. Like, I don't know what this nonsense about having a rock draw is all about. Like, I just think it's a spot where I don't know why we're risking screwing someone out of a very strong position, especially on a season like Survivor 50. So again, I think having the voted out player flip the coin, if they succeed, they just vote again. I think that's the most fair way of doing this. But either way, I don't think it's a good twist for the game. I did get played it well in this one situation, and it got pretty good reception because of that. And I do think it led to a good TV moment, though I do think the actual twist itself is just kind of dumb, and I hope we never see it again. Though we do proceed to get a lot of reaction shots of Aubrey in the news to the 2 million, which I wonder if that's foreshadowing. But we do also get Rick instantly wanting to go for it, and we do get some time for the players to decide who gets to flip the coin, during which Mr. Beast sits in a chair to the side.
Jimmy, we got a seat right over there for you.
Just waiting, which I thought was very funny.
You love the cuck.
Though we do see Jeff being really shocked seeing someone actively want to do this, where I very much assumed that the idol was added in there, as they did not expect people to want to go through with this twist, and this was just a way to try to goad someone into doing it, only for Devins to actually be begging to do it. And while we do get some talk from Steph and Jonathan about not wanting to let him do it, everyone ends up agreeing to allow it, except for Aubrey having some reservations about Devins doing it, as if he hits it, she's going home. So
what does
Aubrey do? Nothing. She just backs down and lets Devins do it.
Do it, go ahead, get it.
As you obviously should. Like, this is such a dumb situation where, again, another spot where they try to give, like, Aubrey credit for letting Devins do the coin flip in a spot where she wasn't going home to begin with. Again, what a master stroke from Aubrey.
My game's just heating up.
To do the obvious. But again, Devins ends up flipping the coin with a lot of talk about how you can't play scared, blah, 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 and more production propaganda. But again, a lot of setup to Devins flipping the coin, which he clearly was going to succeed in, with there still being a good chunk of time left in the episode. And what do you know? He gets a big reaction from everyone but Joe, which is still pretty funny.
Oh no! Oh no!
And again, Rizzo hypes this up as a monumental moment, a moment people won't forget, I guess. And Cirie saying she's seen a lot, but nothing like this, as if this didn't already happen on Beast Games. Anyway, again, $2 million prize for Survivor 50. Cool for them. Makes sense. Again, it's the biggest season ever. Why wouldn't it have the biggest prize pool? Or at least tied for it. But again, also, I don't really care that much. Like, it doesn't affect me. Anyway, Tribal ends up being edited as if Aubrey's in a lot of danger, where it never seems like she was the primary name here, where with Devins getting immunity, vote seemingly just regresses back onto the Steph plan from earlier, which again, I don't know if Aubrey did anything to actually cause that to happen, but good on Aubrey for not going home here, I guess. Again, leads to another live tribal, which didn't seem like much of this really mattered, with Steph just being the automatic backup, and everyone, even Jonathan and Joe, getting on board with that plan.
I'm done.
Which supposedly did lead to some frosty reception to Joe from Steph, with him just openly telling her he's voting her out, and Steph becoming very bitter against him, which is kind of funny.
Because I love everybody.
Either way, we get to the vote itself, with Steph playing her vote steal on Devins, which doesn't matter. Voting for Aubrey twice, spelling it incorrectly, which does lead to a reaction from Aubrey.
Spelled my name wrong.
Similar to how Sydney did in Co Wrong, which felt like maybe a callback, unintentional or not. Everyone else ends up voting for Steph here.
You're never gonna win.
With Rizzo sucking up the Mr. Beast, saying
only Jimmy can do it. You're a sellout, bro.
But again, all this is kind of actually a lame result. Ended up being, again, a very hectic episode and a very fun scramble up to this point. A live tribal, a lot of things seeming to shift. Yet it's just, again, a unanimous vote. With Steph still being incredulous as she leaves, saying, Ozzy, it wasn't my idea. And weirdly, in her final words, talks about how she took the fall for Jonathan, who ends up being the only person she's seemingly not bitter against, which is very strange. Almost as if Jonathan's the... Although we have her saying for the 4th time as Jeff snuffs her torch, which is like technically the 3rd. He made it to the end one time, where again, funny that Steph doesn't even remember her own Survivor history.
I'm not that stupid.
Debatable.
And again, with that, we lose Steph. And Steph is someone that, obviously, online, unhinged.
My dad was a mailman.
Some of the craziest content from the preseason comes from Steph.
Keep your shit up, bitch.
On the season, pretty boring.
Fuck you.
Didn't really do much on the season. Was just kind of a middle-of-the-road character. Was pretty consistently present on the show, though didn't really have that much of an impact on much that was actually going on. I don't feel like she really added that much to her legacy on this appearance. It really feels like she might be one of the people that was like impacted the least from her appearance on this season. I think it might be like down the road turn out that she's like one of the most forgettable people on this season. Is again, she really doesn't do that much of note, where even like someone like a Chrissy has the fact that she was so under edited, at least has moments you can call out from her. Steph doesn't really have anything. She's just kind of middle of the road the entire way. So yeah, I don't think Steph had much to really do on this season, and hopefully that's a sign that they don't bring her back, because I don't need to see Steph play Survivor again.
I'm done.
Though knowing CBS and how much they just like to bring the same people back over and over again, I would not be shocked if we do. Now for episode 11, another fairly strong episode here. Another one that does have some pretty impactful moments. Another one that does have a pretty big twist to revolve the episode around. Though also one that kind of feels like the last hurrah for this season, with it becoming a bit stagnant following this. But we would get the return to camp, but talk about how last night was the craziest tribal, the greatest tribal of all time.
Debatable.
And if by all time they mean this season. But we obviously have to cut to Aubrey, talking about how it was a team effort and loves it when
someone else will do the dirty work for you. Rick did exactly what I needed him to do tonight.
Which is insane work here. Again, the show trying to give Aubrey credit for Rick flipping the coin. Again, it's just so preposterous, where, again, they can't really give Aubrey credit for much of anything on this season, to where, again, they try to give her credit somewhere, but the way that they end up doing it here is just in the most ridiculous way possible. Again, giving Aubrey credit for not risking her entire game on a coin flip and letting Devins do it, who wanted to do it anyway, and him succeeding based on luck, and that ends up benefiting her game. Again, it's an insane stretch here, but something that the show's trying to use is, hey, Aubrey did something.
My game's just heating up.
And that something is her literally doing nothing. But again, they end up hyping up this Rick-Aubrey duo once again, only to then spend the rest of the episode focused on the Rick-Emily duo. But here we do it, seeing Aubrey saying that they're like
two little devious cockroaches from the edge of extinction.
And talks about how she had to play under radar, but
no more Mr. Nice Guy. Gloves off. This is a full-on punching match.
Because Aubrey will surely punch somebody here.
Because I'm psycho.
Again, just generally funny just how much of this back half of the season has Aubrey just commenting on the game happening around her, with her having almost no impact despite the show trying to convince us that she does. But anyway, we get to the next morning with Devins getting up and being happy and getting a montage of him dancing around. So much for the medevac speculation. But yeah, it's a ridiculous sequence, him just like spilling water all over the water well and kissing the idol, only for us to cut to Joe being annoyed. Again, Devins being used as his production propaganda. about how you want to play to win, but also play to have fun, all while Joe is really the antithesis of this in this spot, which obviously not great for his edit in this situation.
Oh no! Oh no!
But Devins ends up opening his idol here with the reveal that's only good until 7, which I really don't know why. I mean, obviously, it was an idol that was just handed to him, and I guess they didn't want to make it, like, too powerful. But considering, like, the double elimination that's about to happen, it's really only good for, like, 2 tribals then, which is kind of funny. This is the only
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
entire season. Even that's not even a normal idol, and is actually a weaker version of a normal idol. But either way, we then proceed to get focus on Joe, who says that he should be rejoicing as he had an epic day, but's not enjoying it because of Rick. Thought how he played was in poor taste, with the edit seemingly trying to make you think that he's saying this in relation to Rick playing like a lying, deceivious game, when it doesn't seem like that's the case. Like, it feels like more so Joe being upset about the showmanship of it all. Though this does lead to Cirie just really scolding Joe in confessional, saying
Joe lives on 500 Hypocrisy Hill,
leading to her ranting to Tiff about having to babysit him.
Why are you moping? Finding all the reasons to be upset.
Which is almost as if Cirie is now moping around and finding a reason to be upset. Though I do question that if people do generally just hate having to babysit Joe, why don't they just vote out Joe? Like, you don't have to keep him around. I know people do look at him as like such a little threat that's a waste to take out. But for someone like Cirie, Joe's a goat hogging up a spot in the end. Like, really, for Cirie, Joe's like a perfect target for her, to where I generally don't understand how Joe is able to get like this status within the group of being someone that has to be involved in every little plan, though also is someone that they're annoyed that they have to do so. But anyway, this ends up transitioning to Tiffany's point of view, where they're talking about working with Joe, is having to take him out of his emotional turmoil, which in essence kind of gives you a bit more credit for how Eva was able to kind of manage him in 48. But she says that she's willing to deal with that because we'll clearly see more of this Joe-Tiffany relationship. But again, it leads to talk about how there's bigger fish to fry, with her wanting to target those with idols, with Cirie talking about having PTSD from Game Changers, leading to a flashback to Evangeddon, with her agreeing to flush Ozzy and Rizzo's idols, but saying in confessional that she doesn't actually want to take them out, which, to be fair, I think is a good mindset for her. Again, obviously in Game Changers, it was a spot where all the advantages left in play by the end led to her being sniped out, where here, to try to avoid that situation again, even though, again, the advantages are in the hands of your allies, it's still a pretty precarious spot to have all these advantages still in play at the telltale end, to where, again, I do think she actually has the right state of mind here. Like, if only she actually did much about it.
Yes, I'm back on the couch.
But again, this is really just showing Tiffany and Cirie working in lockstep by this point in the game, which again is pretty underdeveloped in the show. Again, Tiffany seemed to be undyingly loyal to Cirie, willing to take Cirie to the end, despite likely losing to her. Yet again, this relationship just isn't focused on the show, despite it supposedly having been there since the merge, so where that in itself was obviously, again, a pretty major red flag for Cirie's edit in this spot. But we do see Tiffany here deciding to target Ozzy.
That's a big bummer,
because everyone has to target Ozzy. I will say, I do think this is kind of a failure on Cirie's game on this season. The fact that she has all these like individual allies, yet she's really unable to get them to ultimately work together for her benefit. Again, Ozzy and Cirie are these two people that are both individually willing to take each other to the end, but not seemingly planning on going to the end with each other, instead targeting each other at points. So I do think Cirie should have done a better job at trying to make sure Tiffany doesn't actively want Ozzy out of the game. This does lead to Cirie telling Tiffany that she can get Ozzy to play his idol, and that they even have code words, which is probably a bit much for Cirie to be telling her, though this doesn't end up backfiring. Or again, this just makes it seem that they're so much in cahoots. But again, Cirie ends up telling Ozzy that he is being targeted and that he should play his idol, with him agreeing that he doesn't want a souvenir. So this will surely happen.
Would have looked like such a dummy.
Only to cut to Ozzy then talking about having a nightmare the previous night about getting voted out, and the jury telling him he didn't play his idol, which felt like foreshadowing if I've ever seen it. This does lead to a major segment revolving around Ozzy and him reading his letters from home and talking about his dad's passing, flashing back to him talking about his dad negatively during the final tribal of Cook Island, which I remember watching that and thinking that was a very weird thing to bring up during final tribal. But and he talks about having regretted that, leading to a very nice moment between him and Devins. Devins actually getting more emotional than Ozzy is, as Devins is clearly like getting emotional thinking about his kids in this spot. But it does lead to Ozzy talking about wanting to play his Oscar this time around, also his dad's name, and play a social game like he would and carry on his spirit,
leading to Devon's talking about loving this new Ozzy. And overall, again, this really did feel like this great climax to Ozzy's redemption arc on this season, showing him changing his game, but changing his game in the honor of his dad. Would have been a nice story had he gone on to win, but ultimately this ends up leading to the rest of his edit, ending up being a bit of a tragedy.
That has got to sting, my brother.
But then we get some focus on the Devon's-Emily relationship. We talk about them wanting to use the idol to make a big move, taking out Cirie or Joe.
This isn't good.
Which one of those moves is bigger than the other? With Emily saying that she's cognizant of the big threats and needs to work towards voting them out, setting up Cirie as a potential target at this point. So again, Cirie ends up playing a very strong game on this season up to this point, but it really does seem like the deeper we get into the game, the more aware players are of how big of a threat Cirie is. But there seemed to be this notion that we can kind of just save her for later and take out the bigger immunity threats or players that are more likely to have idols, with Devon's and Emily seemingly being the only ones to actually consider taking the shot on Cirie at this specific moment, where others were waiting until closer to like Final 5, Final 6. Though again, this entire sequence just kind of felt like foreshadowing for the upcoming plan for them leading into Tribal, and we end up getting to the immunity challenge, the return of Bermuda Triangles. Obviously an iconic challenge, though also we get the reveal that the winner of this challenge will get an advantage for a twist happening later this night. And what an advantage it'll be. Though, generally, again, at this point, it should have been fairly easy to assume that this was going to end up being some sort of double elimination, considering how we're literally at the point where there are less days than eliminations needed. It did seem like this advantage could have been something very powerful, though. As we start the challenge, we do get flashback to Jonathan winning this in Survivor 42 and what was very rough seas, only for us to now have probably the best conditions we've ever seen for this challenge, with only Cirie not making it to the top section, because it's Cirie. The challenge comes down to them having to go 1 foot, with almost everyone just dropping instantly, which is just kind of lame that this challenge seems to just end with either this or there being rough conditions. So I know Jeff has said in post-season interviews how they are likely retiring this challenge following the season, which does suck to see as it is a very iconic challenge, though considering this and the later mishap as well, I guess I kind of understand the rationale. But again, we do see people falling like flies once they implement the new rule, outside of Tiffany, who ends up being the only one remaining standing, winning immunity for a second, and through that felt like a spot where the spoilers might have been wrong for a second, where through the press photos that come out before the episode, did very much seem like Jonathan had won immunity, or maybe these photos were wrong, because Tiffany won immunity here, only for a producer to show up on a boat, and at that point you kind of guess that's what's happening here. We're telling Jeff that there was an issue with the challenge, where I was surprised to see this actually make the show of Jeff like going off with the producer and then coming back and then revealing to Tiffany that she's been DQ'd for not having lifted up her foot in time, showing the challenge being a little bit tough to call, where I'm sure they don't want to go through the embarrassment of miscalling the challenge again, where again I see that as another major factor in them retiring the challenge.
Do you trust me?
I trust you.
It's absolutely right.
I don't lie.
So because of that, Jonathan wins immunity instead. I'm seeing Jonathan getting very emotional here, which was weird to see from Jonathan.
We rarely see you get emotional.
Yeah, that's my team.
But also weird after he just won in such an awkward way. But anyway, we get to the reveal of the twist, which we had already known from press photos, but it is essentially the reveal that they're doing a split tribal at Final 9.
Fun.
Which feels really dumb to do this late into the season, and to do it at an odd number, to where the way to reconcile that is to have Jonathan attend both tribals, which they end up calling the Power Broker advantage, and is something I've seen in the past, I believe in some college Survivor seasons, and I do think it is a fun idea, especially seeing it on Survivor proper, on a singular island, where we literally have to see Jonathan walk back and forth between camps, which really adds this new dynamic to the game of being able to influence what happens at both tribals, and also having the ability to utilize Jonathan to influence what's happening at the other camp. Though, to be fair, that probably actually helps the majority just coordinate their votes more than what production would probably want. But either way, this ends up being a pretty powerful advantage for Jonathan here, where the Power Broker really allows you to have influence on, again, 2 rounds of the game, in a spot where you have immunity for both of them, and also in a spot where you're only a source of info between both groups,
adding in the fact that this is happening so late in the season, with Jonathan joining, again, 2 groups of 4, that gives him so much power in these individual groups, where considering he has immunity, can't be voted for, it's not that difficult for him to swing a vote on really either side, giving a lot of influence, again, so late into the season here, really being able to shape up how this endgame is going to go, to where, again, I do like this twist on paper. However, I do think it's very overpowered in this specific spot, where I think if they were to do this again, I would like to see it happen a bit closer to the merge. That way the groups aren't so small, giving the power broker less power. But to be fair, I kind of assume that that's something they actually like about this twist, because production sucks.
Do you like me at all?
Though again, it was interesting to see this play out here, especially something we haven't seen before, and it is actually a twist that I would not be opposed to seeing back again, just again, hopefully a little earlier in the game. Again, funny to see Jonathan walking back and forth between camps, with there literally being a sign in the middle telling him who's at which camp in case he's confused, which, to be fair, Jonathan is prone to being.
Stupid Jonathan.
So first thing Jonathan does when he arrives is make the Phoenix dance.
Rooster.
Which I didn't need to see. But obviously there was a random draw for groups, because that's dangerous fun.
Fun.
Before we first focus on Cirie's group, which I found it very funny that Jonathan literally just refers to this group as Cirie's group, but ends up containing Cirie, Tiffany, Devins, and Emily, a spot where Jonathan feels like the pretty obvious swing here between Cirie and Tiff and Devins and Emily, though we don't really see that play out, with Jonathan just seemingly siding with the Cirie and Tiff side of things, talking to Cirie right away, getting on the same page, which isn't explained, where it really does seem like Cirie and Jonathan must have had a pretty decent working relationship on the island, that again doesn't get highlighted on the show, and also leads to a pretty big misstep in my mind from Jonathan here. A spot where, while he is essentially the one that is ultimately deciding who goes home in this spot, I do think he makes a misguided decision, where obviously by siding with Cirie and Tiff, he is targeting Devins and Emily in a spot where Devins has an idol, and through that, Emily is going to be taken out in what is their planned split vote. The question is, why are you taking out Emily? Where this just seems like such a misguided move for someone like Jonathan, who is very much struggling in win equity, and we do later hear that he was even aware of that. Or I don't know why he decides to just take out one of the other potential goats on the board. And to be fair, again, Emily might have beaten Jonathan at the end. I don't think that's that unreasonable to think about, but still, it's still a spot where Emily's definitely a less threatening player than that of Cirie and Tiffany to the jury, to where, again, I don't think this vote really makes much of sense for Jonathan, but it does seem like Jonathan really puts more of his thought process onto the other side, with him kind of just going along with what Cirie and Tiff want on this side, with, again, them deciding to split the vote, though it's not explained how they're splitting the vote, as they technically don't have the numbers to split the vote naturally, which, to be fair, if they did explain it, it probably would have made it too obvious what was going to happen in this round. So again, they made it more interesting by not doing that. Where again, it wouldn't surprise me if Cirie was just always going to play her extra vote. That was always the plan. And through that, this round would just be boring, as there would be no way for one of Devins or Emily to not go home in this spot. But again, we weren't told that, because that would just make it feel very obvious that Emily was just going home, and they wanted to make it seem like Emily had a feasible way of getting out of this. But again, still surprised not to see much courting of Jonathan here from Emily or Devins to potentially take a shot at Tiffany or Cirie, though they must have known that wouldn't have worked for some reason, with Emily just instantly throwing Devins under the bus to the majority, concocting a plan to get Devins to play the idol on her, and going on to instead vote him out, which would have been a very cutthroat move, would have been very much in line with the type of move I was actually expecting to see her make against Christian earlier in the season, only for her not to do so. But again, it made sense for how I was expecting Emily to play coming into the season, with her even getting a strong confessional, calling back to this being the day that she was booed on Survivor 45, and last time, she did nothing and regretted it, but this time, she has a plan, where again, we see her pitching this to Cirie and Tiffany and Jonathan, and is really convincing when doing so, only for the reveal that Emily Flippin is a liar.
She's Emily Flippin,
going to Rick Devins and telling him what her actual plan is, where she actually wants Devins to play the idol on himself, with the real plan here being for this just all to be a ploy to get the votes to be stacked on Rick, so that Rick and Emily can idol someone out of the game. Essentially just the plan they were talking about before the challenge, but actually coming to fruition here, with them talking about taking the shot at Cirie, seemingly still being upset at her for flipping on Christian, and her obviously being a massive threat in the game. And had this move gone through, it would have been a massive play here to get Cirie out in this way. Definitely would have bolstered Emily's winning potential, which to fair might have made her too big of a threat. But again, it gets portrayed as this could happen, when the reality is it likely just was never going to happen, and the extra vote was always going to nullify these plans anyway. But again, would have been a very impressive move here from Emily had she pulled it off. Though, interesting beyond this, most of the content from this group ends up revolving around the other tribal, with Tiffany ending up talking to Jonathan about taking the shot at Ozzy on the other side.
That's a big bummer.
Which, to be fair, seemed to be the pretty obvious move, with Ozzy becoming a bigger target and Jonathan having wanted him out at the previous round. But we do see Tiffany getting a lot of credit for this, because Tiffany needs some credit for things on this season. Though we do see them telling Cirie about this plan, where, again, still just insane just how many times people are telling her about taking out Ozzy.
How stupid is that?
But this being a spot where Cirie actually agrees with it, largely because she has to in this spot. Now, maybe there's a world where had she worked her magic, she could have gotten the votes to stick on Aubrey, but really, again, the ideal for her in this spot is for the vote to be on Ozzy. Ozzy to then play his idol and save himself, to where she keeps Ozzy, but without the idol. Again, that would have been the ideal play here, and something that would have been very easy to do had this been a normal tribal where she could have communicated with him, though she can't. And through that, you could definitely argue Cirie was screwed in this season through her losing Ozzy, due to things that she just couldn't control, which I think is a fair thing to call out, even though, again, I do think there were some missteps leading up to this that also played a major factor into things. But I did like that we saw some pretty innovative play here from Cirie, trying to get her cake and eat it too here, of going along with this Ozzy plan, but still trying to warn Ozzy through telling Jonathan to involve Rizzo in the plan. With Rizzo being someone that didn't technically need to pull off this plan, but someone that, had he learned about this plan, was hoping that he would tell Ozzy to play his idol, and then everything would work out exactly the way that Cirie wanted to where it almost happened. Or while it doesn't, I actually do give Cirie a lot of credit for trying to get this to go through in a spot where, again, it seemed to have likely worked had Rizzo actually been on board of going to the end of Cirie and Ozzy, and actually been loyal to the Rizzo of Oz Alliance, as he did seem to get the memo and just didn't go through with it. But either way, at the other camp, we do get a lot more intrigue here. This being a camp that contains Aubrey, Joe, Rizzo, and Ozzy, with Ozzy thinking that this is his best case scenario, as he's with Rizzo and Joe, who he trusts with his life.
Would have looked like such a dummy.
I guess that means Ozzy's dead. Though again, another spot where his relationship with Joe just seems to be very underdeveloped, where it did seem like Ozzy thought that Joe was blindly loyal to him, which, again, Joe had other options, but Ozzy also ends up thinking that Aubrey is the easy vote here, because it's Aubrey.
I don't really have friends.
Though we do end up seeing Ozzy being correct in this notion from the offset, with Joe and Rizzo talking on their own, agreeing to take out Aubrey, which it does seem like Aubrey would have been the initial vote here. That is, until Ozzy decides to pull over Aubrey, saying he has nothing to lose with her, and decides to reveal his entire game.
Such a dummy.
Or maybe he does have everything to lose here, where, again, it's not like she's out of the game yet. Again, this is just so cocky of Ozzy to just essentially blab to Aubrey every little aspect of his game in what is very blatantly this like jury management and treating her as a jury member already, which, to be fair, I do think there are points where a move like this can be effective. Back when Andy did it in Survivor 47, I did not think that was the worst move in the world, especially because Andy was drawing dead jury-wise and he needed something to spark his jury chances. Ozzy is not that. Ozzy is someone that has a massive target on his back, has a lot of inherent win equity. Now, I get the notion that he's doing this because he plans on going to the end of Cirie, and that would be a tough beat to beat Cirie, so he needs to talk to Aubrey to try to get Aubrey to vote for him over Cirie, which was never happening. But again, the bigger issue here is the fact that you're wanting to go to the end of Cirie. Just don't go to the end of Cirie, which, I mean, thank you. Thank you for trying to give Cirie to win. Would have loved to see it. But also, it's a terrible game move. And again, if you're actually trying to win this season, which it seemed like Ozzy was, I don't know why you're doing that. So again, at this point, why even try to win? Don't even try to win. Why even try to get a jury vote out of Aubrey if you're trying to go to the end of Cirie? To me, it just feels like an insane play that kind of works out in the worst possible way in both angles. It gets himself voted out. It gets himself not to the final three. It also gets Cirie not to the final three, to where it doesn't get him anything. Where it was just so pointless. And in the process of this, he also ends up telling her that he doesn't want to go to the end with Rizzo, and that he instead wants to go with the best, which makes you wonder, who is he referring to? I don't know who he's referring to. Maybe Tiffany? Is Tiffany one of the best? I guess.
Debatable.
But again, all this just such disastrous play from Ozzy. Again, just the moment that Cirie is away, he just blows up his entire game, with Aubrey obviously taking credit for this, scolding Ozzy for thinking that she's out the door.
I don't think so, buddy.
And now proceeds to campaign against Ozzy, aka the only thing she can do, telling Joe and Rizzo about what Ozzy told her, telling Joe that Ozzy's more loyal to Cirie, if there was any doubt to that, but also telling Rizzo that Ozzy doesn't want to go to the end with him, with now Rizzo really scolding Ozzy in confessionals, with again the edit really hyping this up as Aubrey's move to get Ozzy out.
Using this information to save my ass and shake up this entire game.
When, again, Ozzy was already a target, and again, would she have gone in this spot over Ozzy? Potentially. Like, I mean, it does seem like at least Rizzo was convinced to turn on Ozzy in this spot because of Aubrey. I do think Joe had an easier time flipping here because of this information as well, to where, again, did this play a factor? Yes. However, this is the bare minimum for Aubrey to do, and it's a spot where Aubrey gets lucked out in the fact that she even had this information to begin with, where really this is more of Ozzy's move. This is Ozzy just fucking up his entire game for no reason, more so than Aubrey doing anything that impressive. Now again, I do think she does this well enough, as again, she's still able to weaponize the info against Ozzy, but again, to portray this as a masterstroke, just comical, and again, it's really just the only move she can possibly do. But again, like Aubrey says, that
there might be one little ember there that I can light into a fire and burn this whole game down.
Saying that this is the biggest moment of her game, which, yeah, but is that saying anything?
I don't think so, buddy.
Anyway, Jonathan ends up arriving and instantly telling Aubrey that he wants to get rid of Ozzy, which was, again, incredible work from Aubrey to convince Jonathan of doing something he already wanted to do. To which we then see Jonathan campaigning to Joe to take Ozzy out, with Joe initially refuting it, saying,
Aubrey's going all day.
My gut is telling me to get out Aubrey.
Talking about not trusting Aubrey, which does get reiterated a lot by both Joe and Jonathan throughout this endgame and how much they don't trust her, where again, I really don't think this is like Aubrey getting one over on them and them keeping her around, more so than her just genuinely being looked at as the least threatening of the threats, because she actually was. And again, this is Joe still wanting Aubrey out after Aubrey had spilled the beans, to where again, despite Aubrey getting this credit for leaking this information and not flipping the vote, Joe is still wanting Aubrey out after that had all happened. It's not like Aubrey had that much actual influence on Joe. Here, it feels like, again, if anything, Rizzo was able to convince Joe. I think if you are going to give Aubrey any credit for this, it's Aubrey's convincing of Rizzo. To have Rizzo convince Joe, I think is the thing you would credit her for. But even then, I would not be shocked that Jonathan would have been able to get Joe on board anyway, considering, again, Joe just kind of folds.
That's what my daddy does.
Anyway, Joe leaves this conversation still seemingly wanting Aubrey out, but is open to it as long as they tell Rizzo about the plan, with again this Rizzo-Joe relationship seeming playing a major factor in this vote, even though they didn't actually need Rizzo here. But Joe does want to make sure Rizzo's in the loop, to where supposedly at this point is where the Rizzo-Joe-Jonathan final three ended up forming. That ends up essentially running this entire endgame and was this extremely beneficial alliance to all three of them, where all three of them seemed pretty aware of the fact that they were struggling jury-wise and that they needed to be against each other to have a chance to win, to where they end up forming a pact to go to the end together, which they end up sticking by. That being the intended final three for each of the players involved, which is something I do give them a lot of credit for. Even Joe.
That's my daddy.
To where, while he was drawing dead at this point in the game, he was at least aware enough to try to go to the end against the least threatening players of the bunch. And also getting there with two separate duos that he was involved in and getting them to work together, partially due to Joe, to where, again, I do think Joe probably doesn't get enough credit for having this final three and getting this final three to run the game, to where, again, I don't know how intentional a lot of this is from Joe, but it still does put Joe in a very impressive position in the game. Again, if only he could win the jury vote. But again, we see all three of them working together from this point on to pick off the threats, taking out Ozzy in this spot, likely being the correct move for the trio as a whole, though I will admit I really did not see it that way for Rizzo at the time of airing. And to be fair, I didn't have the knowledge of this final three having formed, and obviously now knowing that, it explains why Rizzo was so confident in his endgame path, with him now having to turn on the Wizard of Oz alliance to go with this GOAT alliance instead. Though again, I still do look at Cirie and Ozzy as pretty big shields for him in the game, who would have had a bigger target than him moving through the following rounds, to where, again, now knowing that he has Jonathan and Joe locked up, it makes more sense why he makes this move. Though I do think for Rizzo, I do think you could still argue that the move is to tell Ozzy to play his idol, take out Aubrey, and still have Ozzy and Cirie as backup connections that are also bigger shields for you for following votes. Though, considering the votes were already seemingly heading in Ozzy's direction, I do think it's at least an understandable move, but I would still lean the other direction, though not as concretely as I was immediately after the episode airing. Though, coming into Tribal, we do get a lot of setup here of Ozzy clearly coming off a bit nervous, talking about how he would play his idol if Rizzo told him to, with this ultimately being just a red herring, though very funnily contrasted with similar content from Cirie's group, but that one not being a red herring, of Cirie being suspicious of Emily's plan and making reference that her extra vote might have to come to play, though again, not explicitly told how it would come to play, to where, again, it definitely felt like this was edited in a bit of a way that a red herring would be, though obviously not ending up being one. But either way, we do get the Tribal with Cirie's group going first, because a woman's going home, but also supposedly Jonathan was able to pick the order here, which I don't know why they didn't show that on the show, but also makes sense because obviously he would also pick for a woman to go home first. So generally this could be an interesting strategic decision here on which result you want to happen first, how you want players to react to the previous vote off. Or ultimately, I don't think it really matters here, though I guess you could say that like Jonathan picking the Emily vote first could have played into giving Ozzy more confidence as everything went according to plan the other tribe. But ultimately, again, I don't think it mattered too much. But either way, we do get the Cirie's Tribal, which starts off pretty tame with Emily talking up how last time she was passive and this time she spent the day fighting, clearly knowing she's going home, or at least playing up that she thinks she's going home. But either way, you could tell that she kind of looked at this as a Hail Mary, though we do get her saying that she doesn't want Cirie or Tiff to go home, but doesn't have a choice, which is her just playing into the plan to take out Devins. But we do have like Cirie making a face this when like it shouldn't matter much. Like, obviously, the reality is that, yeah, she is voting for Cirie or Tiff, but from Cirie or Tiff's perspective, they should be looking at this as Emily pretending to want to vote out Cirie or Tiff, where, again, it's kind of a weird edit here, but I think the edit wanted us to think that this is the moment that Cirie decided to play her extra vote, when it's like, I feel like she was probably just playing it anyway. But anyway, time to vote, where Devins places idol on himself, which never felt in doubt. And I did love the vote reveal here, first revealing the 2 nullified Devins votes, followed by an Emily vote, and then 2 Cirie votes, with that should have been enough to take out Cirie, only for Jeff to reveal now that there's 1 vote left, with this obviously being the reveal that Cirie had played her extra vote, which actually does save her in this spot, actually allowing her alliance to effectively split the vote, being the most effective use of an extra vote, to where I guess Ozzy was right that Cirie would know what to do with it. And again, a great final like badass move for Cirie to pull off in her Survivor career, with this leading to a tie between Cirie and Emily getting taken out on the revote, though a spot where weirdly both Cirie and Emily get to vote on the revote, which is strange, as I get the notion that players don't vote on the revote because their votes cancel each other out. However, because of the extra vote now, that isn't exactly the case. And through the new rules in 47, the extra vote would carry over into the revote. However, it should not have been in a spot where both Cirie and Emily get to vote, where again, Cirie gets to vote twice, Emily gets to vote once on the revote. The reality is that Emily should not be able to vote at all, and Cirie should only be able to vote once. That's kind of the way that makes more sense here, though ultimately it wouldn't have mattered in this spot, though it does feel dumb that they allowed this to happen, and just feels like, again, kind of the problem with the modern tiebreaker rules and just how convoluted it is, where it probably just is simpler just to have it an outright, no one that is tied on gets to vote. But either way, Emily's vote out here.
You're never gonna win.
And goes straight to the jury bench, which was a bit awkward. Oh, and then goes straight to the second tribal, which has a very weird interaction here between Rizzo and Jeff, with Rizzo going on a spiel about how this is a final 5 vote twice, and that's the most important vote in the game because that's the last time you can play an idol, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, final 5 votes are typically an afterthought in Modern Survivor, but also very funny how Jeff proceeds to say, I never thought about that, which it's like, how have you not? What do you mean you never thought about this? You've been doing these 5-person votes on split tribals for like the entire new era. How have you not thought about this?
Continue to be pathetic.
But either way, we see Ozzy also being very self-congratulatory at Tribal, talking about how he's playing a new social game, which again feels like a questionable thing to do in front of everybody, to talk about how he used to be too trusting and played a solo game and relied on challenges, which we cut to Jonathan, which wasn't a great sign for Jonathan's edit. That also isn't really how Jonathan plays at all, but either way, it then does lead to Aubrey talking about her development from an anxious player to a less anxious player, so good for her.
My game's just heating up.
Anyway, time to vote. Aubrey votes for Ozzy, saying,
Please, 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 don't play your idol tonight.
almost as if she's entirely relying on luck here. While Ozzy votes for Aubrey, saying,
I hope you'll vote for me if I can make it to the end.
Which, to be fair, is also a pretty unhinged thing to be saying in this spot.
Such a dummy.
Though it obviously leads into Ozzy not playing his idol and what ends up being a very obvious 4-1 vote, though.
You're never gonna win.
This does lead to possibly my favorite scene of the entire season. Definitely one of the most raw moments of the season, possibly in the series, a moment that really highlights the strength of returning player seasons, to see Ozzy getting taken out with an idol in his pocket once again.
Such a dummy.
Similar to how he did in Micronesia, a moment that clearly haunted Ozzy, and to see it play out again here and his reaction to that being so gutted was so brutal to watch. Like seeing him say "fuck" me as the second Ozzy vote comes out, saying "fuck"
guys,
and him clearly being distraught as he brings his torch to be snuffed, proceeds to look back at the players, saying he knew he should have played the idol
and follow my intuition,
and then brings up his dream. And Jeff does a really great job hosting in this spot, just letting Ozzy feel out his emotions.
It's so sad. Can't explain how painful this is to anyone.
Oh, I love the usage of music here. Again, the music used when Ozzy was voted out during Micronesia. So again, this scene is just so rich in terms of callbacks, in terms of showing the psychological strain Survivor has on these players and the trauma that they carry with them. So again, to me, this was a moment that truly celebrated the show's history. Probably not in the way that production was intending, where I think by doing so, they meant it being more fun moments like Jeff participating in the challenge. Though again, I think moments like this end up coming off as some of the most impactful of the entire season to me.
Ozzy, the tribe has spoken.
With that, we obviously lose two players in this spot, so let's talk about them. First up, we lose Emily Flippin. And Emily's someone that I really had a lot of fun with on this season. I mean, Emily's someone that, coming out of Survivor 45, I thought she had a pretty good arc there, but wasn't someone that I was dying to see play again. However, after seeing her play games like Blood in the Clock Tower...
Yeah, because you're useless.
She came off as such a chaotic mess during those games to where I was excited to see her play again. And I feel like on this season, she kind of lived up to what we've seen of her outside the show. The fact that she is a very messy player. The fact that she is someone that is still playing pretty hard, someone that is constantly gaming, trying to play to her benefit, constantly leaking information.
Why would you do this?
And again, making questionable moves, but still fun moves. And again, Emily is someone that I just think is incredible TV for playing a very sloppy game, but a very fun game to watch. And with that said, I actually think her game on this season's pretty good. I mean, like, ultimately, a lot of sloppiness that comes from her game doesn't really backfire on her the majority of the time. And it's still a spot where, again, she almost pulls off an impressive move by the end. She does end up going to a lot of tribals, survives all of them. Most people like Emily on the season. Again, I do think it would have been a struggle to get her the respect to win against most people at the end, but though we saw this GOAT trio come together and had Emily stay in the game, it wouldn't shock me if Emily was also taken deeper into the game, to where Emily's game on this season is probably one that is a bit underrated by most. Again, I thought she was incredible TV. I would love to see her play again, even though I don't think she's someone that production would be dying to see back after this season, though again, I would certainly like to see it. And with that, we then talk about Ozzy. And Ozzy has a really interesting trajectory on this season to me, in the sense that I was not excited to see Ozzy back at all. Ozzy was probably the person I was the least excited to see back on this cast. He's someone that I thought had a great run through his first 3 seasons. I thought that had a lot of ups and downs and ended in such a perfect way in South Pacific, to where he came back for Game Changers, in a spot where I was just questioning why.
For revenge, basically.
And he brought nothing, to where he came into this season in a spot where I was assuming he was going to bring nothing. Yet he actually ended up being probably the most entertaining version of Ozzy on this season. Again, a more developed Ozzy, one that still was very prone to mistakes. The one that was able to give some pretty fun commentary at points. Again, we have his rivalry of Coach. We have his rivalry of Christian. We have him go out in this very heartbreaking way.
That has got to sting, my brother.
Where, again, I think Ozzy ends up bringing a lot to the season, to the point where, again, he is the top confessionalist, tied with Christian of the season, which is, again, kind of surprising to see from someone like Ozzy, who was so underrated on Game Changers, to where, again, I just think this was a generally good season for Ozzy from an entertainment standpoint. Gameplay-wise, again, he's improved maybe from last time around. Not enough, but again, he's slightly better. Maybe he'll win by the time of Survivor 100 or something. Who knows? Generally, I think of the legends of the show that were on this season, I think Ozzy is the one that I am expecting to see back the most. I do think with a lot of the legends here, a lot of them are for sure done. I think Cirie and Colby are done. Coach seems kind of on the edge. I hope we never see Steph again. But Ozzy is someone that I actually would be kind of interested in seeing him back after his tragic downfall here. And I do think it is actually pretty viable to see him back at some point down the road. And now we move on to episode 12, the penultimate episode of the season, and a very shallow one at that. Another double elimination episode, but somehow being the only standard double elimination episode of the season, aka having 2 rounds of gameplay just back to back, over it coming from some sort of twist, which is probably for the better, as otherwise it would have been a really dreadful episode with not much of intrigue really coming from this episode. Where really the saving grace of it is the fact that it is at least paced better, but an episode that doesn't really give you too much to chew on, with again feeling like the season kind of had its climax with the Ozzy vote off. But anyway, the episode does start with Aubrey getting credit in the previously on, because we have to be reminded she kind of did something.
I don't think so, buddy.
But back at camp, we do see the reaction to the previous vote, with Cirie being very annoyed at Devins for having voted for her, ending up being so tunnel vision on getting Devins out in this following round, which she still stands by to this day as the correct move. However, I think she's wrong.
Take 2 of these.
I think targeting Devins in this spot is so short-sighted, and taking out the biggest shield of them all at this point in favor of keeping players around like Jonathan, Joe, and Rizzo who aren't loyal to her and are incentivized to take each other to the end. Tori, yes, Devins is against her in this spot, but Devins is also someone that has many other people against him, to where, again, to me, this just felt like a very clear strategic misstep, very reminiscent to, again, what we'd see on BB25. Again, continuing this notion that really ended up springing from my mind on this season, just where, again, she's very good at guiding people into doing what she wants them to do. Again, she wanted Devins out here, and to be fair, not that it took that much to do it, but again, she is able to push her agenda in this spot, and I have faith in her to be able to execute on what she wants more times than not. However, it is her making moves like this that leads to her running out of runway in the last few seasons we've seen of her. But again, Devins is clearly on the bottom at this point and is the next to go, with talk about him now riding solo, almost as if him and Aubrey aren't a real duo, and he needs to find an idol or get immunity or both, only for him to get neither. Either way, the other group ends up returning, with Cirie being shocked to see that Ozzy is gone, only for Rizzo to go in damage control mode with Cirie, revealing to her that Ozzy exposed his entire game to Aubrey, and Cirie becoming very upset at Ozzy, saying that he just
laid out the whole plan, just gave him all the tickets to everything.
Jokes about him doing jury management 2.0 and saying he was trying hard to drag her down with him.
What is wrong with you? I thought you had like 2 brain cells to rub together, or I wouldn't have been working with you. Would not have tied my car to a idiot. What did you do that for?
Which again is very funny how harsh she is on Ozzy in this spot, in a spot where Ozzy had been given a pretty sympathetic edit across the season, and then a tragic downfall just for Cirie to just come in here and completely trash on him.
Such a dummy.
It does seem like this damage control does actually work for Rizzo, in a spot where Cirie seemingly just thinks nothing of this, still thinks Rizzo's loyal to her, and still proceeds to work with him as if nothing happened, which to be fair is what Rizzo wanted out of this. But also here we end up having Jonathan really gloating over how he got the kingpin out with an idol in his pocket, while also flushing Devin's idol and Cirie's extra vote, as if the latter of those things weren't just going to happen anyway. But this does lead to us getting a confessional from Aubrey, talking about
Jonathan feels like the Ozzy vote was all his doing,
in what ends up being the most franken-bited confessional I have ever seen in any reality show.
But when Ozzy showed all his cards to me, I told Joe, Rizzo, and Jonathan that we had a chance to take a shot.
It is insane just how many different clips they seem to put together to make this one sentence, feeling like it came from like 5 different confessionals just so that Aubrey can take credit for this move.
I had one mission: get Ozzy out of this game.
Even here, when she's saying it, she's talking about how she
just drove the nail into the coffin.
AKA, Ozzy was already in the coffin by that point, and she just locked it in, which is kind of emblematic of what actually happened. But again, Aubrey talks about how she got to the end before, but with the wrong people last time.
But I've learned my lesson.
But now she's focused on
getting rid of every threat in this game.
As if she had much of a say in who she actually gets to the end with on this season. Again, just really just lucking out by the fact that this GOAT alliance ended up forming, that Joe, Jonathan, and Rizzo end up running the endgame stretch, opening a path for her to win as really the 4th most likely to win the jury vote, which, to be fair, again, has become like kind of a notion in the new era that it's kind of the best spot to be in, is to be like the 4th biggest threat at a time in the final 7. I know Marianne has said similar things to that, to where, again, I think if you're somehow able to intentionally do that, that would be a good strategy. However, I don't think Aubrey even played as well as some of the other winners that I've gotten in recent years that have had that style of game. Or even though I'm not even like particularly high on Marianne's game, at least Marianne had like a Romeo who actually wanted to go to the end with her. Aubrey doesn't even have that.
I don't really have friends.
Anyway, we start to get some focus around Devins, with him looking for
the idol in the middle of the dark, which I'll say, I don't even know if one was even planted at this point. I assume there probably just wasn't, considering Rizzo still had his idol. Though, kind of surprising that we end up leaving this season of Rick Devens not finding a single idol along the way, though, to be fair, it doesn't seem like he had much of an opportunity to after Christian found
Billie Eilish boomerang idol.
But here we do have Aubrey noticing that Rick is gone, to which she tells Joe and Jonathan about it so that Jonathan goes to follow him. So Aubrey did something in telling Jonathan to do something.
It's go time now. There's no turning back.
Anyway, Aubrey ends up saying that Rick is public enemy number 1, and it's better for her as she can play the middle, as if she had anything to do with that, or even actually played the middle in this spot. Where by play the middle, she really means just voting with the GOAT Alliance, just because they were the only people that would consider taking her deeper, also in a spot where they didn't even want her to get a 3, so she needed to win immunity at 4 no matter what. Or again, did she really even play the middle?
I don't think so, buddy.
But either way, we do get a social moment with Devens and returning to camp defeated, not finding the idol, actually venting to Joe, which was kind of interesting, where supposedly Devens and Joe kind of repaired their relationship by the end, though it doesn't really get focused on. But it does lead to Devens saying there's no quitting him and he doesn't want to admit defeat, setting up that he needs to win immunity, only for him to not win immunity. So Devens is clearly going home. And again, this is only like 13 minutes into the episode to where we get to the immunity challenge, it being the stacking comp that Joe won in 48. And I've always found this competition just kind of boring, just seeing people drop their stacks over and over again. And who would have guessed it? Joe wins again.
That's my daddy.
What a shocker. But along with that, he wins ribs and coleslaw, with Aubrey having a big reaction to the coleslaw again. Though he ends up picking Cirie and Rizzo to go with him, which does lead to some annoyances back at camp, though the actual reward itself was just kind of boring, with him just agreeing to vote for Devens, because everyone was obviously going to vote for Devens, along with also Rizzo being told that he should play his idol, only for Rizzo to gloat in confessional about still having his idol, and that
some might be scared. Some people ain't the man, the myth, the legend, RZGOD Riz guy.
Which also some people aren't as delusional as him either. Anyway, back at camp, we do see the others making rice, with Jonathan complaining about how long it's taking and proceeding to put his tongue in the jar of rice, which was disgusting.
Stupid Jonathan.
Really felt like one of those true death knells in the edit for Jonathan, as why would they be showing this if he went on to win? This felt like just such a major social faux pas for Jonathan, pissing off Tiffany in particular. That makes you again realize just how annoyed some people were with Jonathan by the end, with this just coming off very childish in this moment, though Tiffany starts complaining about not being on the reward, saying that Joe picked players that didn't go in previous rewards, only for her to be upset because both Cirie and Rizzo ate at the auction, with Tiff being especially annoyed at Rizzo, who wasted his food at the auction, leading to talk about how she now wants to take Rizzo out and flush his idol, and rather keep Devens in for later.
Oh my god, I gotta play my idol and make it another day.
Which was clearly a red herring, as even if Tiffany wanted to take Rizzo out on this spot, she really couldn't, as she is the only one that actually wanted to do this, with everyone else just being pretty locked in on taking out Devens, like even Cirie and Aubrey, to where again, just the numbers weren't there. Though we obviously have to get content from Aubrey, talking about how happy she is to hear that people are annoyed by Rizzo, as that means that he'll be great to go to the end with, an opinion that surely won't change.
I don't think so, buddy.
Saying that the jury won't vote for a kid that drives them nuts, which, to be fair, that kind of just explains the problems of Rizzo's game.
The boy who cried idol.
But again, the show trying to give Aubrey some agency here for this vote when Rizzo was staying either way, as even Cirie was never going to take him out.
It's go time now.
But again, we see Tiffany campaigning to Jonathan about Rizzo, leading to Jonathan running it by Cirie, to which we do get a funny moment of the hammock breaking as they sit down. Though again, this vote doesn't go anywhere. Cirie just instantly shuts us down, talking about Devens being more of a threat and not wanting Rizzo to go, with again Cirie just continuing to defend Rizzo to her detriment at this point, saying that she can't have allies go out back to back, which is like, Rizzo's not really your ally at this point. Where again, it just seems like Rizzo was just genuinely outplaying Cirie at this point in the game, again seemingly relying on Rizzo and Tiffany to get her to the end at this point, which are again two people that were going after each other. Cirie just kind of failing and keeping her allies in check here. But anyway, not much suspense going to tribal, where even once we get there, Tiffany was clearly talked out of this Rizzo plan, bringing up her annoyances with the reward picks, but talking about it as if she was just in her emotions and feels now that's dumb, to where this does end up leading to some weird bickering over who ate what at the auction, with Jonathan having to make it known all he got was a sea slug. But again, no doubt Rick was going home here, and we do see him give a pretty big farewell speech, getting emotional, talking about his wife, telling him to look in the stars,
to where we do get a nice moment as they start to vote with Devin's looking in the sky, but ultimately, again, even he knows he's going home. He plays a shot in the dark. It doesn't work. He gets voted out.
You're never gonna win.
A pretty predictable result. But Devins obviously ends up being a massive star on this season. I mean, Devins is someone that, considering he was an alternate for the season, which is still insane that that's the case, he obviously made the most of this opportunity. I think at this point, he for sure is up there amongst the bigger fan favorites in the history of the show. I think he will be the type of player that production keeps on propping up as this is how you should play the game. And he'll be one of these people that gets constantly mentioned and the players that you want to play the most like, to where, again, Devins definitely made an impact on this season. I think has become synonymous with these big, bold plays. Also just having fun while out there. And again, I thought this was just another good run from him. I would be shocked if we don't see Devins on Survivor again at some point down the road. He seems very apt for it. I think they would love to see him back. Maybe not until like something like a Survivor 60, but again, at some point I would expect to see Devins again. And while again, gameplay-wise, he definitely is a massive mixed bag. I don't feel like the season really changed too much in my opinion of him as a player. It kind of just felt like more of the same, especially by the end. I do think Devins is someone that makes for great TV and at least does play very hard. And again, that is at least fun to watch. But with that, that's not the end of the episode just yet, as again, we do get the final 6 round in this episode as well, which ends up again being another kind of straightforward round of gameplay. But it does start with Tiffany being annoyed at Rizzo for not having played his idol, which I don't know why you ever thought he would.
The boy who cried idol.
With him talking now about how he wants to keep his idol for his resume, said in a derogatory way, with Rizzo once again just thinking him keeping his idol is this big play for the jury when they just ultimately don't seem to care. But again, we start to get content around Aubrey talking about being worried about Tiffany at the end, as she can win this whole thing, with Jonathan instantly agreeing that Tiffany's the bigger threat. To which we then get Aubrey talking about having to convince Joe. To which Joe instantly also agrees, with again the show trying to give Aubrey credit for getting them to target Tiffany when Tiffany was always in danger at this point. Rizzo's confirmed in post-game press they literally determined this order back when the Ozzy blindside happened, where again the GOAT trio was always going for Tiffany in this spot, but again the show tries to make you think that the Aubrey had some influence here.
I don't think so, buddy.
But again, we see her comparing her to Michelle 2.0. Very funny, as Aubrey is more of the Michelle 2.0 here. Or literally, Aubrey ends up playing like a very Michelle Co-Wrong-esque game. But again, this is this setup rivalry now with Tiffany, which is just strange. Like, this entire Aubrey-Tiffany dynamic is just so half-baked across this season, where they're one-moment allies. Now they're, I guess, rivals, but even then it's like a one-sided rivalry, and we just see very little of them actually together. But either way, it is at this time that we do see Jonathan revealing to Rizzo about Tiffany having targeted him the previous round, with again this being played up as this is the moment they decide to target Tiffany, when again it was already decided. But we do see them talking about how you can't tell Cirie that Tiffany's next to go, only for Rizzo to go and tell Cirie. Still talking about Cirie being one of his closest allies and wants to tell her, blaming Jonathan for this move, though we do see Cirie instantly saying, what if Tiff wins immunity, only for Rizzo to say he doesn't know, which is a very clear sign that she's the next on the chopping block, to where I do just question in general, like, why did Rizzo do this? I don't think this was necessary at all. Cirie at this point is kind of irrelevant. Like, I don't think he gains much from this, and it just leads to her knowing that she's now potentially on her way out. To which, while Rizzo has a good enough relationship with Cirie to where it never actually backfires on him, it does feel like a spot where this just felt unnecessary. But the sequence ends with Rizzo declaring himself as the Riz Rat, which I don't think that nickname will stick. But we get to the immunity challenge, another obstacle course, who would have guessed it, with a puzzle at the end. This being the return of the Arch puzzle that gave us Got Fun Betrayal last time Joe ran it.
Joe, wait, no!
With Joe conveniently revealing on the day of this episode airing,
I have dyslexia.
Which felt like a pretty big spoiler that he wasn't going to do well here again. And what do you know? Joe and Jonathan get to the puzzle first, only for both of them to not know what to do with themselves, with them actively working together here, with this clearly being a plan from the offset here for everybody outside of Tiffany and Cirie to work together to make sure that Tiffany doesn't win. Though we do see Joe figuring out the word being inconceivable.
Is it inconceivable?
The problem is that he doesn't know how to spell it.
I don't know how to spell it.
To which they end up making little progress here until Rizzo and Aubrey get to the puzzle to help them out, only for them to make the same mistake as we've seen many times in the past of them only paying attention to one side of the puzzle, with both Joe and Jonathan finishing first.
Neither one is right!
Only for that mistake to allow Tiffany to pull out the win, which I did think was edited in a little bit of an anticlimactic way, but overall, again, a pretty fun moment here, a pretty impressive win for Tiffany to win, again, in spots where 4 of the other players were working together. being this big underdog moment for her. Her by this point in the season, seemingly being a pretty big fan favorite, despite barely being in the show in the first half. But again, this ends up saving her in the game, just for her to be taken out at 5. And we do end the sequence with a pretty funny Joe confessional, him talking about,
I gotta go back to school.
Just saying,
Inconceivable. Inconceivable.
Just, again, humorous how he was saying it. But this then does lead to content from Aubrey about being annoyed that they couldn't beat Tiffany, which is, again, this weird storyline they just set up here of adding this, like, Michelle parallel to Tiffany in a spot where they previously said Aubrey was trying to be the Michelle, but now she's trying to get Tiff out in the way that she did with Michelle, but can't, only for the storyline to just not be brought up again when she eventually takes out Tiffany again. All this is so weird. But she talks now about having to pivot, and that's what she's made for. And again, by pivot, she means vote the way the GOAT trio is always going to vote for, because that's the only modicum of chance that she has of staying in the game, where she says the only logical thing is that it's time for Cirie to go. Again, making it seem like she had something to do with it, when the reality is that the GOAT trio was always targeting Cirie after Tiffany. But again, Cirie just runs out of runway at this point, again, seemingly being screwed and losing Ozzy. Though also felt like ramifications from taking out some other potential allies earlier on the merge, all keeping around Rizzo, who wasn't loyal to her, and Joe and Jonathan, who were these goats that people wanted to take to the end. But again, a spot where everyone in the GOAT Alliance seemed to be on board. Aubrey was on board. Rizzo talks about it being heartbreaking, but Cirie will end up sweeping the jury. And with that, I guess I should mention the debate that comes up with this round, in that, was it the right move for the GOAT trio to take out Cirie here instead of Aubrey? Where I know this is commonly talked about as a notion that the trio made the wrong move. And obviously it turns out to be the wrong move, as we proceed to see Aubrey be able to win final immunity in a spot where, again, could Cirie have won final immunity?
I don't think so, buddy.
But again, I feel like the talk that this was a horrible move from the offset and it should have been obvious to take out Aubrey instead of Cirie is something I don't personally agree with. Where I ultimately do think I would have settled on the same decision as Rizzo here, where I do think there is merit to the fact that, at least in the debate between Cirie and Aubrey, both are not big challenge threats. Obviously, Cirie is constantly talked about as someone that will never win a challenge, though it's not like Aubrey has that good of a record either. She also has only won like one immunity in her entire Survivor career, and with Cirie having played a much better game on this season, and also feeling like much more of an insurmountable jury threat, again, I think it's fair to think that I would rather, in the worst case scenario, face off against Aubrey than Cirie. Now, I do think there's a legit argument for why taking out Aubrey is better over Cirie, and the fact that Aubrey is better at fire making, where we have seen Aubrey win a fire making challenge in the past. Cirie is someone that obviously is known for not being good, even though I know she practiced coming into the season, but still. I think that is a legitimate argument. But even then, they didn't know there was going to be fire, even though, to be fair, they should have assumed so, but Rizzo didn't because it's Rizzo.
Riz God. Okay.
But even in that spot, again, both Jonathan and Joe are better fire makers than Aubrey, to where for Rizzo, who would likely lose the fire-making challenge, it's very unlikely he would go into fire against Aubrey to begin with. So again, I get the play. I do think I also would be in a similar mindset of that. Again, worst comes to worst, I'd rather argue against Aubrey at the end than Cirie, and both are not particularly good at challenges. Both are beatable in fire-making challenges against Joe and Jonathan. I don't think there's a major difference between the two from this current position in the game, though obviously it ends up backfiring on them, but I do think it's a choice that has some sound logic to it. But it is funny that we do get the red herring of finally seeing Cirie's point of view and seeing her talk with Tiffany, with Cirie clearly knowing she's in a lot of danger here and talking about just needing to get the votes onto Aubrey, with Tiffany being surprised by this, saying, why would they vote for you? With this being some pretty poor awareness here from Tiffany, with her seemingly not even realizing the fact that they were against her during the challenge, having to be told by Cirie, and also just being confused at why they would target Cirie, which is just kind of insane in this spot. But this leads to Cirie giving this one last Hail Mary that I thought was at least a solid play here. Her talking about needing Jonathan to turn against Aubrey, talking about how he's easily manipulated and it's easy to twist him up, which continues his terrible SPV. But Cirie ends up talking to him in the hammock and ends up sitting down slowly this time, again in reference to the previous hammock moment, though it does use the info Rizzo gave her of Tiff being the target as a way to actually throw Aubrey under the bus, which I thought was a pretty innovative play here. Again, we've seen obviously a lot of like people twisting up information to work to their benefit, which usually comes from like making a certain situation come off bigger than what it really was. But I thought Cirie had an interesting play here in essentially using the exact situation that happened, but just pretending it was a different person, essentially pretending it was Aubrey that told her this information, which seems to work initially. I think the problem with this plan is that it's easily fact-checked, especially if she doesn't have Rizzo on board, as Again, Rizzo will know that this is false and would be able to defuse this anyway. Though again, it was a Hail Mary. I thought it was a good play. And again, we see Jonathan buying it for a second, even telling Joe about it, to where they did seem to be genuinely considering switching the vote, only for Joe to tell Aubrey about this and for her to deny it, and then for Rizzo to just fully shut it down. And this actually probably backfiring on Cirie more so by the end, making it look like, oh, she's so good, she was able to convince us. Though again, funny that even here, even in this spot where they were trying to give Aubrey credit for taking out Cirie, they couldn't even do it by the end where they had to show Cirie actually kind of outplaying Aubrey for a second, only to be saved by Rizzo by the end.
Goes Aubrey! No!
Either way, we got the tribal, which was kind of boring. Everyone just talking about why they're still here, and we do get a weird moment of like Tiffany calling out Rizzo for still having the idol, only for Jonathan to laugh because she's so blunt, which felt strange. But anyway, we get to the vote with Cirie and Aubrey voting for each other, with Cirie saying, love you, which again shows how good of friends they are outside the show, which didn't get touched on in the edit. While Aubrey calls Cirie the best player of all time, saying you're better than Sandra and Tony, which half true. But again, kind of insane to be saying this at the spot where you're voting her out and you've outlasted her twice. Anyway, ends up being a 4-2 Cirie vote.
You're never gonna win.
Kind of being anticlimactic here. Again, considering this is likely the last time we'll ever see Cirie being voted out as Survivor, you would think they would put a bit more gravitas into the lead up to this, though her actual exit was pretty strong here, her giving a speech before Jeff snuffs her torch.
Thank you, Jeff, for some of the best years of my life.
And talk about how grateful she is for Survivor's done for her, and finding out there's more to life
than what I knew from sitting on my couch.
Which generally is actually kind of more of a funny line to me.
Yes, I'm back on the couch.
And we got her hugging Jeff, him doing the typical praise of her before she leaves. Though it is kind of disappointing to see Cirie go out here right before the finale. Also in a spot where it did genuinely feel like Cirie had a shot at winning this season. Had a flawed but still strong edit throughout the majority of it. And considering spoilers were between Cirie and Aubrey for most of it, felt like maybe this could have been Cirie's time to win.
I don't think so, buddy.
Only for it to obviously be cut short in what is probably the most standard vote off in her entire Survivor career, which is also a weird way to end it. But anyway, again, we lose Cirie, and Cirie is, again, just Cirie on this season. Like, generally, it's Cirie's the type of player that I don't think we're going to see much new from Cirie anymore. We've seen her so many times on so many different shows that we've kind of seen all the different angles of Cirie. Though I still think she provided for some fun moments on this season. She's still very witty and confessional. She still plays the game hard, makes some bold moves, really ran this season for a good chunk of it. And I do think, again, as I mentioned earlier, I think the early merge phase of this season is probably the singular most dominant position we've seen Cirie in her entire Survivor career, to where, again, there was a lot of good on this season. I do think the season also emphasized her flaws as well. Again, some very questionable strategic decision making, her taking out the threats too early, her going to the end with too many goats. Again, I think there are still issues here, Cirie's game, but she's played a very impressive game, and she still is the best to never win. Though I will say, I did feel like this episode in particular felt like kind of a lackluster final hurrah for Cirie, where I would have liked to see her get probably a bigger edit than what she actually got here, though they did end up putting a decent amount of gravitas into her for the finale, to where I guess we kind of get that as the formal send-off to her. But then we move on to the finale. A live finale! I can't believe it. The fans voted for a live finale. Never would have guessed that.
I love doing live television.
The first live finale since IOY, kind of. I'm technically wasn't live, technically after extinction, but again, a very long time since the last live finale, and through that, surely nothing will go wrong.
What just happened?
No, we have Jeff going his typical spiel about how it was
in the hands of the fans,
and they were leaving up the game decisions to the fans.
I don't lie.
Which, to that,
fuck
you, Jeff, then goes off on thanking all the celebrities.
See Zach Brown on Survivor, Billie Eilish, Jimmy Fallon,
Mr. Beast,
for bringing new fans to the show, which also, fuck you, Jeff. But the actual episode does start with Rizzo gloating about the Cirie vote, saying he out-Ciried Cirie, whatever that means, but also him now being in the final 4 because he still has his idol, holding on to his idol in back-to-back seasons to final 5, which, if only I could really be that impressed by that.
The boy who cried idol.
Though again, kind of insane stat that he's had an idol at every tribal he's attended for the last 2 seasons. Now again, if only he could find a way to get past the final 4. Then he's talking about just need to make sure Tiffany doesn't get to the end, with Tiffany clearly being the consensus target by this point, with Tiffany having been blindsided by the Cirie vote and being pissed around camp, not wanting to talk to anybody, to which we ended up getting a funny moment of her pacing around camp only to proceed to trip over the shelter. But we do see Tiffany being really upset at Aubrey for her being part of the plan to take her out.
And you was a part of it.
Had been lying to her all day. So
Don't come over here giving me fake sympathy.
calling her
Snake ass Aubrey.
which is funny, as obviously Tiffany ended up voting for Aubrey too by the end.
Fuck you.
And again, great SPV for the upcoming winner of the season. And we do have Aubrey talking about how it's not my job to make this all right and needs to just focus on her game. Clearly showing this improved social game from Aubrey that she's been talking about.
I don't think so, buddy.
But again, this ends up leading to negative content around Tiffany, with Joe saying she's being hypocritical and immature and bitter. Says she's being blinded by emotions and that he used to do that the first time, but that was naive. So thank God he's not doing that anymore.
I'm proud of myself.
Despite the fact that the edit does portray Joe as this, where again, it's very strange how Joe clearly thinks he did really change up his game, only for the edit to not really back that up.
Oh no!
Anyway, we have Jonathan here openly talking about wanting to go to the end with Joe and Rizzo, with him and Joe seemingly being locked in here, with them talking about wanting one of them to win in particular, which
I don't think so, buddy.
good luck with that. All while wanting Tiffany out first as they can beat Aubrey in Fire. A decision that Jonathan later talks about regretting, though this did feel really misguided, as realistically, the order of operations here between Aubrey and Tiffany really doesn't matter. If anything, they actually made the correct call. As again, if Tiffany had stayed past this round, Tiffany likely just wins final immunity anyway. I don't think this ultimately matters that much. But again, it was clear setup here to Tiffany going home, but Aubrey going out in the case that she wins immunity, which again, great positioning from Aubrey.
I don't think so, buddy.
Now, before the actual immunity challenge, we do actually cut back to the live reunion. Again, mid-episode, which we do constantly across this episode, which they did periodically in the past seasons. Typically after a player got voted out, they would talk to them in person. Though this reunion, Jeff really decided to do that on steroids, essentially doing it every commercial break, essentially implementing the reunion throughout the finale and leaving a heavily condensed proper reunion at the end, which is exactly what the fans voted for. So again, very funny to just see Jeff just kind of butcher the structure of the reunion here just because he constantly feels like he needs to do something new. And to be fair, it's better than how they handled something like the HHH finale, which had a super short reunion at the end and not as many of these segments earlier on, where it's better than that, I guess. And better than nothing, but again, not what the fans actually voted for.
In the hands of the fans!
So this does end up being a nice segment here of Jeff bringing out Cirie, with this feeling like a more proper way to say goodbye to Cirie, with her giving an emotional speech, her getting a standing ovation, and Jeff proceeding to give her a Spirit of Survivor award that had a typo on it, which was funny, though. Again, a nice segment here to get this farewell to Cirie. Probably the only segment of these before the end that was worth having over an actual reunion at the end. Anyway, we get to the actual immunity challenge, an obstacle course. Who would have guessed that? But this one's different because it has a new obstacle. That being a fishing pole. You used to get a machete. So yeah, it's still a lame obstacle course. Though Jonathan ends up having the lead to the puzzle, followed by Joe and then Tiffany, with this just being a similar result to last time, with Joe and Jonathan sucking at the puzzle.
Stupid Jonathan.
Though this time it doesn't include spelling, so at least they can actually do this on their own. Though we have Tiffany making up a lot of time, partially because Jonathan then proceeds to vomit off the side of the structure during the challenge, which is kind of insane.
All he has left is the guts.
But it ultimately comes down to
One Piece,
with Jonathan barely pulling out the win here with another massive reaction.
Yes! As we have ever had.
Him diving and pounding on the ground. Did feel a bit over the top.
Yes! As we have ever had.
With Tiffany clearly pissed in the background, which again, probably not the greatest jury management there from Jonathan. Where again, Tiffany's clearly going home at this point, with there not being much hope for her here, though. But following this, we get back to the live reunion, where we have Jeff bring out Devins and Christian this time around, which was a pretty boring segment of them just rehashing the idol play, though it does lead to Jeff giving Devins the Mr. Beast coin, which is funny how Jeff is just giving away props now. That also gave something to Devins, though had nothing to give to Christian. Also later, we do also get a segment with Mike White, who's too good to show up at the reunion because he's filming White Lotus season 4. And again, this was another generic interview about why he ended up doing the season, though also ends up leading to him announcing the cameos for season 4, that being Charlie and Camilla, which was random based on what we saw on the show, though we obviously did learn through Express that him and Charlie were ride or dies, and Camilla is Camilla.
I'm weird.
So
and there's some logic to this. It kind of comes out of nowhere, and also kind of funny that Ozzy just got shafted after openly campaigning for a cameo.
That has gotta sting, my brother.
Either way, back to the actual proper episode. We do return to camp with Jonathan, making the Phoenix fly again.
Rooster.
Thank God we saw that again. And not many options for this vote, with Jonathan having immunity, Rizzo having his idol. No one's voting for Joe. So again, it is either Tiffany or Aubrey, with them for the most part just openly telling Tiffany she's going home. Rizzo actually doing some pretty decent jury management here and just telling her that he can't beat her at the end and she's too big of a threat, to where it does seem like she would have voted for Rizzo had the goats gotten to the end together. But again, we do see Tiffany at least try, again, working on Joe here, again with the flip on Aubrey, talk about how she was robbed her first time around. People want to vote her out to rectify that injustice, which isn't a bad argument, as generally does feel like that's where a lot of the respect for Aubrey came from the notion that she just has a legacy of being a good player, especially in comparison to the remaining three, though ultimately, again, not a good enough argument here to vote her out over Tiff. And we do see Joe being non-committal here anyway, which again, so much for that Joe-Tiffany relationship. Always see Aubrey noticing Tiffany scrambling, so she has to start putting the foot on the gas.
So my strategy right now is to stay calm.
AKA doing nothing once again.
Goes Aubrey!
But yeah, we see Tiffany then proceed to campaign to Jonathan, telling him that she wouldn't put him in fire, leading to a flashback of Jonathan losing to Mike in 42 and him talking about it haunting him. To wonder if this will be somewhat relevant soon. All Jonathan just shuts her down. Not as cleanly as Rizzo, where we do learn after the fact that supposedly he did tell Tiffany that he wants her out essentially because she's a woman, which, to be fair, makes sense that Jonathan would say that. Now, to clarify, it's not exactly that, as it was more so a comment around how Tiffany was a bigger threat than Joe because of her almost breaking the women's record for immunity challenges and that being more impressive than Joe potentially being the men's, which really it's like, who cares? Like, none of this really matters. Like, neither Joe or Tiffany are going to win a jury vote based on solely their challenge. I mean, again, for Tiffany, it's more so like her underdog story, her connections to others. But again, this was the story that Jonathan seemed to sell here, with this ending up being reiterated as he wants her out just because she's a woman. And again, that's not really what Jonathan was saying, though at the same time, it is still very strange logic where, again, just do the Rizzo, which I can't believe I'm saying that out loud. Just tell her she's a big threat. You don't have to go and bring up these gender dynamics into it. But anyway, we got the tribal with Tiffany clearly being dejected there, where supposedly this Jonathan conversation happened right before tribal, and she's still upset over that comment. Feeling very reminiscent to the D tribal, where we did see the back half of that convo kind of continuing at tribal, with Jeff seemingly siding with Jonathan in this argument, with him seemingly making points in his favor as if he's trying to talk Tiffany down. In general, this felt very reaction-y of Jonathan here, similar to how he acted the first time around with like Lindsay and Drea in 42.
I'm subconsciously racist.
So again, not great for you to be picking a fight with a beloved jury member as you're sending her to the jury, but either way, time to vote, where Rizzo ends up playing his idol. What a shocker.
Oh my god, I gotta play my idol and make it another day.
Doesn't lead to anything. Oh, we get a 4-1 Tiffany vote.
You're never gonna win.
With Tiffany awkwardly saying, good to be back after torches snuff, which is a weird thing to say after you got voted out. But we do have Jeff bringing out Tiffany at the live reunion, her getting a standing ovation there, which was a bit strange to me, considering how irrelevant she was through the first half of the season. But it did seem like people did start to root for her towards the end, despite it, again, should have been obvious that she wasn't going to win based on the edit she got. And again, I was surprised to see Jeff like just kind of openly ask her if she would want to play again, as I wasn't thinking of her as a top priority to bring back again after this, but I guess she is, so good for her. And with that, I guess we'll just talk about Tiffany, who I will say is probably one of the players I had the biggest takeaways from on the rewatch of this season, where I came out of the season thinking she played well-ish. I think it's a spot where obviously she was blindsided a couple points, though she was able to find herself back into groups and still got towards the end of a lot of win equity. I do think on the rewatch, my overall opinion of her game's probably a tad lower. I do think there are definitely more points where she's kind of aloof than expected. There's not really a major point where she has a lot of agency in the game. She's kind of just there with the Wizard of Oz Alliance, kind of being the fourth in that group. She also actively wants to go to the end of Cirie and would lose her, to where that's bad. To where I'm definitely lower on Tiffany's game after the rewatch of this. But Tiffany was still a fun underdog figure on this season. She had some great confessionals. She's someone that ultimately, if this was not Survivor 50, I don't think there would really be many qualms with her returning. I do feel like she felt like a very viable, pretty solid returnee option, though again, her being clearly the player on this cast that had like the smallest legacy coming into it definitely made her casting here feel a bit strange. But ultimately, again, I feel pretty content with her role in the season. Would I picked other people over?
probably, though I do feel like she ends up boosting her legacy on the return here. But anyway, we then get to the final four, where we do see them instantly talking about uncertainty, because how crazy is it that they don't know what the final immunity challenge is? As if that's not how it is on every season. They actually have more of a hint, considering they know the options and they know it's a fan vote. And surely no one could have ever predicted it was going to be Samotion.
I don't think so, buddy.
Also, how crazy is it that they don't know if there's going to be a vote or fire making? As if that would have actually played a factor in this endgame stretch. I think they would have made the same decisions either way. But either way, we do see Rizzo starting to practice fire for the first time, as there's nothing else to do. Again, showing the impeccable game design of Modern Survivor to have them just do nothing at the final four. But we do learn from Rizzo post-show that he actually did think it was going to be a vote, because that's clearly what the fans wanted, which is kind of insane to me, that Rizzo comes into the season so confident that it's going to be a vote at Final Four that he just didn't bother practicing fire making, as even I knew it was going to be a tough ask to see the fans actually voting for a vote over fire making, though again, Rizzo seemed to be playing under the assumption that we would get a vote. And through that, didn't practice fire at all in the lead up to the season, which, again, while I know it would have mattered in this spot anyway, it's not like he was going to win fire even with practice against a Joe or a Jonathan. It definitely wasn't the smart thing to do. So, again, kind of even saying that Rizzo didn't even try to fix the one thing about his game that he thinks cost him the last time around. But anyway, we do have Jonathan clearly seeming on edge here, talking about his PTSD from going into fire last time, which is kind of funny to think that they would set this all up only for there to be a vote, to where, again, at this point, there's really no doubt that there was going to be fire and that Jonathan would be the one to go into it. But anyway, we do see the GOAT trio talking about sticking together and saying that if Aubrey wins, they're screwed, so surely that won't happen. Again, it definitely isn't obvious that Aubrey's winning by this point, to where Aubrey ends up talking about how she knows she's out if she doesn't win the challenge, and now it's do or die. Obviously a sign of a great game that you have to win the Final Four immunity challenge, after not having much agency up to this point and not having a single person throughout the entire season wanting to take you to the end. But
my game's just heating up.
Either way, we get to the final immunity challenge. It's Samotion. I can't believe it. Though, to be fair, it was the best one of the options. I mean, if it wasn't going to be some sort of epic endurance challenge like Hands on Heart Idol, Samotion was probably the next best thing. Definitely better than the Pachinko challenge and a generic obstacle course, which were in the running, which was, again, just insulting. But again, we did get the typical spiel from Jeff, bringing up the origin story of Samotion, and also revealing that it won by a majority of 41%, which something tells me Jeff doesn't know what a majority is.
I'm wrong.
Also, I'm kind of surprised it was even that close. I thought it'd be pretty overwhelming. But weirdly, before the challenge to start, we then cut to Jeff talking to Ozzy and Steph for another really generic convo about Steph being an inspiration, which I don't know why we're continuing to give Steph attention.
Fuck you.
Oh, while Ozzy is asked about him not playing his idol, with Jeff coming off very shady here, though the sequence does end with Jeff just very awkwardly handing out another prop, where again, Cirie gets an award, Rick gets a coin, Ozzy gets a t-shirt saying, Ozzy, we love you, please play your idol, which is funny, though, again, what kind of idiot would want a t-shirt like this? Anyway, we got Samotion starting, which was kind of boring with them lasting a while, though Jonathan being the first to drop here, which is kind of funny as he almost won it last time. Obviously, Rizzo then drops because it's Rizzo, to where it comes down to Joe and Aubrey, with
Aubrey has won her first individual immunity.
Really being this emotional moment for Aubrey, with her obviously knowing in this spot that she really needed this, and now she's back at Final Tribal, and this time with a pretty good shot at the end, and saying that
I never thought this would happen for me again.
Which, again, as much as I've been clearly shading Aubrey throughout this entire video at this point, from a gameplay perspective, I thought this was a great emotional moment here for Aubrey, and again, I generally thought this was very touching from a personal standpoint. Again, I am genuinely happy for Aubrey as a person, who came into the season again being so jaded as Survivor after Edge of Extinction, for her to come back on this season, find her redemption, and ending up having probably one of the best experiences she could have had. Again, I think it's a great story. Again, I just wish it was backed up by a good game around it, but again, obviously we see the men here being clearly disappointed with them, kind of knowing at this point they lost the game and have to take one each other out, leading to Jeff now revealing that the fans voted for fire by 60% of the vote, which is at this moment that Rizzo knows what's gonna happen.
You become the final member of our jury.
But again, not a surprise to me, where it was pretty clear when the vote was announced that not even the superfan community could get universally behind a vote here, where I felt like it was just doomed from the start that firemaking was going to win, as it felt like something that the casuals definitely would be a lot more inclined to pick, to where, again, I'm disappointed but not surprised by this. Anyway, back at camp, we do have obviously focus around Aubrey, her saying that no one deserves anything in Survivor.
I believe that you earn it, and you have a little bit of luck.
Which, a little?
I don't think so, buddy.
Also, don't know if I even agree with this statement that you earn it either. Again, someone has to win. Or at least agree with her saying no one deserves anything. That's true at least. Though she does end up revealing here that
I ordered a Samotion on Etsy. That's the one challenge I practiced.
Which sounds like a bit of luck. That's the only challenge you practice. Though again, most people should know it's Samotion. So again, credit to Aubrey for practicing it, I guess. Though really, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't hear more about people practicing Samotion, considering, again, it seemed pretty obvious it's going to win the fan vote. Anyway, Aubrey first pulls over Joe and asks him who she should target, even though she seemed to already have her mind made up, and it's not like there were many options here anyway. Though we do see Joe instantly throw Rizzo under the bus here over Jonathan, hyping up Rizzo's underdog story, which makes me lean towards him being more loyal to Jonathan than Rizzo in the grand scheme of things.
I just don't know yet.
We do have Aubrey agreeing that Rizzo is the bigger threat, which
debatable.
Though mentions that Rizzo would have an underdog story that would rival hers, and she's terrified of facing off against him at the end, which is not what she was saying in the previous episode. Ultimately, it's not like it really matters anyway, and she's winning either way, but again, she's targeting Rizzo at this spot. And with that, Rizzo's
become the final member of our jury.
As again, he's not beating one of Jonathan or Joe in a fire-making challenge. Though we do proceed to see Aubrey telling Joe that she's taking him to the end, to which we do see him get very emotional here. Talks about last time he was embarrassed, and now he has one more shot, and he's going to take advantage of it. And by that, he means get less votes than last time around. So generally, it is, again, very impressive for Joe to make it to the final three twice in a row. Again, if he could only actually win those final threes. And again, that is like the main reason why Aubrey's taking him to the end, is because he is the biggest goat of the bunch. To where, again, it's funny to see Joe get so emotional over this, and it's not like she's doing this out of the kindness of her heart or anything. But anyway, we have Aubrey instantly telling Rizzo and Jonathan when they return to camp that they're going to be the ones going to fire, with Rizzo instantly saying, "Can I convince you?" Only for Aubrey to say,
I don't think so, buddy.
Where at this point, it is the two former fire-making losers going against each other at the end, meaning one of these will be the first two-time fire-making loser, at least in Survivor US, to where I wonder who that'll be.
The man, the myth, the legend, RICGOD was God, baby.
Though Rizzo ends up saying that this is the worst-case scenario, to which we do get a flashback to him losing to Savannah and getting emotional, saying he told himself after 49 that he didn't want to find himself in this spot again. Which then maybe you should have practiced fire. Though again, I don't think he would have won anyway. But he ends up saying,
"Damn it, Rizzo, how can you be so good but so bad at the same time?"
Which is like, that's what I've been saying for months now. Anyway, Rizzo ends up struggling here to make fire during practice, with Jonathan just easily doing so. Jonathan talking about having practiced every day for 4 years, which I doubt, but who knows. And generally, he didn't need to do that to beat Rizzo here. Now let's say if I don't win it, it's because God decided, not him. Because God clearly cares if Jonathan beats Rizzo in a fire-making challenge just to be second on the season anyway. But Joe ends up watching Rizzo not being able to make fire, leading to Joe talking about helping Eva last time around, leading to a flashback of them, which kind of surprising that Eva didn't come up on the season up until this point, though it does lead to Joe helping out Rizzo like he helped out Eva, which leads to Rizzo finally making a fire, with Joe saying he gave him a fighting chance, which
debatable.
Though he does start to be able to get it in one strike, with Jonathan talking about it messing with his head, which, to be fair, would have been very funny to see Jonathan lose after supposedly practicing for 4 years in comparison to Rizzo, who started practicing today. Now, before Tribal, we do get another reunion segment, not that one just yet, where we do have Jeff bringing out all the non-jurors, which he keeps on calling the non-jury, which I've never heard anyone use that phrase before, but I guess that's new Survivor lingo. And this just ends up being a really awkward segment that was just there for an ad placement for Corona, with them each getting a beer, which is, again, what the fans voted for the non-jurors to show up just to drink a beer instead of getting to talk for themselves. But anyway, we get the Tribal, which does start off pretty boring, with Aubrey very early on saying that she's taking Joe to the end, leading to Jonathan just yelling out, "Let's go, Rizzo!" Which I found very funny. But beyond that, Rizzo and Jonathan just essentially reiterate their stories, which they've already talked about in confessional beforehand. But then as they sit down to start the challenge, we then cut to the live reunion, with the jury all sitting there, with Jeff proceeding to call out, "There is God!" Which was very strange. Where again, why are we bringing out Rizzo to the stage here before he's been formally eliminated from the show? Where I was thinking at this moment that, okay, this is just a very awkward segment to make them not talk about Rizzo's elimination yet. Maybe they're going to call out Jonathan here as well, talk to him. Though, as the conversation continues, it becomes very clear how spoilery this is.
Did you make any mistakes in this game? Camp life is also about fire making. Something in there to think about.
With Rizzo clearly trying not to spoil anything, though Jeff just talking about Rizzo as if he's already out of the game. Which again, why would Jeff spoil his own show? A bizarre decision to do this before the airing of the challenge, almost as if it was meant to be after the challenge. I was thinking at the time, maybe they last second decided to switch this around. That ended up being confusing to them. But again, very awkward segment. They're not blatantly a spoiler yet. That is until Jeff says,
Rizzo, you become the final member of our jury. Take a spot over here.
Which is still so insane that this happened. That Jeff's new format here, a hyped up lean to the reunion, ends up backfiring on him to where it leads to him accidentally spoiling his own show.
What just happened?
Which does feel like a very funny comeuppance there. Though, I'm too fair, they probably would have done this segment anyway, as they still did these for the eliminated players, but still, this is for sure one of those moments that'll forever go down in Survivor history, probably being one of the most notable moments of the entire season. Again, just hearing the gasps from the crowd.
I'm not even sure what's happened.
The shocked faces from the jury, Rizzo's confusion that he's told to take a seat. And all this was so surreal to see happen with, again, this just somehow getting past so many members of production and Jeff just being confused that this is all happening. Him having to be told they haven't aired the challenge yet.
They didn't show the fire.
Fire hasn't happened yet.
Huh?
But again, it's not like Jeff single-handedly was able to start this sequence. Again, clearly there was more than Jeff that just generally got confused and thought they were a segment ahead of what they really were, to where I generally just don't understand how this happened, though it obviously made for a notable moment, definitely the most notable moment of what was, as a whole, kind of a middling reunion.
This is going to be interesting.
Though I will say, I actually do very much respect how Jeff ends up handling this, where we come back from a commercial with Jeff proceeding to take light of this, joking that
we did a Survivor twist. It's the last twist of the season. Oh, but a peek into the future.
Saying that now we'll watch Rizzo lose against Jonathan, which, again, seems like a moment that he took it in stride. I did feel like there was a world where Jeff could have came off very angry after this, maybe tried to hide the embarrassment, though, again, Jeff ends up taking accountability for this moment.
I love doing live television.
Not just shoving it under a rug and pretending it didn't happen, where, again, I at least respect how they handle this, though, again, it leads to a Jonathan Rizzo firemaking, where I wonder who's going to win this. And again, it's an inevitability. Rizzo's struggling to get a fire here right away anyway, all while Jonathan gets a pretty clean win, giving us another loud celebration from Jonathan.
Yes! Yes!
Jonathan!
Yes!
Now, while Rizzo now makes history as the first two-time firemaking loser. Thank God he made that history, though. Generally, again, kind of insane that Rizzo's able to make it to Final Four in back-to-back seasons, to which, again, credit him for that, I guess. But, and the end of a 2-season-long Survivor journey for Rizzo, with Jeff proceeding to hype him up about how he's going to be inspiring 8-year-olds watching the show to want to be him someday, which I don't know if I want that many more Rizzos. And hopefully those Rizzos practice fire. But and we get Jeff saying Riz God once again as he snuffs his torch. And we do get Rizzo being brought up at the reunion once again, with them openly talking about the mishap and Rizzo getting the glow about making Survivor history in this way. So good for him. But anyway, let's talk about Rizzo.
My man.
And generally, Rizzo is someone that I do feel like as a character comes off fairly similar to how he did in 49. Again, I think he's very boastful. I think he's a bit obnoxious at points. He's really just not a personality on Survivor that really gels with me personally. However, I do think as a player, my takeaway from 50 is much higher than that on 49. I still stand by the fact, at least, again, at this point, I haven't rewatched 49 yet, but the fact that Rizzo played a somewhat lacking game, one where I don't think he had much win equity. I don't think he was playing optimally for a good chunk of that game. I think people were just letting him skate by because he was a GOAT the entire time anyway. However, I do think 50 shows a lot more impressive play. While obviously he was still a GOAT on the season, it does seem like he struggles to win, even in his ideal Final 3, which was the Jonathan Joe Final 3. I don't even know if he wins that. It seems like Jonathan would have had the edge coming in the Final Tribal. That being said, I do think Rizzo's navigation through the game on the season is very impressive. Again, considering the fact that he came into the season with such a big bullseye on his back, the fact that he was able to get in with the majority on his original group, the fact that he was able to get in with Cirie and Ozzy, the fact that he was essentially in the center of pretty much everything throughout the entire post-merge phase, was able to navigate over to the Joe and Jonathan side of things by the end, played for his optimal Final 3, with that being probably the only Final 3 that he could have possibly won against. So again, I think Rizzo plays a mostly optimal game on this season, and I think plays the game that has the most agency of this season, to where again, I do still stand by Rizzo having played the best game on 50. I do think his game is actually probably even more impressive than what my initial takeaway was, where I do generally think he played one of the best games he could have played, considering the target on his back coming into it, and considering his inherent lessened threat level, to where while I'm still not, again, a big Rizzo fan from a character perspective, I do think, at least gameplay wise, he did end up impressing me on the season by the end. With that, we then move on to the Final 3, with them reminiscing in the morning, talking about the movie Castaway. And thank God they're continuing to appeal to kids there. Anyway, a boat ends up arriving, which it typically would, for them to be delivered their breakfast, only for the reveal that their breakfast comes with their family.
a family visit, final 3, which, again, what is this, Australian Survivor? And kind of just a weird way of implementing the family visit here. Now, I do get that with new era scheduling, it is a bit tough to fit in a family visit, especially in an efficient way, or even here, due to the nature of how quickly players are eliminated, they had to probably fly out a good chunk of loved ones just in case. And again, having to also find dedicated time in the end game to do a family visit, again, is tough, to where I get the logic for why they haven't done a standard family visit in recent years, but I mean, come on, you could have done it for Survivor 50, though it is funny that for most of the season, I was expecting a family visit, largely because Jared Field spoiled this during filming. He's openly posting on Twitter his annoyance that his brother got to go on the family visit and not him.
I'm very pissed off.
AKA also spoiling that Cirie made it deep into the season, because again, that's Jared for you. But again, I was expecting a family visit, and then it just never happened, where I was like, oh, maybe Jared made that up, or maybe they like scrapped the family visit, but no, it's at the final 3. So that's something. Also very funny to see Jonathan's brother show up dressed up as Mario.
It's me, Mario!
For some reason. Also, you get a great Joe moment from this, of him saying,
"That my beautiful tall-ass wife?"
While Aubrey's mom is just there. Though we don't really get much content from the loved ones themselves. The most that we do get is from Joe's wife telling Joe how proud she is of him, which was surely this intentional payoff to his storyline from 48.
Oh, my kids are gonna be so proud.
Though it actually sounds like his wife might have a better head for the game than Joe, with her seemingly prepping him for Final Tribal. If only that helped any. Though we do see Jonathan getting to talk about his strained relationship with his parents and how he's going to fix things back at home, which I don't know why this made the edit. Oh, well, Aubrey talks about Wrong once again and says that she should have won, but had a bad social game, and that waned on her for a decade, which I know this talk from Aubrey of how she should have won Wrong led to the resparking of this Aubrey-Michelle debate, again 10 years later, though I did see some people being generally upset that Aubrey's taking away from Michelle's win, and how dare she think she should have won, which I thought was pretty dumb. It's like, again, obviously anyone's going to think that they should have won. Though again, leads to Aubrey talking about her having lowered the threat level and resurged at the end, and that was intentional, which, I mean, even if it was intentional, that doesn't mean it wasn't extremely luck dependent, but this is all used just to transition to the Jury Speak segment with Cirie and Ozzy being used to hype up Aubrey, with them seemingly being locked in votes for Aubrey right away, though again, them seemingly giving Aubrey a bit too much credit for her game, Ozzy saying that her name was thrown around, but in a magic trick, she was able to shift the target, which by magic trick, I guess he means other people shifting the target away from her, with her having almost nothing to actually do with that, where we have heard post show that a major point for Aubrey in the jury's eyes was them giving her credit for the Ozzy vote, which again is pretty ridiculous, as that was more of Ozzy just self-sabotaging than anything, and was a move that Jonathan and Rizzo did more of the legwork to get through, but whatever. Jonathan proceeds to then talk about how he changed his game from 42 and no one saw that coming. I guess. Again, I personally just feel like he played the same game, but Gracie is used to talk up Jonathan's game here, talking about how collaborative he was, and saying that he was able to make moves that others thought they made, which I don't know if that's how I would describe it. I think it's more of Jonathan just not being taken seriously enough to look at him as the strategic presence that would be able to pull off the moves that he did, and even if he did, they still look at him as a GOAT, to where, and that's what allowed him to get that influence. Though, I mean, considering Jonathan did seem primed to win his intended final 3 of him, Jonathan, Rizzo, at least coming in the final tribal, I still do think Jonathan's endgame stretch here is pretty impressive, though he definitely had some shakier play early on. To which we then see Rizzo talk up how Jonathan made moves happen, which is weird that we got Rizzo talking about Jonathan here instead of the actual person he wanted to vote for in Joe, and also this being his last option of the 3. But anyway, we finally end with Joe here, who does end up talking up a pretty big game in confessional. Very different from how Joe had been edited beforehand, in that while he was painted with this honesty integrity brush, he does openly talk here about,
I allowed myself the freedom to play the game. I had to lie, I had to betray some people. I had to get my hands dirty.
Again, it does seem like despite how much the edit and the players tried to paint him with that brush he had during 48, he actually did seem to try to play a different game this time around, though again, just no one seemingly took him seriously, with them really struggling to get some positive Joe commentary from the jury, where again, I don't know why they didn't use Rizzo here, who actually wanted to vote for Joe, but instead we get to see Emily here giving him credit for solving Survivor, as he found a way to be informed and be part of every plan and get to the end. If only that deserved a jury vote from her. Oh, well, coach essentially compares Joe to what he was in South Pacific, mentioning that he didn't own up his honor integrity game, so if Joe does, he'll be getting his jury vote, and with coach being being a man of his word. We can take this to the bank. And Coach would surely never lie about his jury vote in this situation. Now, before Final Tribal, we ended up cutting back to the reunion with Jeff making another joke in light of the previous situation, asking the jury if they want to see things in order or want him to just bring out the winner, which would have been very funny, as again, was there any doubt that Aubrey was going to win anyway? But anyway, we get to the actual Final Tribal with this being an interesting Final Tribal, where really not that much of intrigue from the players themselves, but actually a bit more intrigue from the jury, with them clearly having conflicting opinions, though we do start off Coach getting the opening question, wanting them to own up to their games, obviously in reference to his previous experience in Final Tribal, with Joe proceeding to do so, talking about having honor and integrity in real life, but had to
finally put myself and my family ahead of anyone else.
And he did lie.
I was dishonest with some people. I broke some trust.
Which, again, did feel like him executing on how he talked up how he was going to play the game coming out of the 48 exit press, where, again, he talked how he learned his lesson that he should have owned his game, which he does here. And again, thank God that means he's getting at least one jury vote from Coach, because Coach wouldn't lie.
Debatable.
Also, Aubrey here ends up talking about having deep relationships the first time around, but that cost her at the end, as it hurt people, which I don't think is an accurate read of what happened to Aubrey and Go Wrong, where really outside of Debbie, the people that voted for Michelle were just generally closer to Michelle. Most of them did not have connections to Aubrey, where Sydney's really the only other person that did, and even then, she was very close to Michelle, where again, I don't think this was an accurate takeaway, but either way, we then have Jonathan talking about changing up his game. I never would have guessed that would be a major part of his Final Tribal. It talks about how he had to show a different side to him, to different players, aka what anyone has to do in any social situation. Again, this felt like a ridiculous argument there. But anyway, we then get to Devins asking a question about what secrets they kept, with Jonathan bringing up his targeting of Ozzy when Steph left, with Steph obviously having the glow about how it wasn't our idea because she has to make it known that they were wrong for taking her out.
That's bullshit.
This also leads to her and Chrissy using this to defend Jonathan, saying he had such a good social game. Steph laid down her sword for him, which, sure, I guess. Again, I thought it was more because they were cut from the same cloth. But Aubrey ends up revealing here that she didn't keep any secrets, mainly because she didn't have any secrets to keep.
I don't think so, buddy.
Though it did feel like a spot where clearly the jury was hoping that Aubrey would have this big reveal for them, especially based on how it seemed like they interpreted her game, only for it not. Though it does lead to Tiffany hyping up how this was her strategy, constantly tell the truth. Which, even if it is, that's not really a good one, though it does lead to her taking credit for the Ozzy move eventually, only for Jonathan to refute that. That does lead to a bit of bickering between the two, only for Joe to end up admitting that Aubrey's info is what led to him voting out Ozzy, which, again, isn't actually what we actually see in the episode itself.
Though this was something that was illuminated in Exit Press, with Aubrey revealing that this was actually the result of a deal that Aubrey and Joe had made, where in exchange of her taking him to Final 3, he would tell the jury the Ozzy move was her move, which, again, it seems like even she and Joe both knew that it wasn't her move, but I will say this was actually a very impressive move from Aubrey to make this deal and take credit for the move that would really support the jury's perceptions of her, giving her a move on her resume, and a thing that you can argue gets her the ultimate win here, where I would say this is possibly her best move that she makes the entire season, even though that's not really saying much. But again, it is a spot where I think she was going to take Joe anyway. Her using that and leveraging it to actually increase her chances of winning a jury vote here, again, I think is a good play. Though, you know what would have been better? If she was actually the one to make the move that she's claiming to make to begin with.
Anyway, Steph ends up starting her question by saying, you need to have gameplay of the new and old era to win, and Jonathan, you did all that. Leading to Tiffany interjecting, saying, is this a question? Which was, again, very fun to see the jury just openly bickering here at Final Tribal. Though we see Steph here scolding Aubrey's game for having played the middle but didn't commit. Which, I mean, you could even argue if she was actually even playing the middle. Though Cirie ends up using that to hype up her as having played a new school game this time around. Really, it felt like, again, the two sides kind of backing off of each other here, where clearly there was a massive divide here between the Honor Integrity group, who was siding with Jonathan, while the Cirie, Tiff, and Ozzy group was going for Aubrey, where you can kind of tell that they already had all these arguments back at Ponderosa. We're just reiterating it here, though it does end up leading to the nerd trio, Dee and Rizzo, seemingly being in the middle here, seemingly being deciding votes in this spot, with the nerd trio in particular feeling like the kingmakers, with that being a massive block there. But it does lead to our next question from Ozzy, asking them how they adapted their games, with Joe again talking about this time he had to lie, only for Cirie to call him out for them having a jotation and having to babysit him through the game, which I did not love this from Cirie. I feel like this is her just kind of clowning on Joe just for the sake of it. Like, where, again, it doesn't mean anything in relation to Joe lying this time around. And again, the Joe-tation of it all really felt like a thing perpetuated by the other players. Again, just assuming that Joe was going to play this honesty, integrity style of game, trying to placate him because how dare he have other opinions of who he wants out. And if anything, it's actually kind of impressive they bothered to even babysit him, as they really didn't need to. They didn't really need him as a number. And while you could definitely say that, again, he wasn't a big enough threat to take out, they also didn't need to involve him in anything. To where, again, in general, like, I did not love this moment from Cirie here. It really just felt like unnecessary to bring up, or just kind of kick him when he's down, where, again, by this point, Joe clearly knew he wasn't winning the game. And again, it just felt like her kind of rubbing in his face. Either way, we do have Aubrey then proceeding to talk about how she separated herself from the nerd trio. So thank God Aubrey did something active in not having allies.
I don't really have friends.
Though it does lead to Ozzy propping her up for saying you played the middle exceptionally, which was it? Where we then proceed to see Jonathan even being confused by this statement, only for Ozzy to explain that she was such a big threat and adapted to either side and was obvious about it. Which is like, is that good? And also, how much did she really adapt? She just flipped once and voted with the GOAT trio for like the entire endgame stretch and spot where she was 4th. I don't know how much adapting that really is, but either way, we then got to Emily asking for each of them to call a criticism of their games, with Aubrey saying she didn't build a relationship with Stephanie.
My dad was a mailman.
Clearly the most noted worst aspect of Aubrey's game, not working with Stephanie.
That's bullshit.
Oh, Rizzo ends up asking Aubrey if she had agency in the game.
I don't think so, buddy.
Which she claims she did because she moved group to group, which again, did she? But it does lead to Chrissy rightfully calling her out as, again, that's passive play. That's not really that much agency. It's really just her going along with whoever has the majority. Or again, even if it is intentional here, it is intentionally passive and banking on how other players are playing around you more than Aubrey's own actions. Though again, Aubrey then proceeds to try to take credit for working with Jonathan when, again, Jonathan never really trusted her, didn't even want to go to the end with her, only wanted her at 4 just because he thought he could beat her in challenges. Also while trying to take credit for not telling Emily and Devins about the Christian vote, which is an insane stretch there, as obviously anyone could have told them about the vote. Like, obviously she's using it as proof that she separated herself from them, but again, is that good? Again, congrats for playing the game alone.
I don't really have friends.
Oh, also trying to take credit for her giving up her idol to make relationships, aka the idol she held on to and lied about forgetting to play it, which ended up burning some relationships to begin with.
I can't have any BS excuses.
Also, the idol that she ends up proceeding to talk about how she regretted she played it the next day.
I am wishing I had my idol now more than ever.
Again, incredible move for her to play a public idol everyone knew about in a spot where it didn't end up doing much for her game. Anyway, following this, we have Jonathan trying to take credit for the Ozzy, D, and Camilla votes, also revealing that the D blow up was planned, which actually ends up impressing Christian, which again, I don't know why, considering it's not a good move to fight with a jury member right before they go to the jury, but we do have Joe then proceeding to talk about his mistake of him mishandling his relationship with Rick, but also how he exposed info to Emily, which, to be fair, everyone did. Well, Final Tribal ends up ending here with Christian talking about narrative warfare, which was really this big thesis of his coming into the season, with him having tried to do a lot more managing of his season-long narrative, though obviously it didn't seem to work out. But he ends up asking them about their survivor stories, with Joe talking about having made it to the final 3 both seasons and only had 1 vote against him amongst both, which is pretty insane, actually, with him getting no votes against him this season at all. Jonathan says that he's not just a big guy.
Jonathan, you're bigger than last time.
And that he worked hard on his social game and it got him here, which isn't really a story. Well, Aubrey obviously has the better story of the bunch, saying that she was an anxious girl that had panic attacks on day 2, but got to the end and had a fall from grace and took time to work on herself and has evolved, which is debatable. Though, again, as I mentioned earlier, I do feel like Aubrey really wins here a lot based around just the general notion of her being Aubrey and her reputation coming into the season, that obviously being a lot better than that of Jonathan and Joe, who are looked at as these honor-bound players, where Aubrey, again, based on reputation, someone that just comes off a lot more palatable as someone that you're willing to reward as the winner of Survivor 50 here. But again, we get to the actual voting with Ozzy and Cirie voting for Aubrey. Cirie saying,
"Well, girl, you did it. Thank you."
Proving to all the little girls that you don't need to fit into a box.
You are good enough.
Which, sure. Really felt like Cirie just kind of taking credit for Aubrey's win here as like kind of a win for her. Kind of feeling like Aubrey is a player with the style of legacy that she has. So again, like voting for Aubrey is essentially like a vote for her. Oh, we have Chrissy and Steph voting for Jonathan. Steph saying he exemplifies everything the winner should be.
You are the total package.
Which she said the thing. Total package. Anyway, we have Jeff then proceeding to reveal one last fan vote. That isn't actually the last fan vote of the season.
I don't lie.
But the last planned one at the time, I guess, which I can't believe it. Fans voted for a live reunion in LA. Not like we've been cutting to it midway through episode. And it's not like they used it to spoil aspects of the finale already.
What just happened?
No, too fair, it would have been obvious either way coming into the season. But anyway, we got to the winner reveal. Jeff looking a bit shaken as he's revealing the votes. Probably trying to not spoil the season again.
I love doing live television.
But to be fair, Aubrey was, again, very emotional here. And again, there wasn't any doubt of an Aubrey win here.
The winner of Survivor 50.
Ends up winning in a 8-3 vote with Jonathan getting his Honesty Integrity Alliance of Chrissy, Coach, and Stephanie, while Aubrey gets everyone else and getting the expected votes of Cirie, Ozzy, and Tiffany, but also getting every single swing vote in the bunch of the nerd trio, Dee and Rizzo, with him seemingly crediting her for her adaptability and her taking a lead during the Ozzy vote, which, again, latter of that definitely feels misguided. And again, for me, this really just comes off more as like a Lifetime Achievement Award than an award based on how she specifically played on this season. But again, I am happy for Aubrey as a person that she finally got her win after her very storied history at the show. And I just wish I could give her more credit for her actual game here. And again, that's me saying that in a spot where, again, she earned $2 million from it. And she got the win. That's all that really should matter to her. And again, I'm just calling it as I see it. And again, I think she played a really shit winning game.
Fuck you then. You haven't done shit.
Now with that, we then get to the actual formal reunion with, again, not much time left in the episode. Really us doing a quick run through of the finalists. Aubrey getting to talk about having learned from the winners she's played with in previous seasons, from Sandra to Sarah to Underwood, aka Big Dick Chris, and Michelle, which, how do we not proceed to then cut to them in the audience, which is bizarre. They end up flying out a whole bunch of winners to be in the audience of the finale just to not highlight them on the show. Oh, and then have Jonathan clearly taking the loss hard here with Jeff, feeling like he had to console him here, telling him how impressive it is for him to get 3 votes and how impressed he is by how much he changed his game from last time, which again just felt like I was being gaslit. But Jonathan ends up proceeding to credit Boston Rob for changing his game. I never would have guessed that, as he never mentioned Boston Rob in any of his preseason press.
You learned nothing. You haven't learned anything.
All Jonathan ends up continuing to be sad in his post-game press, with him seemingly just being genuinely confused at how the jury didn't end up respecting his game, where I know a lot of people really clowned on Jonathan for this, though I actually do respect Jonathan for how he handled his exit press. Again, him being open about his emotions, talking through his feelings, generally wanting to know what actually cost him the game by the end, where, again, I feel like a lot of people just don't like Jonathan. And again, I don't either, but again, I don't feel like this is a reason to dislike him. I think seeing him actually have to come to terms with him losing and how he lost, again, was actually an interesting aspect of his exit press to me. Also, they do end up asking Joe a question, though not much of substance really comes from it. Just leads to Joe hyping up the twist of the season, because again, that's just what Joe does. That's what my daddy does. Anyway, then leads to Jeff starting to talk about the car curse, talking about how the person who gets the car has never won the game, starting with Colby, losing to Tina, to which they cut to Tina to make use of a singular winner that they flew out. The only shot of the winners the entire episode, though it then leads to Jeff saying that for Survivor 50, they decided to end the car curse by giving it to the winner after they won.
The curse is broken.
Which is just kind of weird that they did this. Again, obviously, Aubrey needed more than just the $2 million. Where I get it's a callback to Survivor history, and obviously they did get this card from a sponsor to give away. So, again, who else would you give it to? That would kind of make sense at this spot. I mean, obviously, they could have just made an extra bonus for the C Award, which we'll get to. But again, to give Aubrey even more after winning $2 million on the show was just a bit strange, though I did find it funny how they had Aubrey run out of the studio on live TV, just saying, "You're on your own," where she's just so excited to be getting a car, but has no clue where she's going, which was so awkward. It's also here where we do get the reveal of the Cia Award, which did get announced during the previous episode that Cia is back giving out money after Jeff had said that she's done giving out money after 45, which is also essentially just her funding the fan favorite award, with Cia never showing up or making any reference to this, to where it does make me wonder how involved Cia actually was in this, to where it makes me wonder, did they just attach her name to it for the sake of it? But I'll be honest, I came into this fully expecting Devins to actually win the fan vote. I thought he was the type of player that casuals would like, and also has a decent fan base in the super fan community as well, to where, again, I was worried that Cirie just wouldn't have the overwhelming casual appeal to win here, though I was clearly wrong, as Cirie does win.
The winner of the Cia Award is Miss Cirie Field.
To which Jeff just acts as if it was inevitable.
Shouldn't surprise anybody.
So, good for Cirie. Again, a nice fitting way to end Cirie's Survivor career, with her getting another standing ovation, after winning the latest fan favorite award, though. The season does end, obviously, with the Survivor 51 promo, mirroring the open era, which feels like a direct continuation of what they were attempting to do with Survivor 50. Again, just hyping up of how unpredictable the twists are. They felt like their motivation to do what they're doing for 51, which I'll expand on that in a future video. Though Jeff ends up ending the season asking Coach for a coachism, in what was actually kind of a quiet finale for Coach, and really ends up being kind of a tame coachism. Not a particularly notable one, but hey, this might be the last we get of Coach on Survivor. Kind of a lacking final scene for him.
I will obliterate you.
Either way, that is the entire season of Survivor 50. Though before running through my general thoughts on the season, I do still want to run through the finalists, giving them their own eulogies, starting off with Joe Hunter.
That's my daddy.
And Joe is someone that, straight up again, coming into the season, I was not particularly excited for Joe. Joe is obviously someone that we saw on Survivor 48 and was kind of a frustrating player on that season, seeing him be so honor bound, to where, again, coming into this season, we were expecting more of the same. And while he's edited to having played a similar game, I actually do feel like he came off way more entertaining this time around, mainly because he was a side character instead of a main character. I do think that was a major change up here that definitely helped for me with making him a more palatable presence on the show, where I do think Joe does have this ability to just be unintentionally funny, and I do think he had a bevy of confessionals on the season that I found humorous. But I do think when he's like the main character of the show, like one of the main narrators, being the main one leading the votes, again, it's not as interesting TV, but again, I think him as a side character made him a more fun presence to me. And straight up, I will get flack for this, but I don't care. I think at this point, I generally think I would have voted for Joe in this final three. I think I am in a spot where I think from a gameplay perspective, I do think Joe is a bit underrated on this season. I mean, yes, he is a big go at the end. Yeah, I also don't know how intentional a lot of his game actually is, but I do think his game on this season is the cleanest of this final three. He's someone that's in the majority for pretty much the entire season. People are involving in plans even when they don't need to. Like, he was playing for his optimal final three, had the closest connections to both Jonathan and Rizzo, owned his game at the end. Again, I really do feel like Joe ends up playing a pretty solid runner-up game on the season by the end, to where generally I feel like that was one of my bigger takeaways from the rewatch here, is the fact that, again, I don't think Joe's game on this season is that bad. And I do think amongst this final three, I think he has the cleanest game of the bunch, to where I do think I generally would have voted for him in this final three. But with that, we move on to Jonathan. And Jonathan's, again, this player that I think more people associate with the person who played the better game of this final three, the one who should have won. And obviously he's one that did come closer to winning, and it does seem like he would have won the final three of him, Rizzo, and Joe. And he does play a solid game, especially by the end. Again, I do think he has a lot of control in the end game portion. I think really from the Ozzy vote on, Jonathan is in the driver's seat with the Rizzo Joe contingent, to where, again, I think he has a strong end to his game, especially considering he had win equity, though I do think Jonathan also has kind of a more faulty beginning to the game than I remembered, where I think that was one of my bigger takeaways on the rewatch as well, as I do think Jonathan's early game is pretty rough. While not in danger, he's not in a great spot in the original Kalo. He's also on the bottom after the swap. He then is like leading like Camilla and D votes, but I don't think he's handling D particularly well, and like is obviously like on the bottom for a couple votes following that, to where, again, like Jonathan's early game is not particularly good, but I do think Jonathan ends up coming out of this looking like a much better player. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, I do think he generally just played the same game again. I don't think he changed that much about his game. However, the fact that he was able to do it again, and this time come to the end game with win equity, I think does make me look at him as a better player. Again, I do think it's still a faulted player, and I do think he definitely has some struggles with jury management in particular, but I do think he, again, ends up playing a solid game on this season. Definitely not one without its faults, and definitely in a spot where, again, at this point, I would probably vote for Joe over Jonathan, though I would still vote for Jonathan over the person who actually won the season. Though generally, I will say, I didn't hate Jonathan as a character on this season. I actually did feel like he came off as a pretty decent villain at points. He, again, got into confrontations. His big reactions to things was also kind of funny. Where, again, I actually didn't hate him as a character. He's definitely not like my favorite character in the world, but and I don't need to see Jonathan play again. But again, I didn't hate him as a television presence this time around. And with that, let's talk about Aubrey. And obviously, I've already kind of said my piece on Aubrey. Like, generally, most of this review ends up kind of just being a dissection of Aubrey's game. In that, again, I think Aubrey's game is bad. I think it's very luck dependent. I don't think she does that much actively, especially much that she had that much agency within, to where, again, it really just felt like everything kind of just aligned to where she was able to be dragged to Final Four in a spot where she was one immunity away from the win and got that immunity win. To where, again, it's good for Aubrey's legacy that she's now a winner, and she already had a pretty strong co-wrong game, has technically made the finale on every season, though. Again, like, even taking out the Edge of Extinction, again, has made it to the final 5 in 3 out of her 4 seasons. That's an insane track record. So again, she clearly is doing something right in terms of being able to survive in the game, though I do think the lack of agency on this season is something that is very frustrating about Aubrey's game. For me, in my winner ranking, I definitely have her ranked as one of the worst winners of all time. I would say her versus Michelle Fitzgerald is very close. Like, generally, she played a very Michelle-esque game. I feel like there are minor nuances to that, and the fact that I think Michelle's early game is actually better. I think Michelle is more integrated within alliances than Aubrey was, though I think Aubrey's end game is better. I think Aubrey did not need to be lucked out by a Joe Medevac, to where, again, I think I currently lean Aubrey's 50 game being slightly better than Michelle's co-wrong game, but really, they're both towards the bottom of my winner ranking. I think they're both very lackluster winning games, though Aubrey didn't get saved by a medevac. That being said, again, I am very happy for Aubrey as a person. I do think Aubrey, for the most part, is a likable presence. Again, I do think she did seem to be miserable at points this season, and that wasn't that great, especially during the early portion of the season, though. I do think Aubrey can be a fun narrator at points. I do think Aubrey does have a great arc on this season, though. In all honesty, this might actually be my least favorite Aubrey appearance in terms of a character. We're outside of her saying, "'Cause I'm psycho." I don't think there's anything that really sticks out to me here, but still, again, Aubrey, I'm happy for her, but also, you played a shit game. But hey, you at least are a winner now. So that's something. And with that, that is the entirety of Survivor 50, a milestone season of the show that was obviously very anticipated. I was very hyped for, and again, did it live up to the hype? Kinda. Generally, I think this is a season that it's a solid season. I don't think it is amongst the best of the best. It is a season that kind of lived up to my expectations of the season. I always felt like the preseason of this would have been a lot more interesting than the season itself. I felt like the season itself would have been more in line of like a Game Changers, just without the ickiness, and I think that is kind of what we got here. And again, there's a little more nuances than just that, where, again, this season doesn't really have the high points that Game Changers has. Again, Game Changers has like the Malcolm vote off, the JT vote off. In general, has like some bigger, flashier plays in it. This season doesn't. Like, this season feels like a pretty standard season gameplay wise. Like, obviously there's these twists constantly happening, though it does lead to kind of a formulaic gameplay season, and also one that is just told in a very messy way. Again, narratively, the season's just all over the place, kind of similar to Game Changers, though I do think it's a more consistent ride than Game Changers. Generally, on the rewatch, I don't think there's actually much of the season that I think is generally bad. Like, obviously,
how I see Zach Brown on Survivor
of it all did happen, but outside that, again, I think it's a consistently solid season. Like, even the low points, like episode 9 isn't really even that bad. Like, if anything, I actually think the end game stretch is probably where the season kind of dies, and like episode 12 and the finale, even there's like minor things to call out from it, to where, again, generally, like, I think Survivor 50 is just kind of a very average season. I haven't like formally placed it in my season ranking just yet, but if I were to guess, I would say it's literally right in the middle. Like, it really just feels like a season that is very bolstered by the fact that it has returning players and these callbacks to previous seasons. There's so much gravitas put into the legacies of some of these players, and seeing this final hurrah for like a Colby and a Cirie, seeing Ozzy go out in the way that he does, getting to see people like a Christian, a Devins now become these like legendary figures. Like, again, there's a lot there in terms of how it impacts the show's history, though I just wish, again, it was kind of a better actual season from a gameplay perspective. So overall, I'm like happy with what we end up getting, though I do think it could have been a lot better. I do think obviously certain production decisions were very frustrating. Again, it was a season that was not very
in the hands of the fans.
Again, there's things that are definitely annoying that came from this season, though I do think the pros mostly outweigh the cons for it to end up being, again, a fairly average Survivor season by the end. But with that, again, that is my review of Survivor 50. Again, apologize for this video being so late. Obviously, again, the Survivor 50 casting Rumo video was my main project for a very long time. Took a very long time to complete. This was obviously the next big project after that. In terms of plans for near future, obviously by the time this is coming out, Big Brother 28 is starting, to where
I'll obviously be doing coverage of that. I will likely be doing power rankings in a similar vein to how I did with Survivor 50 for Big Brother 28. I want to try to squeeze out a couple smaller Big Brother videos along the way, though generally probably won't be able to do as many Big Brother videos as I want, as my next big project is my ranking of every Survivor player, which I've been working on finalizing this list for a very, very long time. The intention is to have that series of videos start coming out over the course of the next month. We'll see. But that is the intention for it to be coming out again in the lead up to Survivor 51. After that, the main project is intended to be my Survivor 49 review to kind of make up for lost time there. Also, obviously, having a BB28 review that is, again, hopefully going to be closer to when the season ends than this one was. Same thing with Survivor 51. And then after that, hopefully get back on track with doing my retrospective series. And again, keeping up with some smaller videos along the way. That's kind of where I'm at with the channel at this point. Obviously, if you want to keep up my general thoughts on reality TV or really just any topic, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Marooning Review, where I stream twice a week on Wednesdays and Sundays, or check out the VODs on the Marooning Review live channel, that being linked in the description. Also, I guess I'll mention my membership tier while we're here, where, again, if you want to support me and watch some videos early and maybe at points have some exclusive alternate versions of videos or clip compilations, you can join there. And while we're at it, obviously just thank you to all of my members that have stuck around for the channel. If it wasn't for you, I don't know if I would have the confidence to be making a project this long. But that's it, I guess, for Survivor 50. Again, kind of insane. This has been a very, very long journey here. Again, back when Jeff announced the season during Survivor 46, then going into the entire craziness around the rumor mill, now having actually seen the entire season all the way through, analyze the season. Again, it does feel like an end of this massive journey here, but all good things must come to an end if we're considering Survivor 50 a good thing. Either way, that is the video. Thank you for watching. Oh my god, I need to post about how Joe is coming on me.